الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو الأسف فالريحان فبأي آلاء ربك تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين الفاتحة.
Jazakallah. While following moving ahead, I'd like to invite Zihan Sagar on stage to present Kalam Iqbal, please.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन। खुदी वो बहर है जिसका कोई किनारा नहीं, आबेजू जिसे तू समझा अगरचे वो चारा नहीं। तेरे मुकाम को अंजुम शनास क्या जाने, तू खाके जिंदा है ताबे सितारा नहीं। वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी, वो ही तेरी बेनियाजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी, वो ही तेरी बेनियाजी। मेरे काम कुछ ना आया, ये कमाल ने नवाजी, वही मेरी कम नसीबी। मैं कहाँ हूँ तू कहाँ है, یہ مکہ کے لامکاں ہے، میں کہاں ہوں تو کہاں ہے، یہ مکہ کے لامکاں ہے، یہ جہاں میرا جہاں ہے، کہ تیری کرشمہ سازی وہی میری کم نصیبی۔ خودی کا سر نہاں لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ خودی ہے تیگ فساں، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ یہ دور اپنے براہیم کی تلاش میں ہے، یہ دور اپنے براہیم کی تلاش میں ہے، صنم کدا ہے جہاں، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ کیا ہے تو نے متاع غرور کا سودا، کیا ہے تو نے متاع غرور کا سودا، فریب سود و ضیاع، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ یہ مال و دولت دنیا، یہ رشتہ و پیوند، یہ مال و دولت دنیا، یہ رشتہ و پیوند، بتان وہم و گمان، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ یہ نغمہ فصل گلو لالا کا نہیں پابند، یہ نغمہ فصل گلو لالا کا نہیں پابند، بہار ہو کے غذا، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ اگرچہ بت ہیں جماعت کی آستینوں میں، اگرچہ بت ہیں جماعت کی آستینوں میں، مجھے ہے حکم اذان، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ خودی ہے تیگ فساں، لا الہ الا اللہ، لا الہ الا اللہ۔ بہت شکریہ۔
Thank you, Zishan Sagar, for presenting a beautiful Kalam Iqbal. So may I request you all to please stand up for the national anthem. So हम थोड़ी सी गपशप भी करेंगे and we will formally discuss things. But before that, I'd like to invite our chairman, the Honorable Amjad Parvez, on stage to present a keynote talk.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for attending the Fortune 500 preview to the 2021 Pakistan conference. First of all, I might be a little bit emotional because I think it's been nearly 1.5 years since those of us who live overseas have been physically able to come and stand on the soil we call home. All of us are acutely aware that the challenges COVID has presented, it has disrupted many lives. It has nearly destroyed some of the world's largest economies. And unfortunately, a lot of us have seen loved ones taken away from us. But I think those who take the challenge and call themselves leaders, this is the time to stand up and be counted. I think all of you who are sat here and who are part of the movement, and unfortunately some of them are currently still traveling, and because of the fog on the motorways, a lot of our partners are unable to attend here today because of that fog situation. But their spirit and determination is with us. I think because of the change in the normal, it means that we simply cannot continue to do what we were doing before. So what did we do during these last 1.5 years? What did we expect from you? Because Jumpstart is not an organization, it is a movement. Our ultimate objective, each one of you takes up the challenge and responsibility, and your own creative way creates a space of transformation. And if we can all do that, The aggregate of that is what I call the transformation of Pakistan. So our chapters across the globe and our senior leadership team have been devising, consulting, and looking at policies, strategies which may help us to challenge the new norm. And I think where credit is due, we must pay credit. Pakistan government and institutions have done a remarkable job in actually reforming the ease of doing business. So we have jumped quite a lot in terms of facilitating the ease of doing business. In terms of COVID management, I think WHO, which is the World Health Organization, has recommended to other nations that if they want to follow the example of containment and management, they should learn from Pakistan. So I think tabdili aa rahi hai ya aa gayi hai, that is debatable. But I, as an entrepreneur and a social activist, I am optimist that we're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But let me come back to what you can do and what we can do together, because our motto is stronger together in building a new nation. We have 12 sectors where we believe Pakistan has the competitive advantage or potentially can build a competitive advantage. जिसमें agriculture है, precision engineering है, we have textiles, etc., etc. That's very well. Even the government institutions say that we have that industrial policy. I think the key thing here is where you and I take the responsibility, where Allah has given us a gift. Agar aap engineer hain ya accountant hain, so I'm a marketeer and a strategist. What can I do to accelerate the transformation economically and socially so Pakistan becomes an economically independent nation with value-based governance? These are the two things I think unite the overseas Pakistanis and those who are here. Our incredible love for Pakistan and our deep desire to see this country transform. So what are these 12 sectors for? Our aim, that the Fortune 500 group that you're looking at, is a concept that we've come up with. You know, we haven't got the resources, we're not the government. And we definitely haven't got the time. Because if you look at the Pakistan's challenges in terms of the debt that we've got, you know, we're not creating the level of wealth in order to pay that debt quickly enough. So what is it that we need to do with these 12 sectors in order for all of us to become wealthy? Because let me assure you, we're the only organization that says, come and join us, but you must make huge amounts of money for yourself. इन दूसरे बताऊं क्या कहते हैं जी, पैसे नहीं बनाने, हम खिदमत कर रहे हैं लोगों की. Let's be honest with each other. If you do not make money, if your company does not grow and create wealth and employ people, you are absolutely no good for me and the organization, and you're certainly useless for Pakistan, because we're going to be stuck in that groove of asking people for money, asking people for favors, which we will have to dilute our vision. So I will end on this. If you have a company in these 12 sectors, or if you know of any company that you think has the capacity and capability to grow, we at Jumpstart through the Fortune 500 Club will give them access to international market, we will give them the funding, and we will most certainly give them the developed human capital so they can become a global institution and a company. Now, when I say access to markets, we have 30 chapters across the globe. Those are overseas Pakistanis. But this year, through COVID, because most of our conversations and transactions were done by Zoom or e-commerce, we have begun as senior team to engage with our Muslim brothers across the world. And the prime example of is this friend from Turkey, Dr. Yosef, who has, and I thank you, Dr. Yosef, for despite the cancellation of the conference, the love between Turkey and Pakistan is here, stood in person. He has come. We have not paid his fare, but he's here to show his strength and his friendship with us. He has a network of media organization that connects with 900 million people. We are now in conversations with Qatari angel investors, VCs, government institutions. We're also talking to the Iranian institutions similar to us. We're talking to the Malaysians on a similar path. So we are creating a quad that will look at the strengths of Turkey in where they're good at, the strengths of Iran, strengths of Malaysia, and strengths of Pakistan. Where there are gaps, like I said, we haven't really got a lot of time. So we can't be waiting and failing, waiting and failing. We've really got to hit the floor and run. And that's the only way we're going to pay that debt off. That's the only way the 60% of the youth that we have, we're going to give them employment and good employment. So those structures that we're creating on an international scale. So for example, to give you an idea, so Pakistan is, I think, number 3 or number 4, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of blockchain technology. That is damn good for a developing country. The future is blockchain. The future is technology. And other members will talk about what they're doing and what they want to do with Bitcoin and all that kind of stuff. That's not my specialty. I'm a strategist and a policymaker, right? I'll let them explain what they're doing. But the idea is that we collaborate and we are stronger together. So where we have weaknesses, we need to put our hands up and say, these are weaknesses. But we are having a conversation with friends. So telling a friend what your weakness is a strength rather than a weakness. So once again, thank you so much. And thank you for being with us all the time. Not necessarily when we are winning, but when we are losing, because that's when I need your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Amjad Pervez. In the continuation of keynote talk of Amjad Pervez, थोड़ा सा आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, have you heard about Jumpstart Pakistan? Obviously सुना होगा, लेकिन how many of you know in detail about Jumpstart Pakistan? Can you please just raise your hands? You are family members. So basically, Jumpstart Pakistan is an organization. This is a movement basically जो 2014 में स्टार्ट किया गया था. ओवरसीज पाकिस्तान इसकी एक मोहब्बत है अपने इस मुल्क के लिए. And she is a very dynamic person. I like invite him later on. लेकिन I am the person जिससे मैं inspire हुआ हूँ. And I was with them since 2018. I was volunteering with them. I was learning with them. और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज इतना कुछ सीख चुका हूँ कि अपने आप अपने पैरों पर मैं खड़ा हो चुका हूँ. So thank you Jumpstart, thank you always, and thank you all the overseas Pakistanis for the support and the love for our great country. Jumpstart के जो all vision है, जो इसकी history है, जो इसका strategic objective है उसको present करने के लिए I would like to invite our dynamic CEO Mr. Khurram Zubair on stage. Welcome, please.
Assalamu alaikum. So we all want to do something about Pakistan or like whatever the surroundings is around us, but the problem always has been that what shall we do? And it's kind of like a confusion. I actually did the post yesterday about the confusion state of mind. And basically the issue is, Murid bhai, can we? Or you can step up. Okay. So basically what happens is that this confused state of mind is basically doesn't let you make a decision. So if we have a black and we have a white, so between black and white, there are a lot of gray scales. So it's very simple. I'm going to get married to that person. And then you think about it long time. No, yes. And then all these people are surrounding you, are saying no and yes. And you are confused. And then you've been offered a job, not from one place, but 10 places. All those places, you have got the Sajad mic. It's skipping the sound. So basically, all these offers, it makes you confused. So if you have like more than one choice, then you think a lot about it. And then ultimately not make a decision about this. And that leads to, and then you keep on delaying it. So yeah, I can't deal with it. Like it has to be, it's just disappearing. So either you buy a land or you buy a ready-made house. So this decision goes on. And I think these are some of the examples I'm giving you in your own life, which is ultimately is going to be this confused state of mind actually takes you to a level that when you do not make a decision, then other people actually starts to make a decision for you. So other people are going to come around you, is going to say, no, buy a land, because this is going to be cheaper worked out. And the other person is going to say, because I bought the land and ultimately I tried to actually build it. It took 2 years to build the house and it's so much hassle and all the builders were after you. And then there was an issue with the budget, and then ultimately we brought this cement prices gone up, the brick prices gone up, and then this hassle you go through just because you could not make a decision yourself. So first of all, we have to actually make sure that in our lives we make a decision. So we made a decision, a conscious decision, that we are going to work towards changing Pakistan. Because we are not happy with the situation we are in. So there is one decision. I apologize for this technical. We are launching a coin and we are doing all this. It's basically, the sound is the basic thing. And it happens again and again. Thank you. So we made a conscious decision that ultimately this is going to be the way forward. You're going to be doing, you're going to be either doing a job, you're going to be doing, I don't need reverb. So ultimately what happens is that when you actually embark on a journey that I really apologize for that. I cannot handle this sound problem for some odd reason. Yeah, I know. Thank you. So basically what happens is that when you make a decision that you want to do something, the actual decision you're making is about the path. So you're saying either I'm going to become a doctor or I'm going to become an engineer or I'm going to actually do my own business. These are all paths which lead to the ultimate destination. So you're not making a decision about the actual destination itself. You're making a decision about the path, which path you're going to take. So for instance, if you're going to be serving the humanity, then ultimately the destination is serving the humanity. It's not through becoming a medical doctor. It's not through becoming an engineer. It's not through becoming a philanthropist. It's not through becoming an entrepreneur. Focus on the destiny. So our destiny was Pakistan has certain problems. And can we start the presentation? So Pakistan has certain problems. And those problems has got some solutions. Every problem has got a solution. Every single problem in the world has got a solution for it. The issue is that it's not clear in our minds. So all you have to do is just go out and find a solution. The solution for that is I don't have a roof over my head. So solution is I'm going to earn a lot of money, and then through that money, I'm going to actually buy a house. So solution is not earning a money. The solution is actually a house, the roof over you. So that's the problem. Our focus actually turns towards the money part because that is the path which leads you to actually buy a house. So this is the key in terms of a mindset, which is the entrepreneurial mindset. So entrepreneurs always think that this is a problem, what and how I'm going to actually exploit that problem in order to get the favor from it. So what we did, that Pakistan has certain problems, and a lot of people actually watch the TV from 7 o'clock till 11 o'clock every day, and they have been trying to do that like for the last 15 years to figure out what are the solutions for Pakistan, what is going to fix Pakistan. They haven't been able to actually figure it out. We did. It was very simple. Pakistan has certain problems, you fix those problems, and Pakistan is going to be fixed. It's very simple. So once you solve those problems, Pakistan is going to be a developed nation. So we said, okay, if we fix those problems, so ultimately in our mind, the problem fixing element is with the government. The government has to do this. Government has to clean the roads. Government has to actually provide us a clean air. Government has to provide us the continuous gas, which we can actually cook. Government has to actually provide all this electricity, uninterrupted supply. Government has to fix all those problems. Government has to give the opportunities. And what are the opportunities is the jobs. So all those things we think is the government. So when you think the government is the key, then your mind actually goes towards that we're gonna support a political party or that person who's gonna actually come on the top and then we'll fix everything. So that's what we've been doing for 70 years. So all these people who have actually ruled Pakistan were ultimately being supported by those people. Doesn't matter whether they were dictators or came through the political process. We supported them. We allowed them to be in that position because we thought they are the solvers. They are going to solve those problems. It hasn't happened. So politics is not the way in Pakistan. It has happened in Malaysia. It has happened in Turkey. One person was supported by a masses, and that person came on the top, and in 15 years, they actually fixed many problems. They became a developing nation. But in Pakistan, somehow, ये लतीफ़े ऐसे ही नहीं बने हुए कि जहन्नुम के अंदर ना हर कौम का एक गड्ढा होगा और उन गड्ढे के बाहर ना एक फरिश्ता खड़ा होगा जो उनको बाहर नहीं निकलने देगा। लेकिन पाकिस्तानी कौम का जो गड्ढा होगा उसमें कोई फरिश्ता नहीं होगा। इस वजह से कि जब भी कोई पाकिस्तानी बाहर निकलने की कोशिश करता है तो दूसरा पाकिस्तानी उसकी टांग खींच लेता है। सो देयर इज अ रीजन बिहाइंड इट। हम लाइन में पता है क्यों नहीं खड़े होते इस वजह से। हम लाइन में इस वजह से नहीं खड़े होते कि हमें लाइन में खड़े होने के इस वजह से नहीं कि जहालत है या इलिटरेसी है या इल डिसिप्लिन। नमाज में तो खड़े हो जाते हैं साइड बाय साइड। हम लाइन में इस तरह इसलिए नहीं खड़े होते कि हम किसी और पाकिस्तानी के पीछे खड़े नहीं हो सकते। सो जब आप किसी पाकिस्तानी के पीछे खड़े नहीं हो सकते तो आप उसको सपोर्ट कैसे करोगे कि वो चेंज करेगा। आपने कभी नोट किया होगा कि एक फर्द आपके पीछे खड़ा होगा जहां पे फोर्स किया है लाइन लगाने के लिए, तो उसका जो मुंह है ना वो आपके कंधे पे होगा। यहाँ पे would be standing like this, so it doesn't want to actually let you even go further. It would just be like this. उसके पैर पीछे होंगे लेकिन that person would be like almost next to you. So politics is not the solution for us. You cannot fix Pakistan's problem with the politics. The second is the philanthropy. So Idi Saab actually took one problem and then ultimately they tried to asked for the money, people donated the money, and that money actually solved that problem, which was the problem of ambulance service. Pakistan didn't have the ambulance service a few years ago. So Pakistan's one problem was fixed through philanthropic means. Another problem was fixed by Imran Khan in the cancer hospital. He went around the whole world, asked for the money, people gave him the money, and then ultimately we had a nice cancer hospital. This is one way of actually solving problems, but that is not sustainable because it doesn't have the element. Idi Saab gone, passed away, and now the people have stopped giving him the money, credibility, because the rest of the team doesn't have that. Imran Khan is going to go from this world, and then ultimately problem recreates itself. So the only way through which you can solve any problem in the world is through entrepreneurship. So what entrepreneur does, it takes a problem, looks at the gap in the market, think of it with the entrepreneurial mindset is an innovative solution for it. That innovative solution actually turns into a business. So that person actually builds a business around that innovative solution. That business solves a problem and solves a problem in a sustainable way because that problem, when you solve it, has got the profit. That profit is the magic because you actually build something which costs you X amount of money, and then you put 50%, 100% profit on it, and that profit actually makes that cycle keep on running because you pay the salaries from it, you pay for the raw material, you pay for the rent, you pay for the scaling bit, and that keeps on going that circle. That's how the problems are solved in the world. You would be amazed that, what the size of the actual small and medium-sized enterprises in the US. We think the $2 trillion economy is actually being supported by the Google, the Microsoft, the Amazon, the Tesla, and likes of those. That's not the case. 70% of American economy is based on small and medium-sized enterprises. And that was our key. In 70s, we were growing with that rate. Every single street, you would go in Karachi, you would go in Faisalabad, Gujranwala, Sialkot. It was littered with cottage industry. It was so much going on. That was the economic activity. Those were the small and medium-sized enterprises which were actually ruling. Those were fixing the problem. So cutting it short, I would say that this is the solution for Pakistan. We have to create, we have to solve those problems. But the good thing with the entrepreneurship, you not only solve a problem, it does two more things. It creates a new wealth, which wealth wasn't there before. So that wealth is new wealth is being created. And the second thing, it creates new jobs. And that jobs are what we need at this point in time. We have 60% of our population is below 30 years of age. It's a time bomb. It's a time bomb. You can treat car as an asset, or you treat car as a liability. And I think whoever owns a car knows and understands what I'm talking about. If you don't take care of it, it's going to be, tire is going to be flat, it's going to be punctured, the seats is going to be ruined, the body is going to actually slowly fade away, the engine is going to start to ask for the, quick maintenance, and all those kind of things has been happening in Pakistan. So if you don't take care of your youth, they're going to blast. And we have seen, since 2008 till 2015, they were blasting everywhere, literally, on the streets, on this corner, that corner, that corner, and the people were dying. So wake up. These guys can actually start throwing stones at your cars. And that has happened in the Middle East. So wake up. And it's not just about the actual solving a problem. This is the real problem, that you don't provide the jobs through job creation, through your SME. So if you think, and I'm just so that was the journey of Jumpstart. That's what we wanted to do. That's how we wanted to change, by creating a new wealth. And our focus was on the startups, but now our major focus is going to be the SMEs. That's why we are actually focusing on. Imagine if you have $1 million revenue. $1 million revenue usually allows you to afford a lifestyle of that person who has got the house in Islamabad, who has got the house in Karachi. Each house has got about 4 cars, 2 land cruisers parked outside. Your kids are going into the best schools of that city. You go to Singapore in the winter to actually have a holiday. You go to London to have a holiday in summer. That kind of lifestyle you have. And you can afford a couple of times to actually have a private jet, to hire out for a couple of days. That's what $1 million revenue actually allows you to do that as a person. And you're going to be driving the best car. But then what? That's it. You're probably going to be the 55 and 60, and you're going to have regrets that you could actually do a lot more. What we are saying, that your 5 lakh or 10 lakh, which you give away to those people, you think like, okay, the servant is in your house, the lady who actually works in your house, clean the house, I'm just going to give like 5 lakh uski beti ki shaadi kara dunga. That's not your contribution. Kisi ko rickshaw le dunga, kisi ko dukaan kara dunga, because you feel guilty. You see all these people on the streets and you think, these people, okay, they have not impoverished like over the time, so let's give them some money. Let's do some charity. That's not the way you do change people. Why do not change 2,000 people's lives? So 200 people in your company who are actually working in your company, your real contribution is to make that 200 put another 0 next to it. Create another 1,800 jobs for them. And then forget about that, like whatever you can afford. You can afford a yacht, you can actually afford a plane, you can afford anything. But what matters is that you created all those jobs, you created that wealth which wasn't there. So we want to help you with that. Please change your mindset. Please change your mindset that this is the real contribution you can do to change Pakistan. Scale your company to 10x. That's what Pakistan needs. Imagine if we are able to scale 500 companies of Pakistan to 10x. Imagine what revolution is going to bring. That's going to create about $20 to $30 billion into Pakistan economy. Government of Pakistan can't even do that. They are, crying out loud basically and boosting about that the incoming remittances from the overseas Pakistanis has jumped from 20 billion to 30 billion. That is going to stop. That is going to stop. But those people are not going to send you the money because they have their own life going on. That's going to stop. They're not going to build all these courties here. They're not going to buy all these cars here because this landscape cannot stay for that long. So you have to wake up and then scale your company to 10x. And when you're going to be a 55-year-old, you're going to be content in your heart that you haven't given them the rosy. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually have, but you were the way to actually provide that. He chose you to create another 1,800 people wasila for them. So that's what the Jumpstart is about. That's what Jumpstart want to do. We want to help you with the market access. Please give us those leads that, okay, you want to expand into Europe. You want to expand into Spain, you want to expand into US, you want to expand into Sydney, you want to expand anywhere. Whatever the problems you have in terms of the access to the market, alhamdulillah, we have about 500 people all across the globe who's ready to actually support you, who's ready to connect you. If you have a problem with the legal structure in any particular country, if you have a problem in raising a fund, if you have a problem in supply chain in terms of the human resource, work with us in order to actually make sure that you get the industry-ready resources. We are working with about 35 universities to make sure that they produce the industry-ready resource. So those 1,800 people are ready in the market for you. You do not tap into another company and make sure that, okay, you're going to snatch away and give them 20,000 rupees more, and they jump the boat. So market access, global market access, access to funding. And inshallah, we're going to be launching, because of the lift is being postponed, and there is a whole story to that, but the financial aspect of it. That's where the money is needed for the scaling part. And we're going to be setting up a private equity fund, inshallah, soon. And that is going to flow in the money for all these SMEs. And the third thing is the capacity building. So we cannot do that alone. That's why our slogan is stronger together, building a great nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khurram Zubairi. अच्छा, बोर तो नहीं हो रहे आप लोग? Basically lunch में भी time है, so you need to get energized, right? So basically हम सारे माशाल्लाह से जवान लोग बैठे हैं. We have Yaouz from Turkey, and you will be hilariously amazed when you see his energy. So thank you, Yaouz, for bringing all this energy from Turkey to Pakistan. Okay, so do you guys have any question regarding Jumpstart or any general question regarding the Pakistan Fortune 500 Club? This is basically for the SME Select growth. थोड़ा सा मैं बता दूं कि आज वो कंपनीज जो कि इस क्लब के मेंबर्स हैं, टुडे वी आर गोइंग टू ऑनर देम, एंड यहाँ पे स्टेज पे आप लोगों उनकी स्टोरीज सुनेंगे that how they become a part of this movement and how they become a part of this club and how they're performing right now and how they were before there, right? So यहाँ पे सारे executives लोग आज बैठेंगे and हमने उनके CEOs and C-level executives invite किए हैं. So this is a great opportunity for all of you to do the one-on-one networking ताकि आपकी business में आगे इसको help कर सके, right? So we have basically a panel discussion right now. I would just like to confirm all the panelists and the moderator. May we have Ahmed Hamdan? Hamdan Bhai is here in the hall. All right. Fahad Sami is already here. All right. Safwan Khalid Saab. All right. Thank you for coming, sir. And do you have Naveed Durrani Saab? Okay. And Abdul Wahab Bhai. All right. So basically, we will be having a panel, and the topic is close to my heart. This is value proposition that creates unicorns, right? And unfortunately, there is no unicorn in the Pakistan, as I listened from Sir Amjad Pervez, maybe I've heard. So basically, this is the topic that will give you insights about how you can get your SME to an enterprise and from enterprise to a unicorn. So may I please invite Ahmed Abna, the moderator, on the stage to have his seat, please. We have panelists, Fahad Sami, he came all the way from Dubai, so please give him a welcome and a round of applause. Next guest, we have Safwan Khalid. Safwan Khalid, please, if you can come stage. Naveed Saab, if you can just join us, please. Thank you. And the last guest is the CEO, a very dynamic person from HT Technologies, Abdul Wahab. Over to you, Sir Hamdan.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for showing up this morning. How many of you traveled from out of city? Wow. How many of you are running a small business or an SME? Fantastic. Would you like to grow it 10x, 20x? Only one show of hand? All right. So what we have is a distinguished panel over here, some great people. Everybody here is doing something as well. I'd like to open up the panel. And before we open up, what I'd like to say is, in Pakistan today, like Amjad mentioned, right? We're growing, we're doing stuff, but what's preventing us from growing 10x, 50x? Why do we just talk about 10x? Why not 50x? What's stopping us? Is there not enough motivation? Nobody wants to make money? Or do we not have any great ideas? Are we not solving problems eloquently? Let's talk about it and figure some things out. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing up this morning. I'd like to start up with a question. What is stopping Pakistan from growing its own unicorns? I mean, we don't have a billion-dollar company today, right, in the tech industry. And many unicorns are primarily in the tech industry. Khurram mentioned that we're going to launch the crypto governance coin as well. But what's stopping us? Why haven't we gained enough momentum to get there? I'd like to start up with Fahad, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Ahmed Saab, and thank you, Khurram and Jumpstart, for having us. So, when it comes to talking about unicorns, this is something we need to think critically about. Does being a unicorn mean that you are already successful or you have a solid business model? Because we work and Theranos have demonstrated that okay, there can be a lot of hype and a lot of smoke and mirrors involved as well in the process. What we should be looking at are businesses that provide value for their customers, and we should look at them in the context of the markets that they're operating in. So just across the border, we have 70 unicorns or more. Pakistan, sadly, it does not. But at the same time, you need to look at the constraints that we are operating in. Our ecosystem is not as mature as over there. We don't have the same number of investors. Our investors are not as large. And to scale up, you need different rounds of funding. So once an investor comes in, who do they exit to? So this is not just a simple proposition to, that you can just look at, okay, Pakistan doesn't have any unicorns. We do have great opportunities and we do have great businesses that can expand. If they're hitting some obstacles in this market, they can potentially look at other markets to expand, like Kareem, that started in the GCC, and it was started by one of the co-founders is Pakistani. So they became a unicorn. They were ultimately acquired by Uber. So they did that by expanding into other markets. So Pakistan is a great sandbox environment in a way for SMEs and for startups to explore alternative business models and then replicate those models in other markets and scale from there as well. So those are my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. So you just mentioned, I'd like you to comment on that as well, please.
Yeah, just thanks. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair for having me here. So I'd like to make a brief comment on this. I'll probably going on a little bit of a different trajectory than what Khurram Saab was saying. Although it's a little cliched as well, we keep blaming the government for everything. But in my view, I think if you want to bring about a tech revolution, if you're talking about unicorns, it has to start with a vision. So there was a vision that, for example, Khurram Bhai presented. So in my view, what I've seen with countries who have accomplished something like this, we spoke about the US. Safadi spoke about what happened in India, our neighbor. I'm assuming that's what you were referring to. So I think my opinion is that the government support is essential. And the constraints that you mentioned, I think some of them are those which can really be resolved by the government. So I've worked outside of Pakistan as well, and I've had the I don't know if I should call it a privilege or what, but working very closely with a multi-billion-dollar Indian company, IT services company. So the story that we would hear from them was that how India revolutionized themselves. And I don't remember the name, but there was this one person who was working in the US or working with the US companies. He had a vision that, this is where we need to train or this is where, in which direction we need to send our youth. And this is on which we need to train our youth. So he worked with the government. So the visionary was somebody else. He worked with the government supported him and took his vision. And I think it was somewhere probably in the 1970s or something like that. But having said all that, like I said, it's cliched, and like Khurram Bhai said as well, that we have been waiting for this for the 70 years. In the absence of something like that, I think somebody else has to do it, and probably this is something that Jumpstart is doing. So in this scenario, I think what is needed is, or what's missing is the network. So you see the network using which we can get to the funding sources, for example, or generating that environment where people can learn from each other, bounce off ideas, and sort of build that whole ecosystem.
So I think in the absence of the government support, this is what we need. Overseas Pakistanis can play a very big role. And I believe that in the recent years, they have been doing it. So there are certain other, I would say, platforms where in San Jose, in the US, in Seattle as well, where Pakistanis, the overseas Pakistanis in the tech industry are hosting events, and which allows Pakistani startups and SMEs as well to come over and meet with investors. So I think that in the absence of the government support, which also is, by the way, improving, it is movements like these, networks like these, that need to pitch in, which Jumpstart is doing.
Thank you for your comments. I think we've got a common theme here saying we need to have the right infrastructure in place to ensure we can gain critical mass to enough velocity to be able to grow exponentially. We need to have the right verticals in terms of funding sources, networking, and people that can coach us and help us get there. You say that we have this in Seattle, you have it in the Silicon Valley, but why can't we have it here? What's preventing us from being able to do the same thing here? Why can't we replicate something that we see in the West or somewhere else, and adjust it according to our needs, right? Naveed, I'd like to hear your comments on this.
Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you, Ahmed, for having me. So first thing is that for a business to become a unicorn, there has to be space. So there has to be space for growth. And the problem which I see in Pakistan is that the business starts very well, but they are not ready to scale up. Key reason is that most of the resources they spend on marketing and not on technology. And technology is the enabler for a business to grow. And second thing is the workforce. They have to train the workforce because the service quality goes down once they scale up, and then the business breaks down. So technology and investing on the human resource, these are the two key things for people to grow, to cross that barrier, which we always, like, the business starts up very well, and it reaches to a point, the service quality goes down, it cannot scale up because lack of technology and lack of training to the for their human resource.
Do you think, what do you think we can do to improve these conditions?
So again, because from the technological background, I always see technology as the solution. So if we have a system in place, we can control the service quality, and then using the system, we can train the human resource, because now with the whole supply chain managed by technology, it's much easier for us to control the service quality and make sure that the supply chain is automated.
Thank you. Abdul Wahab, on to you. Do you agree with some of the statements that we have made on this podium right now?
Yes, first of all, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you for having me here. Yes, the gentleman here speaking about the points, I'd like to put in two more things to that, add two more things to that. First of all, you were discussing about the problems that we're facing in Pakistan regarding why companies do not grow to a unicorn level. I think it's like the scenario is here, it's like a coin with two sides, or in fact, not with two sides, but it could be like 4 or 5 sides. And those 4 and 5 sides are problems from, it could be from government institutions, or it could be problems on the side of the entrepreneurship people, or the companies that, or the startups for that matter, right? So I think what I believe is we have to look at a very different perspective. For example, if you were to say, why aren't government institutions helping us in this matter? So we need to make sure that the entrepreneurs or the startups have a clear vision when they're entering into this journey. It's not rainbow journey. It's not always rainbows and butterflies. It's a very hard journey. There are ups and there are downs, and you have to understand that. And The entrepreneurs need to have a clear vision regarding that. And at the very next side, you have the government institutions. Let's be frank here, okay? We see a lot of videos of innovators, presenting us innovations. We see small videos of innovations, but we never see them coming to the surface, do we? We don't. So that's where the government lacks, okay? And then adding to what this gentleman here said about the technology side, there was a research that was conducted in 2020 by Startup Tech Talkie. And according to that research, 71% of the startups that grew to a unicorn level were software based. They used high-end technology. They were software oriented. Like he talked about Uber, Uber, I believe, right? So Uber, it's Kareem.
Kareem, keep
Technology,
trucking.
yes. You use your technology. A totally different way of commuting. So I think that's my opinion on these. Yes. Thank you.
I mean, technology companies have had massive growth globally, right? Uh, there was a time when it was the textile industry, then there was the pharmaceuticals that grew exponentially, and now it's the time for tech to shine. What I heard from you folks is that we have a deficit of talent, we have quality of service, we have resources that haven't been trained well. We don't have the right government support and incentives to get there, right? Abraham Lincoln, I believe, once said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." With that in mind, right, I'd like to ask you, each one of you, what is it that we can do to help each one of these guys grow 10x at least in the next 5 years, right? Fahad, I'll take your first comment.
So, with regards to, I don't know, okay. So with regards to resources, I would argue that Pakistan has some of the best trained resources. It's just not, they're not able to project themselves globally because our network is maybe not as strong as that of other countries. So for my own projects, we're developing a blockchain-based digital asset ecosystem backed by real assets. So we're using Pakistani developers because not only were they talented, they were very cost effective as well. It was not a decision that was driven purely out of patriotism or a love for Pakistan. We got quotes from all over the world and considered different options of developing it, and this was the best option. So for us, it made sense to work with the Pakistani team. And so when people say that talent is a issue, I'd argue maybe it's more of a presentation issue. Maybe we need to be slightly better at presenting or putting their best forward.
So are you saying they just need to refine their game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. What about you? What are your thoughts on the deficiency we have, and how can we get past it?
Yeah, so I think I would tend to agree with what Father said, but we have to also understand that globally there is a shortage of talented, trained resources. The same is happening in Pakistan as well. And I've been active on the Pasha groups as well, the skill development. I was on one of their roundtables, and everybody was talking about the shortage of trained and skilled resources. I am on that side, which says that we're probably expecting too much, and in that sense, I agree with what Fahad said as well. But in terms of the number of people that are around, there's a shortage of talent. Specifically talking about technology right now, it's huge. Having said all that, at the same time, we understand the pool that we have that we can train. It's huge, and there are talented people. They just need to be polished. They just need to be trained in a certain way, and then you would have a huge workforce. So our competitors are doing it. We are short of time on this as well, like many other things. we have little time on that. So I think that what companies like us or those who have seen a certain level of growth, what they can do, one, of course, everybody understands, and there are, even the government is right now investing a lot in upskilling and training of the resource. So the Pakistan Software Export Board, those guys, I believe, are doing a marvelous job of this. But it's just a start. I think beyond that, what we can do is to sort of share our experiences with everybody else in this community. Because I can tell you about our company, we failed at least what I can recall right now is 5 different ideas or different startups. We worked in IoT, we worked on an Uber on GSM, we worked on phone dialer app, we worked on yeah, I think these are the ones that I can recall right now, but I know that there are others. So, and some of them actually were non-tech too. So I think the experiences that we've gained by failing, those I believe are very, very valuable, and we need to, come up with gatherings like these, and maybe break off sessions where we can talk about those experiences, because that I believe is the most valuable thing that we can communicate to other startups of smaller size.
Thank you. Naveed, what I see here is, I mean, we have the 5th largest population on this planet. We have the largest youth workforce on this planet, right? We have to solve this problem, right? Every one of us needs people to be able to grow, one. Second, we need the same people to be able to consume our products and services as well, right? What can we do about it, right? Collectively, going back to the theme, saying, hey, what can we do versus ask the government to do? We understand that there are enough problems, but for us to be able to create a value proposition, a unicorn, or a company that says, hey, I can do this, what do you think are the ingredients or things we can do as a group here or individually to solve this problem?
Yeah. So let me come back to something which we were talking
Please.
before. And fundamentally, a startup has to solve a problem. Okay. So it's all about how effectively you are solving the problem. And today is all about specialization. So if we are, if you see somebody is doing some part of the problem solving very effectively, so rather than competing, you have to find the gap and then see that where you can add value. If you are competing, if everybody is competing at the same, like suppose in a supply chain, if everybody is distributing the product, but nobody is solving the problem of delivering the product, so you better go into that area rather than trying to compete and killing the market by price competition. So smart collaboration. If somebody is doing something well, let him do that part, and then specialize in another vertical where you can add value. So I think smart collaboration, working with other partners and see that, okay, this guy is doing marketing very well. Maybe I come to the service delivery, or maybe I go to customer service or some other part, and then we can grow. But ultimately, you have to solve a problem, and how effectively you are solving the problem, the customer is going to reward you. It's all about specialization.
So in summary, what you're saying is a startup is a company that has solved the problem, figured out a solution to be faster, cheaper, more efficient than somebody else.
And it
right?
has to scale up.
And able to scale up. Now, what you're also saying is that instead of trying to solve all our problems ourselves, we should be identifying collaborators, partners, vendors that can help us grow, focus on what we're doing, and excel, right? Thank you. Abdul Wahab, do you agree with some of these comments? I mean, you're running a company as well, you're trying to grow and you're struggling, right? What are some of the challenges you face, and what do you think somebody else can help you grow or solve those problems?
If I look back at my journey, starting a company and growing it to a certain level, alhamdulillah, I feel there was a lack of resources. Like we used to search in the markets for resources, and there was always this question mark, like, would this guy survive? Would this guy not? Or we are looking for an ideal candidate of that sort, but we won't be able to find. Because let's accept it. resources, lack of resources again. But then coming back to
Are you
the
saying lack of resources or lack of skilled resources?
lack of skilled resources, thank you, I stand corrected. Coming back to the main question, well, I would answer it in like two words: value proposition. Like it's a give and take relationship. Like you give and you take. Your product instead of a product that is built by your competition. Okay. Let's say understand that if one idea entertains one person, the same pitch, sorry, not idea, but pitch, the same pitch won't entertain the second person as well. You have to go into the root and understand what your solution or how your solution will add value to that problem, and that's where you click and you start growing. And I think that's one of the main
had access to before. So we're giving them access to an entirely new asset class. And on top of that, we want to be able to do it in a more efficient way than is, possible by other investment platforms. And also, as Abdul Wahab said, and the rest of the panel, customer service for us is part of the value proposition. We need to go above and beyond when it comes to service a very solid team that is able to field customer queries, satisfy customers, because for us, the only way we'll be able to become a unicorn is if we're able to be the company that customers identify our entire sector with, right? So when you think of cloud services, you think of Amazon or Azure. So if
the idea, that we are helping our customers, bring changes to their business by using our technology or our products that we are offering. So I think that's something where what is our value proposition to the customers.
So, from what I understand is that you've been in the same vertical for quite a bit of time. You understand the vertical well enough, and you want to be able to be a partner in the growth of your consumer. Right?
That is correct. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. Naveed, you're in today. It was one of the booming industries in the world, and today it's almost non-existent. It's come to a total standstill. What are you, I mean, I can understand the challenges, right? And I'm sure everybody here sympathizes with it. What do you think needs to be done to change, and so you can grow again?
So yeah, I mean, tourism has seen the biggest, the effect because of this COVID, and then I think countries like Pakistan are at advantage because now people don't want to go to to manage this, so people before they come, they already know that what is going to happen during their trip. So to answer your question, yes, COVID is change everything, and countries like Pakistan are going to benefit if they play their cards right.
Thank you. Abdul Wahab, what are your opinions? What are you doing to address the challenges you're facing right now so you can grow exponentially?
Well, if you talk about challenges and problems, should, like he said, your product should be like excellent. Okay, and the second is the way you market it, the way you push it into the market. Uh, for example, if I'm coming from an IT background, if I'm running an IT company, so instead of saying that we have 99% of uptime or something of that sort, that any of my competition would say to the customer, I would pitch my services as we're the Santa Claus of IT services. Okay, it might sound a bit funny, but
May I request Karim Bhai, if you can just please have your seat. All right. तो बात हो रही थी basically value proposition that create unicorns. आपने बड़े deep insights सुने लोगों के. So these are basically some foundational steps. The next step may be that is the foundation for scaling enterprise to 10x. Basically, we are talking about the companies जिनको आज हमने honor भी करना है. Those are the member companies.
रहा है कि मेरा जो खानदान है किस तरीके से इसको कंट्रोल करेगा. ये एक लिमिटिंग फैक्टर है जो आप सबको पता है कि क्या हो रहा है. उसमें ये होता है कि जो मेरिट बेस्ड एम्प्लॉयमेंट होती है उसमें रुकावट आ जाती है। दूसरी जो रिश्वत बेस एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट की जाती है वो आपको मेरिटोक्रेसी को किल कर देती है। आपके जो बोर्ड्स मैंने ऑब्जर्व किए हैं need to move to meritocracy, evaluation, and accountability. And that's the same with our political system. जब elections आते हैं ना, हम ढोल, बाजे, तूतनियां, everything, इतनी energy हम डालते हैं उनको elect करने के लिए. But जब election खत्म हो जाता है ना, where is the transparency? Where is the accountability? And where is the people who are leaders blame yourself for not having the accountability cycle? The same applies in commercial sector. So that's the one factor that is limiting us, and I just wanted to have a kind of a throw on the discussion that was having before. There's the second part, which is a must that we must all consider. तो उसकी जो environment है, एक तो soil की environment है, फिर weather की environment है, और फिर जो मैंने human capital इस्तेमाल करना है उसकी देखभाल करने के लिए, ये तीन fundamental चीजें हैं जो अगर मैंने इन तीनों को ठीक नहीं किया, that project will be either miserable or it will utterly fail. The same is true for growing businesses. पाकिस्तान में एक environment here the environment is not nourishing and encouraging enterprise. क्यों? 60 to 70% जो आपकी economic activity है वो informal economy, cash economy. Imagine that you have a shop or a factory or a technology company. You want to grow that first in every city in Pakistan. उसको ग्रो करने के लिए आपको fundamentally organizational effectiveness चाहिए. What does that mean? That means that you need every single point of data and activity that is happening, so you know exactly who's doing what and whether they're doing it correctly. That means adoption of technology and real management, effective merit-based management. Why do we not adopt technology? Because it makes all your transactions apparent and you have to pay tax on it. We simply do not like paying taxes. Magar, we want best roads, we want the best hospitals, we want the best this, best that. So there are some faults on our side which need to be put right. I can understand why some people don't want to pay taxes because they believe the taxes are not being spent properly. So these are the environmental things that Jumpstart and you people have to actually consider, and those that are in power. When I talk about accountability, वो बदतमीजी से accountability हमने नहीं करनी. With respect and arms with love and affection as true Pakistanis. We need to see it to the institutions. These are the things that we need in order for us as businesses to grow. So this public and private partnership based on merit and honesty is missing. You can have the best human capital, you can have the best technology. If this public and private sector cooperation isn't there, you're not going to grow. Now I will come to the subject of what are the foundations that you need to build as a company to grow. You know, a lot of people will talk about value proposition, market product fit, you know, your financial controls, your global positioning, your branding. All these things are very pertinent. But there is one thing that a lot of us tend to miss, and that is the big stumbling block. What is that? In a recent survey by Harvard University, I think there were over 15,000 companies that they surveyed, from startups to medium-sized companies and large corporations. And the fundamental question that they were trying to find from the CEOs, why was it that they had the product, they had the finance, they had the human capital, they had technology, they had the know-how, all the things that you said that we need, they had all that. So why is it that they were not growing? And this is so simple, it is unbelievable. And a lot of research now is actually focused on this. Google and companies like that have actually adopted this new methodology, which is every business mentor will tell you that you need to have a vision. You need to have a mission. You need to have values, and you need to have a culture statement. What I'm going to say to you is going to shock you. What really is stopping you is your lack of delivering your vision to your stakeholders. Your inability as a leader to communicate your vision properly to your stakeholders. So this survey found that 49% of the board members, when really questioned about what the vision was and what it meant for them in terms of their jobs and role and responsibility, could not simply explain it at all. So there was no alignment of their work's purpose to the company's vision. That is your C-suite people. Globally, 49%. Imagine half of your leading team doesn't even know what their vision is and how that relates to their role in order to deliver your deliverables. That's a disaster. Let's move to middle management. When they studied the middle management, 69% of your middle management. Now, these are the very people who are directing your workforce to deliver departmental objectives. Can you imagine the disaster that is happening when your team leaders, 69% of them, don't know what they're there for and what is the purpose of their job? Now you're going to get a shock of your life. 89% of your frontline staff have no idea what your vision means. They don't know what the mission is. and they certainly do not know what the culture of your organization is. And these are the very people that are the face of your organization, that are presenting your value proposition to your potential customers and your existing customers. So I put it to you all, everything that you've been mentored about, whether it be finance, whether it be your value proposition, your marketing, your logistics, your value chain, all those are extremely important. But let me assure you, all those assets and all those expertise that you've assembled, if you do not convey your vision properly to all your stakeholders, you're a zombie, you're a walking dead. This Fortune 500 club that we've created, it has 22 different segments of syllabus which we teach you. We do a full SWOT analysis on your company. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Where are the threats? And where are the opportunities? Some companies that I've been mentoring for the last 25 years, some of the biggest companies like the NHS in England, the Department of Health, Department of Trade, I've been a director on them for the last 15 years. I mentor some of the biggest company names that you can imagine. This is the biggest worry in the 21st century post-COVID. Please get engaged. Your communication policy is the way forward. And I'll leave with this. The way out of this is a concept called vivid vision. Google it. There's a chap called Harold Cameron. He is the genius of this concept. And fundamentally, what that means, you need to, vivid means clarity of vision. What you need to do is imagine that whatever your vision is, 3 years on, you are actually physically standing in your offices in 2025 now with your team. And everything that you imagined that you wanted to achieve, you have achieved. But what you do, you walk into your marketing department. In your imagination, you imagine the number of people that you've employed, and you imagine what work are they doing? What is the messaging, content messaging that they're doing? What is the tactics that your marketing is doing? How are they creating the sales funnel? How is the customer services whole network being operated? How are you getting new customers, and how are you building your existing customers so they spend more and become more loyal? So you write that down precisely what you've achieved in 3 years. You then move into your finance department. What systems are you doing? What dashboards have you got? What is it that you're measuring that gives you real reality of the state of your company? The finance that you've borrowed, how is it working out? How have you ensured that the return on capital and the various other variables that you measure have been delivered? You write that down with clarity. You move to your HR department. A lot of the companies that I mentor, when they hire somebody, the onboarding is more of a bullying process rather than actually, employing them to succeed. So what are your HR policies? How are your staff? What are the tactics they're using to attract the best? onboard them, and grow them into the future leaders. Because if you do not grow future leaders, how on earth are you going to grow that company? Now, when you've done that exercise, and the founders and the key decision makers together need to create that vivid vision document that actually says what you look like when you've delivered your vision. So what you do then is what I call, back to future. You come back here, back in 2021. You call all your stakeholders, your staff, and you hand that vivid vision to them. Your job as a CEO or a managing director is not how to do it. Because if you're going to end up doing it, or your mama's going to end up doing it, or your brother's going to end up doing it, don't do this exercise. Don't listen to me. Just carry on with what you're doing, because you know best, right? And I'm just stupid. I'm just, just giving that. So the next thing that you've got to do, once you've assembled all your C-suite team, is if it's marketing, the marketing team then has to go write their vision, which connects with your company's vision, vivid vision. So they come up with the tools and the tactics that will take you to 2025. I'll be sat there if you want more discussions. It will cost you a bit, but I'm here to give you the advice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Amjad Pervez. All right, guys, we are basically moving 40 minutes left from our time, and we have to be at that because we were waiting for all those C-level executives that are joining us today. Maximum of them are already here, but we are waiting for a few more. So moving forward, basically, we have another panel, and the topic for that is how to transform your enterprise into corporate. So I'd just like to know how many of you are representing your company here, क्योंकि आज हमारे पास कुछ guests भी है and कुछ C-level executives भी है. So how many of you are basically representing a company here today? Just raise your hand, please. Thank you. So moving forward for the next panel, I'd just like to confirm the availability of the moderator, that is Yaus Salim Saleh. You can just, I'll introduce you later. Thank you for joining us. Basically, Yaus is a serial entrepreneur, and he joined us from Turkey, and he worked with us specifically with Jumpstart family in our office to deliver this event today. So thank you so much, sir, for all your honor in joining us and delivering this vision of Jumpstart Pakistan. Can I just confirm the availability of Zahid Wazir Khan, the Director CAPS? Thank you for joining, sir. Amir Ahmed from Smart HCM. All right, sir. Thank you. Do you have Muhammad Irshad Kawal? All right. He just stuck on his way. I think he's not reached. Okay. And the last one, we have Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Khan. All here. So please, I'd like to invite the moderator for the panel today is Yaus Salim Saleh. Sir, just join us, please. We have Zahid Wazir Khan, Director CAPS and CEO for Hazims.
Are you ready for the next big thing?
Can we have Amir Ahmed from Smart HCM, CEO for Smart
in
HCM?
Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019,
The last one is
we
for
are
today.
back with a
Panel is
bang.
Dr. Muhammad
Lift
Hassan from
Pakistan
Chat for Sight Private
provides a platform for
Limited.
exploring solutions to the major
Thank
challenges
you for
through
that.
learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating $100 million for Pakistan.
I want to welcome from the bottom of my heart. I brought the greetings of the entire
Turkish nation, to my brothers and sisters in Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad, Jiva Pakistan. I'm here to really help support the amazing vision of Brother Hurram Zuberi, an amazing leader, our chairman, Brother Amjad. I really want to thank each and every one of you for coming here from all over Pakistan. This means a lot for us. And I am part of Jumpstart Pakistan. I am one of the team members. And inshallah, we will do great things together. I have no question in my mind. And with that, we had a very good panel that was talking about how to generate unicorns. And Turkey has 5 unicorns now, and there's a vision of 10 unicorns by 2023. There are also decacorns coming from Turkish market. So it is very easy for our Pakistani brothers to do even better than that. I have no question in my mind. We have the talent, we have the vision, we have the right people. We just need to join our forces and energies sincerely, and with uniting our hearts, we'll be successful. I think what Brother Amjad has delivered is very important. The foundations of how to actually turn this into a 10x opportunity. And now I think all the discussions we had in the morning with Brother Hurram's statement of providing entrepreneurship as a solution, growing your business with the right area. And now today I have amazing panelists here, 3 of my brothers, which have very important experience in terms of how they actually transformed their enterprise to a corporate. So simply put, how to actually turn your small business into a bigger business and sustain your business. When we look at initially, most businesses are initially in a survival mode. So there are many strategies we can implement to turn from a survival mode to a growth mode. So today, I will first ask each of my brothers here to introduce themselves for 1 minute, and then we will go in rounds and continue with 4 minutes, and really learn from each and every one of you. Again, let's give a strong round of applause to our amazing panel. Thank you so much. And I'll start with Brother Zahid Wazir Khan. The floor is yours, Brother Zahid.
Opportunity. My name is Zahid Wazir Khan. I'm director for school and colleges of KIPS institutions and also CEO for Hazim's. By profession, I'm a mechanical engineer and served for almost 30 years, not only in Pakistan, but also in Saudi Arabia. And during this time, managed and led different organizations at different levels. Majorly, I would like to tell about KIPS journey. We started with a very small scale in a room of about 10 by 10 feet. We were having no infrastructure. We were having no financial support. But what the thing we were having in our mind, that was the clarity about what exactly we want to do and what our destiny is. And the system and the quality on which we just focused, and also we were having in our mind very clear that we want not only to earn just money, but to contribute. To be very honestly, we were nothing, but with the blessing of Almighty Allah, Allah gave us success. And now, Alhamdulillah, KIPS is one of the most prestigious educational institution. We are having the biggest setup of academies all over the Pakistan. We are having a chain of school and colleges. We are leaders for the anti-test preparation and CSS, the superior services of Pakistan, the competitive exams. Now we have launched another venture, Hazim's, which is the largest online e-learning platform through which we are offering about 900 plus online training courses, having distinctive range like soft skills, business skills, web development, web design, data management, data science, and many IT and other technical related courses.
Brother Zahid, I think
Thank
this
you.
is amazing that you have transformed also into the online as well. And I would love to hear more about this. This is amazing in our second round, inshallah. Thank you so much. Let's give again a strong round of applause to Brother Zahid Wazir Khan for the amazing transformation education. And my brother Amir Ahmed, let's get to know you. Tell me about yourself, what excites you, what motivates you, and let's get to know you first, inshallah.
Thank you so much for having me here. And Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amir Ahmed Abbasi. And in the research community, I'm known as AA Abbasi. So if you type in a Google AA Abbasi, you can see my profile. I did my master's from University of Karachi in 2000. And I left Pakistan in 2001 for good to Saudi Arabia. I spent almost 20 years in Saudi, and I did my research, master's and PhD and everything from King Fahd University, and I was working with Dr. Muhammad Yunus. He's from University of Baltimore. He's an Egyptian American, my supervisor. And I did very good research in wireless sensor networks. So if you write AA Abbasi in Google, you will see my profile. And my citations are almost 4,000 plus. 4,000 plus citation, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Let's give a strong round of applause to my brother Amir Ahmed.
Yeah,
Thank you.
One of my paper which I wrote in 2007, it has 3,000 plus citations, only one paper, alhamdulillah. This is in wireless sensor network clustering form.
That's very important, you know,
yes,
that
yes.
citation index is extremely
Exactly, yeah, alhamdulillah. And I have worked with the Turkish friends. Dr. Kamal, he's in USA, University of Florida, is my friend. And another Turkish friend is Mustafa. He is a professor now in University of Anatolia. Yeah. So in 2009, basically, I was in teaching field and research. Then I decided to, have hands-on on the business side. So 2009, we started Smart HCM, Human Capital Management. This is a platform which transform all your HR requirements and accessories in any company. It digitalized basically the platform. It has 25 modules, and from hire to retire, everything can be digitalized.
This is amazing.
Alhamdulillah.
So we will get into the story of this, inshallah. Let me go right to my other brother Muhammad Hassan, if with your kind permission. Let's get to know my dear brother Muhammad Hassan, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So my name is Dr. Hassan. I'm the CEO and founder of Trade Foresight. It's the world's first analytics-driven global trade platform. I come from a technology background. I have been in the industry for the last 20 plus years. I'm actually a tech angel investor. So I have multiple companies under my portfolio. One of them is into health tech, edutech, and other areas. Currently, I'm supporting an organization, the Trade Foresight that I was mentioning, which has over 11,000 subscribers to the platform in just 1 year. We've already sold the platform to the Saudi government who are using our platform. Karandaz is another customer that we're working with. So, but the overall concept that where I invest in is it's mostly analytics, BI, machine learning, AI-based organizations. So that's my story.
These are the areas of growth as well, and lots of investments are in these areas,
Yes.
including gaming and artificial intelligence.
true.
So let's go ahead and move into, with your kind permission, give us some examples of, or you can tell your story, or what should we really do for our brothers and sisters here. You have your business, you started your business. Now it's time to take it from an enterprise to an actual corporate. Not just in a survival mode, but you want to take it to the next level. What would you recommend, Brother Zahid, to our brothers and sisters here?
The most important factor in transforming your company to a corporate level, the first important thing is the definition, or if you have defined your why, have you defined your purpose? Or
So
have
you need to really
defined
ask the question, why?
your vision? If you are not having the clarity for what purpose and for what reason you have started your business, your company, I not think so you can develop or grow your business. There should be a reason, and your reason should be unique and based upon a problem solver. Before starting any business, you must see around and find a specific problem, and then see that how you can solve that problem, which can contribute not only for the nation, for the country, but globally. And then you have to add a factor of contribution. And that, I presume, is the real purpose of life as well. So when you will be having a purpose and cause, automatically you will be having an inner spark and energy and inner force that will lead you from within you, and you will not only lead your force, but set them as a role model and as a leader.
So in education, you're saying asking the question of why, and now focusing on that purpose and fulfilling that purpose is far more important because of your sector as well. I think that's extremely important.
Yeah, because but we have seen, or we have experienced, that many people start their business just following other people, that if nowadays business of A or B or C is growing, and they just presume that if they should also start the same business, but they don't have the clarity of purpose. That is not true. That will not take them for the growth. So they should have their own purpose, the clarity. I think so that is the most important factor.
That's, I think, a very important point. And there are many other things, like if you are in education, that's extremely important, and the way you actually transform to a business is also very interesting to online. because during COVID-19, more and more remote work is getting important. There are also many other strategies, like if you are an actual business, you need to recapture your customer base. You need to find strategies for accessing new markets. You need to find ways of how to extend your market reach and look into, even some of the businesses. Like how many of the businesses here are attending trade shows? Can you show me here your hand? So I believe the ones who attend the trade shows have also bigger opportunities of growth. And there are many other areas and that you mentioned, but like you said, going back to your purpose and really knowing why you're doing it is extremely important. And there are other models, developing franchising opportunities, many other areas. But from your perspective, brother, can you tell me, for our brothers and sisters here, what should they do to grow their business? What should they do from turning to a survival business to a growth mode? What is your recommendation, your experience?
Yeah, I can share my experience basically, what we are doing. You see here, I am here today and my team is in office, right? Last time I attended office was 1st of December. So there are team, there are people, there are departments, they are doing the job and I don't involve in every day. This is the first thing. You have to, as Amjad Saab already said, if you want to grow, you have to make the leadership. You have to make the leadership that's going to take over, okay? They should be able to do the job without even you being in the office.
So not micromanaging. You need to show the leadership and establish the system so people are working like a machine, working in their areas.
You have to make your team and this team should work automatically.
That's very important.
You should have SOPs and everything. This is your inner management, how your company should be internally. Second thing here, if you want to grow exponentially, like 10x, 100x, you have to make the partnership. For example, the smart HCM, I've been studying myself, the big companies like SAP and Microsoft and these Oracle big names for many years. How they grow basically. They make the partners. They don't.
But how do you select your partner? What are you pay attention? You cannot just go and select one partner, right?
Yes, for us, the partner should be in the area of information technology, or they should be in the HR consultancy. They should be, because we are related to the HR department, human capital. So they should be in the area. They should have manpower. They should be established locally. Even if they are not established, we help them to establish. For example, we have partners in Saudi. We have partners in Bahrain. We have partners in Kuwait. We have partners in Nigeria. We have partners in Iraq. We have partners in Afghanistan. We have partners in Turkey last 2 weeks before we signed.
Perfect.
So this is how basically you grow. This is our experience.
And not just try to do everything yourself, but outside your area, try to work with the right partner.
Yeah, basically what we are doing, we are not making only the partners. We are creating jobs in that countries as well and in Pakistan as well.
That's amazing.
We take care of the product. They take care of the services. They take care of the implementation. They take care of the customers, our partners. So we train them, okay? We create the employment opportunity in that country, and we create employment opportunity in our country as well, So you have to have the right partners, and you have to have multiple partners, Yeah, this is how you can grow.
And before moving to Brother Muhammad Hassan, get ready for your questions. You are open. I will be opening the panel to your questions because I want each and every one of you to tell your opinion as well. So after Brother Muhammad Hassan, we will open to your questions. As an investor, as a technology, leader, Brother Muhammad Hassan, how can any of us really turn from a survival mode to a growth mode and turn our enterprises to corporate? What's your experience? What's your vision?
I think the part where the vision has to be clear has been discussed multiple times. I
Yes.
think one of the key items that you really need to focus on is hiring people who are better than yourself. So everybody has his local maxima. He understands certain things. He can grow a company to a certain level. But then you need to get people who are smarter than you, who can drive your vision in a better way. Your job would be to translate your vision to them in the best possible way. Your job would be more governance than actual execution of the work. You should just guide them in terms of what do you really want to do and let them do what needs to be done to achieve that vision. So I think that's one of the keys. The second thing is you need to relying and structuring processes. And when I say processes, the process should not be so rigid that they should stop creativity between these people. So they should be allowed enough area to come up with new ideas, new concepts of taking the company to the next level. Because as an individual, you have a certain, everybody has a limitation.
Sure.
So I come from a technology background. My marketing area would not be that strong, let's say. So I need to get people who are stronger than me in that specific area. I, as an entrepreneur, should know who should be able to do that work. I should not be able to do all the work myself. I'll agree with one more point that when it comes to expansion and growth, you should not target, I mean, if you want to expand quickly, I mean, you can always grow organically, opening up your offices around the world, but that would take years and years and years. So instead of going that route, you can go with franchise model, with products mostly. You can go franchise model, you can appoint partners, you can help partners in terms of even our operations, like what our company in Siab and Trade Foresight, we don't have an HR function inside. We have an HR company who is handling all of our HR practices, processes, hiring and everything. We generally give them our requirements and they are the ones who are executing that. So then it allows us to focus more on the actual execution of business than focusing on aspects which are not directly contributing towards our growth. Of course, when it comes to training of HR, it's something that we do. But when it comes to hiring and running the actual payroll and administrative part, it's something that we've outsourced. So you need to see what you really need to do and then give the other parts to others who can do it better than you.
I think these are amazing points. And sometimes you need to focus further in your services. Sometimes you need to diversify. Like Brother Zahid is moving also an online educational portal and diversifying your strategy with online and offline. So before finishing, I want to turn into my brothers here today in Rawalpindi. If you have any questions for amazing panel, yes, sister, please introduce yourself, highlight your name, and then inshallah, I'll give you the microphone. And then with your question, let's get the answers from the panel.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Aisha Rashid and I'm representing Enablers, which is an e-commerce company. Actually, the point here is that how we can create unicorns in Pakistan, जो कि अगर मैं अपने आम टर्मिनोलॉजी में बात करूं तो हम कॉर्पोरेट्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि हम पाकिस्तान के अंदर कॉर्पोरेट्स को डेवलप नहीं कर पाए हैं. उसमें मेरे जितने भी ये पैनल के रिस्पेक्टेबल मेंबर्स हैं, बहुत अच्छे आप लोगों के पॉइंट्स हैं. मेरा एक पॉइंट था जिसको मैं चाह रही थी कि मैं यहाँ पे ज़रूर हाईलाइट कर दूँ. पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो सबसे बड़ा मिसिंग पॉइंट है, जिसको खुरम भाई ने भी हाईलाइट किया इससे पहले, कि हम लोग एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने पे लगे रहते हैं. सो why we are not talking about the culture at this point? Because we need to take this as the top priority, that we should take the success of my colleague as my success. जब तक हम एक दूसरे को सिनर्जी नहीं देंगे, तब तक हम मेरे ख्याल से एक बड़ा कॉर्पोरेट डेवलप नहीं कर सकते हैं. टिल द टाइम मैं आपकी लेग पुल करूंगी, आप मेरी लेग पुल करेंगे, हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू राइज हाई? So in order to raise our company up, we need to raise each other. So मुकाबले की फ़ज़ा को ख़त्म करके, I think success का जो एक element है, that should be raised in corporate. Thank you.
मैं इसमें एक बात ऐड करूं, हमें ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि लोग एक दूसरे के पैर खींचते क्यों हैं. I think इसकी the main reason behind it is the sense of insecurity. क्योंकि आपको you cannot phantom कि your organization will go further. So आप कोशिश ये करते हैं कि और लोगों की टांगें खींच के आप आगे बढ़ेंगे. Once the sense of insecurity goes down, then people start helping each other out. So I think it's more related to the culture that we are living in general. People जो कि grow करते हैं from a lower level and then they go to upper level. हम लोग की तरह बहुत सारे हम लोग survival mode में होते हैं. So when you are in a survival mode, you generally try to focus on yourself, then you're focusing on others. So once we get out of that mode of survival in our mindset, then only we can start talking about, okay, how I can help the other company or how I can help the other individual who is part of the ecosystem.
Well, the motto of Jumpstart Pakistan is stronger together. So, like you said, sister, it's all about how we can really help each other and create synergies. What do you think, Brother Wazir, and yourself, brother, for the statements our sister made?
Yeah, culture definitely matters a lot, and we are really kind, and we must appreciate this lady who has just mentioned this specific area. But at the same time, but I would like to add on, already, as I mentioned, that the purpose or vision, yes, these matters, but the system for the success of any business also play a very vital role. Unless the company do not have a specific system for their procedures, their how the employees they have to work, and also the check and balance, the monitoring, and at the same time how they will enhance their skills of their employees, and most importantly to monitor and appreciate the progress made by the employees. If any employee is making a difference and working with the spirit and making giving the different working results, those employees must be appreciated and must be giving incentives. So these factors also make a very healthy competition, and which make the overall help the company to grow and convert at the level where they can be feel proud that they are the part of that good company or leading company.
This microphone is closed, brother. Brother, you took it and it's not working. Can I get one microphone? It's not actually yours, but it's not working. So, moving to you, brother, what do you think of the statement sister made? I think that's very important point. Yes, I can hear you.
Basically, I myself and our colleagues in the company, we are helping other companies. Yeah, we are helping other companies to grow and to exist. To be frank with you, I help to create multiple companies in KSA. In fact, there was one Saudi friend. He created a company and he asked for 3 of my best employees. Pakistani guys, engineers. He said to me, Mr. Amir, you can create these employees yourself, so just give this to me, you can create your own, the way he speak, And I gave them these employees, and today he has a company, and this company got the projects from Haram Sharif. Now the Smart HCM, the source code of Smart HCM, I gave it to him as well, and he customized it with the help of these, and this is run in Masjid al-Nabawi and Baitullah, alhamdulillah. There is an educational system, and they are using for their teachers and all these the customized version of Smart HCM, alhamdulillah. And we also help here in Pakistan as well, so we are always open to help the companies because we don't feel insecure, alhamdulillah. If we give it to someone else, we know that we can create better than that, inshallah. Yeah.
Well, I will be closing this panel unless we have other questions. Yes, let's get to know you, brother, and then let's ask your question, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Tosif. I'm a CEO and founder of Your Tasker. So my question is, I'm just trying to understand, you guys have provided very valuable information. Thank you so much. But what are the 5 steps to convert enterprise to the corporate? I want just a precise, a simple solution. Like, what are the 5 basic steps? Everyone should follow it.
I think it's brilliant question. Anyone wants to answer? Yes, brother.
So I think one key part is, I think I'm just cleared a lot of aspects of this, what you're just saying right now. You need to have a very clear vision, mission, values for what you're trying to do. So that's like step 1 in anything. Number 2 is when you're talking about clarity, you need to make sure that how this vision is going to get executed. So you need to hire the right kind of people for the execution part. You need to put in the right governance structure in place so that you can monitor that whatever you're trying to achieve can be achieved. And then, I think people will say that money is not needed. You need the right kind of cash. So you need, if you want to translate whatever vision you have into actual reality, you need to have the right investment plan. You need to have the vision. As in, is it organization going to be at a certain point of time? Some people focus on building unicorns, and I agree with that. But other companies focus on building camels. Camels are those organizations that can sustain for a long period of time. I mean, take an example of Unilever, or take an example of Tetra Pak. These are 100 years plus organizations. So yes, unicorns are great, wonderful, but sometimes they are just one-off things. So that's why they are called unicorn. Instead of that, people can start focusing on building organization which has solid foundation that can grow to a larger organization that can spin off unicorns on its own. So you need to figure out where you want to take your company, build that vision, get the right people in place, get the right investment in place, put the right governance structure in place, and then execute. And make sure that you balance between marketing, sales, technology investments, because some people focus more on building the platform itself than taking it out there. So you need to focus on balancing that out. That okay, if I build something, I need to take it out, I need to market it properly, I need to sell it properly, get the customer feedback. Don't wait for years and years building that wonderful technology thing that nobody will ever see.
And also, I also posted on my Instagram, DRY Saleh, the 10 ways of growing. So, you know, I highlighted first, you need to recapture your existing customers. Let's say you're just surviving. And then you need to ask for referrals. Here, we are getting to know each other. We are networking. Why? We need referrals, you know, from each other. Then you need to contain your costs, because like brother said, it's very important to have that management. You know, your bottom line growth is everything. And then extend your market reach. Come to Turkey, come to Iran, go to, you know, Singapore, go to Russia, wherever you want, but extend your market reach with either partners or customers. Participate in trade shows, conquer a niche market. You need to claim within your customers your own niche market that you say you put the stake on the ground and show that you can create growth. And then diversify your products or services, as brother Vizir did, you know, which is very important. And then develop franchising opportunities. You know, Jumpstart Pakistan, we have 30 global country. Let's make it 120, then 180, and go across, for example, developing that franchise. And then expand your exporting, because export is everything, you know. At the end, that creates jobs, that gives employment. And finally, choose the right growth strategy for your business, because there are many, depending on each has different enterprise. The way they will grow will be very different from each other. Those are on my Instagram. And any other thoughts before we close? Please, brother, I want to get your final words from each of you and then close it, unless there are any other questions.
Just, I think, to start with, or to have a growth, you must have a faith in yourself and faith in Almighty Allah. I think success is ahead. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing word. Thank you.
No shortcuts. No shortcuts. You have to work really hard, you know, and you have to make alliances with other businesses and, you know, make partnerships. This is very important, you know, to be successful. And take care of your employees, your team. Build the team, you know, because companies, all the great companies run by the employees, the team, you know. The people who build the companies, they may no longer be there, you know. These are the teams, basically.
Absolutely.
That's more important things.
Success takes time. We should be patient.
Of course,
Absolutely.
it takes time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't afraid from, you know, if something taking time, no problem. Give it to the
Amazing
reasonable time.
point.
Yeah.
Brother Mohammed Hassan.
I think one key item is patience and persistence. You need to be patient. You need to be persistent in what you're doing. But in order to be persistent, you need to really believe in what you're doing.
Exactly.
So if you know what you're doing, you need to be persistent on that. We see a lot of success stories, alhamdulillah, happening in Pakistan right now. Number of companies raising multiple funds in terms of investments coming in Pakistan. So it's the right time for organizations to really push forward. The market is opening up post-COVID. So grab what is there.
Absolutely.
Inshallah.
Amazing messages. One final question, because brother asked, then I will wrap up. Your final question, brother. Let me give you the microphone.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. My
Alaikum
name
salam.
is Rizwan Ahmed. I'm the CEO of Zaki Expert Solutions. We are a software development and outsourcing company based here in Islamabad. So just a quick question. Thank you for your talk. It was very enlightening. You said you must focus on finding the right people who are smarter than you. So my question is, what are some of the strategies that you recommend for identifying and onboarding those smart people who are competent for the job and who can take your organization to the next level?
Great question. Great question.
So, first of all, you need to know what needs to be done, and you need to know your own strengths and your weaknesses as an individual and as the collective team that you have. So, if in case, let's take an example of sales, because I'm personally not very good at sales in general. So I completely understand that I need to know what kind of sales do I want to achieve at a certain point of time. I need to know the TORs, the terms of reference for that particular individual that I'm going to hire. And even for building those TORs, I generally consult out in the market and connect with people who are good at sales, who might not be joining my organization, but they're very good at sales. So you consult with them, you try to figure out what needs to be achieved in order if you want to achieve that particular goal. I personally believe in headhunting more than putting an advertisement out there, because then you really need to figure out and you need to find out his background and all that. That's also one way of doing it. But generally, you need to headhunt and find the right kind of people who fits your organization. Yourself, you are mostly in service sector, if I understand correctly, right? You are not in product building. So in that case, you need to find out the people who have the right kind of networks available in the market, who are connected with MNCs in Pakistan. Let's say if you're focusing on Pakistan, you need to find out those people who have the right kind of connection within the Pakistan circle. If you want to go global, they need to find out people out there who you can connect with. Of course, you would have friends out there sitting in other countries. Find out those right kind of people and start speaking to them. With a company who's focused on SaaS-based selling or software and service-based selling, the sales or marketing strategy would be entirely different, and the person that you're going to hire would be of an entirely different skill set. So find out first of all, understand your business, know what you're trying to achieve, and then get the right kind of person who is good at selling your case.
Amazing. Other answers from the panel? Otherwise, I'll be closing, inshallah.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you have to keep continuously, head hunting and look at remote areas as well, because I have found, great talented people from Mirpur Khas, from the remote areas, where we were not expecting basically. And I found great developers, great programmers, and excellent people,
It all boils down to people.
Yeah.
Even investors look at what really people who will be doing the execution.
Yeah.
So with that, if you have any final words, brother?
No one can be expert of everything. So you have to trust on your team. So that's how you can progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a strong round of applause to brother Zahid Wazirhan, Mohammed Hassan, and brother Amir Ahmed. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next panel. Assalamu alaikum.
Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50 plus investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation.
All right. Thank you, Sir Yawis Salim, for moderating a very good panel on how to transform your enterprise into corporate. Thank you to all dear and respectable panelists, Dr. Muhammad Hassan, Zahid Wazir Saab, and Amir Ahmad Saab from Smart HCM. All right, before we move ahead, as you know that there are advancement in technology day by day. And the coming era is definitely of blockchain and metaverse, right? And there are a lot of things happening in the crypto market. So today we have some good news for you people. Basically, we are going to launch, we are going to have a coin, Islamic coin with the name Islamic DAO. And to have the details about that specific coin and all those things, we will have a panel, a short panel, a fireside chat basically. And the moderator for the panel is our CEO for Jumpstart Pakistan, Mr. Khurram Zubairi. Sir, may I have, please, if you can join the stage. Welcome. And the panelists, we have Waqar Ali Shah from UK. Waqar Bhai, if you can just join us, please, on stage. And again, for this panel, I'd like to request the presence of Yawis Salim. Thank you.
I requested Yawis to actually moderate this panel. So, inshallah, please have a seat. Could I please ask everybody who's actually standing in the back, can I please ask you guys to sit down? Hamdan bhai. Ahmed Hamdan, could you please take a seat? And all the people in the back, everybody please have a seat. Farooq bhai, please have a seat. Ali, please have a seat. See, I know all the names. And can I ask everybody to please stay quiet? That table, Rizwan, you're talking. So please pay attention. We have actually worked hard, really hard, to put this together. Anybody wants to have a word with each other? We have no qualms about it. Please step aside, spend hours and hours talking to them. But we have put together this stage. There are very special people, you know, each one worth millions, each one of them. And they have shown, they have built it. So please pay a little respect, because they are talking here on the stage. And I didn't say anything. I could have actually got up and said to you, but if you're not here to learn, I think there's a place outside and you can chat away and it's going to be okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a historical moment. This panel, I believe, outside all the panels, is one of the most significant and important panels in the history of Pakistan, because in this historical moment, we will hear about an Islamic DAO, a new coin, a new way of financing, a new way of actually changing, and maybe really as the dollar value, even though they are now pumping up, eventually it will crash. These type of new Islamic financial tools will be changing the paradigm and giving also more independence to our brothers in Pakistan, our brothers in Iran, in Turkey, in Malaysia, in Palestine, everywhere. With that, we have Brother Khurram Zubairi. Let's give him a strong round of applause. Brother Khurram Zubairi, for putting this since last night. The work has been continuing for a very long time. And my dear brother, Waqar Ali, he is an amazing gentleman. Let's give him a strong round of applause. And with that, I'm starting the panel, inshallah. So, just initially, Brother Khurram, what do you think of Islamic DAO? What does it mean? What's the vision from your perspective, and I'll come directly to my brother Wakar as well. And first, for everyone, at a very basic level, what do you mean by Islamic Dawah? And do you think this is a way of, changing the paradigm?
I think Vakar is going to actually take this question more so in the solution point of view. I'm going to actually focus on the problem. I love the problems. I really love the problem. And my message to all the entrepreneurs throughout the whole journey, love the problem. Because the moment you actually start focusing on the solution, you start loving the solution. And you can only focus on one thing. That's the limit human beings have. So if you start loving your solution, you're going to be focusing on solution, you're going to be building, you're going to be adding more features and all those kind of things. But ultimately, there's going to be disconnect with the reality. And then when you focus on the problem is ever changing because the world is changing, because the people are changing. And when you actually love the problem, you actually make the iteration of your product or the service according to what is being changed in the problem itself. So that's what I think. Now we have to understand on this particular point that, we are moving into the world. And I'll just give one example, and I think that would answer the problem equation. My grandfather, was really worried about. He had the double MA, English, Arabic, and I think Persian as well. He went to Aligarh University. He had taught tons of people. He had the problem, and in the last age, his hand was like this. His last two fingers couldn't actually work. So he was writing with these three fingers like that. And even then, his handwriting was amazing. I mean, literally, some of the handwriting I actually licked. And imagine at that time when all the five fingers were there, it was amazing, amazing handwriting, as if that it was calligraphy when he was writing. He was really worried about my dad's handwriting because he was using a pen, ink pen. My dad was really worried about my handwriting because I was using a ballpoint pen. And I have a terrible handwriting. I haven't used the pen for the past 20 years anyway. So when this generational thing, you see the generational change is happening. So I was worried about my kids they're not going to have a good handwriting, but because of their keyboard. I'm not talking about like actually handwriting. I'm talking about writing skills, because that's what you start with. And they could not it's all the time keyboard. Now that's my older kids. Now let me tell you about my younger kids. I wasn't worried about their handwriting. Forget, that is out of the equation anyway. I was worried about their keyboard skill, because they are all the time telling, Alexa, change the temperature upstairs to 70 degrees. Alexa, who was the 34th president of the United States? Alexa, how much is 10,568 into 3,568? And here comes Alexa. So the point is that you have to understand how the financial market, now change is not happening once in a generation, it's happening twice and thrice within the generation itself. And we are worried about that, the technology is going to take over, kids are spending too much time on the actual tablets and all those kind of things. Please grow up. This is the reality. And all you have to care about is go to the fundamental, go with the problem. So the problem is that the financial system is not halal. Simple. And there are 1.8 billion people, out of which I can guarantee there's going to be 300, 400, 500 million people who do want to live with those realities. They want to live by those belief systems. They want to live by those rules. Where do they go? They go to the sugar-coated banks and they try to get the Islamic mortgage, which is not Islamic mortgage, which is just sugar-coated in a way. 5 fatwas taken on that, stamped on it, and here you go. And they think in their heart that, okay, if those fatwas has been given, that is a similar case that you go to some Muslim brother and say, is this halal? And if Muslim brother says, yes, it is halal meat, you buy it. Now the sin is on that person. So they think that, okay, this is the bank is offering, all these people have actually put their stamps on it, and all of a sudden it's going to become halal. You look at the musharaka model. You look at the mudaraba model. You look at Ijara model, and if you look at those and look deep, that this is what Islam actually gives you, and people want to actually live by those rules, how our financial system should work. Now we are saying, and Waqar is going to shed more light on this, this is a very unique opportunity. We lost it about 100 years ago to their financial markets, and we are sort of like hostage to those financial markets. Our financial system cannot work. We go to the IMF every single time, they dictate their things, World Bank dictates their things. That's a global financial system. You are hostage.
Or you pay off your IMF debt like Turkey, and then they actually fight against you harder because they want to make you pay, basically.
Precisely. So I'm just going to wrap up on this point. Now it's a unique opportunity. Blockchain provides that framework through which we can revive those musharaka, ijara, all those models, mudarba models. So all those models, when they come in, then all of a sudden you have the, choice. The people do not have a choice right now because you have to work with the bank, and you're going to be dealing with the riba to begin with. So this model, and that's the reason we are going to launch, inshallah, Islamic DAO today.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
So, Brother Waqar Ali Shah, I know this is your expertise. Tell us really what your vision is with the cryptocurrency you're going to launch, Islamic DAO that you will bring on the table, and what do you want to achieve?
Yes, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So this was born out of a study, not only of the global financial system, but also of the possibilities that blockchain technology could entail and that could bring to the people of the world, but specifically to the Muslims of the world. And if you remember our conversations on Clubhouse, before we met, and Khurram was there, Khurram, myself, you, we had a lot of discussions about Islamic finance and how, the global financial order was slowly collapsing like a slow train wreck. And everybody seemed to realize the writing on the wall, but nobody had, the courage to say it, that this is going to happen. And, I think this was built, the failure was built into the system. At the end of the Bretton Woods system that was built in the 1940s, where the US sort of promoted a dual gold plus a fiat standard, where they pushed the US dollar into the global financial order. And then they actually pulled the rug from under the world by terminating the link of the US dollar to gold. So essentially creating a fiat world order in the 70s. And from that point onwards, everybody, the business communities, the politicians of the world leaders, everybody, understood that it had to go at some point. That it would go. It was an elephant. It was a dinosaur. It had to become extinct. And then slowly, I think it all came to a head where, in the early 2000s and the 2010 decade, people got together in a place in the West Indies, and they had this brainstorm. How could we cater for the loss of this global order that would happen in time, and what could be done? So they thought that maybe if cryptographically they could store transactions securely and distribute it everywhere, it might create an alternative to a bank, where instead of storing your transactions in a central server, if you could cryptographically secure it and distribute it everywhere, then perhaps people could feel more decentralized and feel more secure, saying that, look, since I'm connected to the system, since I'm connected to a decentralized, secure crypto ledger, maybe I don't need a bank anymore. And that is where Bitcoin was born. People dismissed it. You and I know the history, right? People used to, my father dismissed it. I was working with some of the working groups in the early 2012 year, and my father used to laugh at Bitcoin and say, "Look, what is this? It's never going to work." And a decade later, we see Bitcoin is a partial national currency of several South American states, and set to become a legal tender in many other third world countries. As people seek to secure their countries from the impending inflationary doom that has set upon us all, essentially. And if you look at Pakistan currently has the worst inflation rate in the whole of Asia. It's the single worst performer inflation-wise. It's all, the data is all out there. Turkey has been suffering, for many years of bad inflation, right? You know that as well as I do.
It was very high. Used to be 60-70%.
Yes. And it just happened. It just happened that Brother Yavuz, Brother Khurram, and I, we used to meet on Clubhouse, and we used to have these lovely discussions about Islamic finance. And what could be done? What could be done, to sort of create a more equitable world, for the Muslims and for our countries. And then suddenly it just dawned one day. It just dawned upon us that why don't we create a decentralized autonomous organization, where every Muslim could participate, with their wallets, buying crypto, buying the Islamic token, but then buying that participation with their wallet and becoming part not only of the Ummah, but of a decentralized financial order that could govern, things like, marriage contracts, smart marriage contracts where the women could have the security in case if a woman was, God forbid, divorced, she would receive her meher automatically without going to a court. Just because if she did the contract initially on the Islamic Dao.
It is trackable all around the world.
Islamic token. And the inheritance, issues that plague the Muslims of the world today, right? Where, every fiqh has their own inheritance law. So you have to go to these specific clerics to, get your inheritance done and stuff. So if you put this on the blockchain under Islamic Dao, your inheritance is solved. All you need to do is just purchase Ether, put it on the Dao, and when you die, your kids automatically get it in the exact proportion that either you or your cleric, guarantees.
So during the divorce situation, God forbid, you're empowering women actually, and with the the heritage, you're clearing all the issues from the beginning.
Yes, so it's basically governance at a very grassroots level in the Islamic community. If you remember, ages ago, we were told that Islam is decentralized at its core because the relationship of the Muslim with God is a personal relationship, right? So it's very decentralized. Although you might argue that at some points clerics or certain clergy tend to centralize it in the mosque or in some areas. But through the Dao, we even have a plan to elect your local imam, for example. Your mosque
This
imam,
is very important.
with the amount of stake that you hold in the Dao, you can vote your local imam of your masjid, and then slowly that grassroots stake sort of builds further into a more community-based stake, and then finally into a global ummah stake. And finally, we see an eventuality where the Islamic token could function as a global Islamic currency, with participation not only in the social
Inshallah.
fabric, but also in the Islamic financial systems and services such as Mudaraba, smart Mudaraba. So if you look at Mudaraba, it's the single biggest Islamic financial service in the world today. And through the Dao, if you purchase stake, you can crowdfund any Mudaraba project, right? And when profit occurs in that project that you fund, you automatically get your cut. You don't need to go and claim your profit through an accountant.
And you're able to project finance many projects through this system as well.
Yes, and you don't need to actually go through an accountant to claim profit on an annual basis. You can get your profit on a weekly or even monthly basis, when you invest in a business through a DAO platform, a decentralized autonomous organization. It's a perfect match for a Mudaraba. We were just mind blown when we saw all these beautiful fits between blockchain technology and the way Muslim societies were structured, the way Islamic finance could be structured. So we thought it was a no-brainer to create a DAO and use our blockchain technology to create this governing and utility token called Islamic token that would govern the DAO. And therefore, we decided, all three of us, that this should be, since it's an Islamic DAO, an Islamic decentralized autonomous organization, I think Pakistan and Turkey, as the most powerful and influential Muslim countries of the world, should become the founding members, the founding fathers, and the founding nations of the global Islamic order, the new Islamic order in the form of the DAO. And that's where we are today. And thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, brother.
And,
this is a very historical moment, very special
Thank
moment.
you.
May Allah help all of us. And my only question is, do you have any special offer for brothers and sisters who are here today? What can they do to support this mission, and what can you offer them? Because they come from all over Pakistan, from all over different places. Do you have any offerings for them, or that you can think of?
Today, I think it's a bit of an early announcement of our plans.
Sure.
It's a prelude. But we have a form on our website, islamicdao.com, that you can fill in preparation for the ICO. So just
So
leave
the
your details.
website is islamicdao.com.
Yeah.
So we want everyone to go to islamicdao.com and fill the form. Is that correct?
Yes, Islamic DAO.
DAO. Okay.
IslamicDAO.com, and you can fill in that form, and then we will contact you when the ICO is ready, and you can purchase the Islamic token with your Ether. So this is Ethereum based.
Excellent.
If you have Ether, you can purchase. If you don't have Ether, go to Binance. Our Chinese friends have done the needful for us, and they, you can purchase Ether from there, and then use it to purchase the
Excellent.
DAO ICO.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, brother.
Thank
It's
you.
a pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to have you here.
You're honored to be.
That's
Honored
amazing.
to be. Thanks to
Amazing.
Hurram. Thanks to Hurram. And thanks to you, brother.
I just wanted to say something in terms of you asked specifically what's the offer.
Exactly.
I think everybody has to understand that you are part of it. This is not something like in a conventional way. This is a decentralized, autonomous. So pay attention to it. They say decentralized is autonomous organization. So you are part of it. The moment you actually, one coin you get, you are part of it now. You have a voting rights, you have like all the rights, anybody in the organization. Don't think of it in a structure. So not many of you would be able to actually grasp the concept right now. I would urge you to go and Google it and read up on it. Just to spend, I'm not saying like too many hours, just 2-3 hours. If you watch some videos on the YouTube, you'll understand the concept, what we are talking about here. So this is the shaking the whole system, and not just the financial system. It gives so much and so many solutions to all of our problems. The inheritance is the biggest problem. All the causes in our society, many of them are linked with inheritance, because your parents or their parents hasn't distributed the inheritance correctly. And that's how trickle-down effect it is. And then ultimately, you don't talk to your uncle, you don't talk to your papa, you don't talk to your chachu, you don't talk to, and the whole life goes by. And this is the reality. And we are giving you the solution. It's very simple. And what Waqar said is gonna, not just the inheritance, but the mahar. The mahar doesn't get distributed at the time, like God forbid, when the divorce happens. And and it's not just about the mahar, it's about the actual assets of the whatever you jointly actually built. If this is on DAO, all of it is taken care of. So this is going to be really, so you asked about the offer. So the offer is that if we see a value, any of you bringing into this, you'll get the tokens for free. You'll get the coins for free. And now what that value would be. I'll just give you one example. Not every single person walking on the street is the same. Everybody has got like a different weightage to it. Now DAO is going to bring this aspect also. Now my weightage is probably going to be a lot less than Brother Yavuz or like any other person. There's maybe another person who's actually serving here is going to have like a different kind of weightage. So you have your background, your education, your belief system, your journey, what field you were in, where did you perform, what expertise you have, how many years you have actually spent. This all can be dealt in the DAO. What we have used to is the one person, one vote system. So your vote is exactly the same, doesn't matter who has done the double PhD. Now this element, when you bring in your experience into it, of your Islamic finance, your agriculture, your tourism, your corporate sector, that is going to bring in the value. So it's going to give your personality a weightage, and accordingly, we're going to give you the tokens for free on that. So
this is amazing. So you're giving out free because they are not outside the door, they are inside the door here, and they believe in the vision of Jumpstart Pakistan.
So in order to get that, You have to sign up this form. And if you are not going to do that later on, we have got the, the back table. You can go there, put that on the computer, put your details. Right now, it's just the details, your email address, your phone, your first name, last name, and that's it. And we're going to let you know once we do the ICO, and it's going to be distributed, and we're going to transfer over in your wallet. We're going to even do certain trainings as well. The people who are not actually acquainted with the whole system, that how the wallet is being created, what is the soft wallet, what is the hard wallet, how to create it, will set you up, and then you'll be able to transact through that wallet. That wallet is the key. There is nobody can actually take away that wallet from you if you take care of it, because those are just the keys. So all those kind of things, get used to it. This is the world you're going to be living in. Your kids not going to actually pull out 100 rupee from their pocket to pay for the candies. They're going to have the device which is going to touch on the system, and that's it. And at some point in time, their cufflinks is going to be touching the system. Their buttons on their thing is going to be touching the system. And at some point in time, that is not going to be necessary, because the moment you walk into the store, you pick up a bottle of water and you walk out of it, automatically it's going to be charged through your wallet. This is happening in the US already. Amazon Go is already offering that. There is no cash registers there. You just go, pick up a bottle of water from the rack, you walk out, and then you get a notification on your phone that there's $1 is being charged to your card. So wake up. The moment we actually get accustomed to, the earliest we do, and now the beauty is we are aligning this with the Islamic system. So that's it.
Well, Brother Hurram Zuberi, Brother Wakar Ali Shah, Brother Wakar, do you have anything else to say before we close the panel? This is a historical moment. I want to hold hands together, three of us, invite also Brother Amjad, and take a picture of this historic moment as well, inshallah.
Inshallah. So I just want to say that please do fill in the form. That is just in preparation for the ICO. We will reveal more details about the token economics, how the tokens will perform within the DAO, and how the token distribution will be done. And we will release our white paper, which will lay out in detail all the services, the technical details. Everything will be transparent and open. And I think this is it, I think after Bretton Woods, as everybody's anticipating the loss of the global financial order and anticipating the collapse of many currencies will go under. I think this is the right time in history to create history for the Muslim world by empowering them to the very roots of the belief and the very creed that the Muslims operate upon. And I think this is the time where we change the destiny of the Muslim world forever, and we just do away with inflation in the future. So inshallah, if Islamic token under the DAO becomes the global Islamic currency, inshallah, which it will, I think there will be no inflation at all, because it will be a deflationary asset. And I think that as many countries look to replace their currencies with Bitcoin and other existing less smart currencies, I think a time may come when people, even who are not Muslim, may appreciate all the the wonderful wonderful things that the DAO, Islamic DAO, has to offer, and may feel persuaded or cajoled into accepting a more Islamic
Inshallah.
order.
Inshallah, ya Rab.
Inshallah. And that would be the point where the Ummah really comes into its own, and we can see a situation where you will create your own OIC with your wallet,
inshallah,
with your participation. You will create your own OIC,
inshallah,
and do away with the dinosaurs of the world.
Brother Wakar Ali Shah, I ask Allah to give success, abundance, and an amazing unity for the Ummah with this Islamic DAO. And I would like to invite also our chairman, Amjad Parvez, to the here, and then let's rise together, hold our hands together for this historic moment, and say, Ya Rab, inshallah, give us success in this new cryptocurrency Islamic DAO, Ya Rab, make us, inshallah, very strong as one ummah. Ameen. IslamicDAO.com. So they can go to their website now, IslamicDAO.com, and just write your name. You'll get your own money for free because you're in this room today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 plus investors. With Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting the Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation.
All right, thank you, Sir Yawez, Waqar, and Sir Khurram for the deep insights about the new Islamic kind, that is Islamic DAO. So I hope everybody should sign up for that because the technology is bringing all the changes and the world is changing fastly. So this is the future and you are getting that for free right now. Am I right, Waqar bhai? So they have to just go on the website and just fill a form and you will get your coins. All right. So now we have a very interesting session for today, and that is the Pakistan Fortune 500 Awards. I think when we listen about awards, everybody get excited. And basically today we have all those 17 companies that became part of Pakistan Fortune 500 Club, and our top level executives are basically working with them one-on-one to help them grow their businesses to 10x. So basically, I'd like to invite the guest to do the honors. We have Sir Kamran Rizvi with us. So first of all, give him a big round of applause. Sir, may we have one place on your stage, please? Kamran Rizvi. All right. So the member companies, the first company that we have today is Medmex Technologies. May I call Mohsen from Medmex Technologies to come on the stage and receive his award, please. Clap for him, please. Talib, can we have his shield on stage? Medmex Technologies. Mohsin, we have a very gift, a welcome back for you as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mohsin from Medmex Technologies. The next we have Dr. Muhammad Ehsan from Trade Foresight Private Limited. May we have Dr. Muhammad Ehsan from Trade Foresight, please. Thank you, Sir Mohammed Hassan. Next, we have Travel Pakistani, and this is a tourism marketplace. This is going to change the tourism landscape in Pakistan. May we have Naveed Durrani on stage, please. Thank you, Naveed. Just want to confirm, we was expecting a guest, Mohammad Irshad Kaul from Al Zone Technologies. Irshad Kaul sahab available hai? So, okay. So maybe have Rizwan Bhai on behalf of for Zone Technologies to receive his award on behalf of Irshad Kaul sahab, Al Zone Technologies. Thank you, Kamal sahab. Thank you for time, sir. Pleasure to have you. All right. Next, I'd like to invite basically our chairman, Sir Amjad Parvez, to please come on stage to do the honors for the rest of the companies. Okay. All right. So the next company that is basically the member of Pakistan Fortune Power Club, powered by Jumpstart Pakistan, is HA Technologies, and we have Saqib and Abdul Wahab from HA Technologies. So I'd like to request both of you to please come on the stage to receive your award. Okay, and next we have Inamul Haq Masoodi Saab. He's basically a very good friend, and he's representing Ukhaz, the Mart Express Private Limited. Clapping, please. अजान का थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं. All right. The next member company of Pakistan Fortune 500 Club is Next Gen Technologies. And should I invite Zishan from Next Gen Technologies? Zishan bhai. Thank you, Zishan bhai, and congratulations. Next, we have CEO of Ali Ziki Expert Solution, Yasir Ali. Clapping, please. Can Mr. Razwan please also join us at Razwan bhai? Thank you, sir. Thank you for honoring us. Thank you. All right. So these are basically those companies, and we have some more left. That are the member companies of Pakistan Fortune 500 Club. And I would repeat, these are those companies that aim to scale their business at 10x, and Jumpstart Pakistan is the platform that will be helping them to scale their businesses. So please give all these companies a big round of applause. They expect more, and inshallah we will continue our efforts to help them to grow their businesses. All right. To do the honors for rest of the companies, I request the pleasure of Yaus Salim Salem to please join on stage. Please come, sir. All right. So we have a CEO Amir Ahmed for Smart HCM. Thank you and congratulations, Amir Ahmed Sahab. Do we have Abdul Rahman from MindTech? Abdul Rahman from MindTech, or any representative from MindTech Solutions? Okay. Do we have Abdul Qadir Akio from eBuild Pakistan? Or please, sir, join us stage. Abdul Qadir from eBuild Pakistan. Okay, as Faiz Javed here from Mind Changer, Faiz Javed. All right. So we have the crew from 90. May I have Abdullah Rafiq or Samad Gulzar on stage, please? Clapping for 90 crew. Congratulations, 90 team. Do we have Huzaifa Ali from E-commerce Success Pakistan? Huzaifa Ali. Yeah, please sir, join us stage. Huzaifa Ali from E-commerce Success Pakistan Private Limited. Thank you, Huzaifa, and congratulations. All right. Now I have my friend Saad bin Riyaz from Tremes Group. Saad bin Riyaz. Do you have general from Tremes Group? Yes, please join on stage. Zain from Tremes Group. But before announcing the last member company, I'd like to say a few words about this guy. His name is Muhammad Siddiq Balagam MSB, and he approached me a few days ago, I think 3 days ago. And just on a phone conversation, he asked me about this membership club, and I just answered a few questions to him. He's basically a younger kid. You will just appreciate him when we will have him on stage. So he told me just create the invoice and send me right away. And I just created the invoice and sent him to, and basically he traveled from Karachi 2 days ago. And I think he couldn't get much sleep. So we have Muhammad Siddiq Balagam from Concert Tisor, a kid from Karachi, a very passionate, energetic guy. Congratulations, MSB. Clapping please for MSB. Thank you, Saryaus. Thank you for honoring us. All right, guys, टाइम ज़्यादा हो गया. आप लोगों ने बर्दाश्त भी किया, कुछ चीज़ें भी सीखी. मेरे ख्याल से पेट पूजा भी होना चाहिए, ज़रूरी है. So before we open the lunch, I'd like to request Sir Khurram to please come on stage to have an announcement. Sir Khurram, CEO of Jumpstart Pakistan.
I had just literally the intimation come in. We're going to be doing a session. It's going to be quite challenging. Dr. Sania Nishtar, she's going to be online, and we're going to be doing a fireside chat with her. I'm going to be actually working on the connection. So it's going to be quite challenging because we just want to actually make sure that the connection, everything is fine, because it's always challenging with the technology, as you know. So we are at 1:26. So in about 4 minutes, we can start the lunch. But in the meantime, if the connection is stable and everything works out, then I would ask and request you to actually wait another 10 minutes. Otherwise, we'll go for lunch at 1:30, and then we're going to see how the things pan out, and we can delay that for half an hour. She is doing an amazing, amazing work. I think one thing government is doing is great, which is to actually help those destitute people, empower people, and through the BIST program, I think they have done a great job. And Jumpstart Pakistan is going to be working with them in order to make sure that there is a sustainability element in that equation. So it's not just about handing out, some bakriyan to them, some shops and all those kind of things, and they don't know how to raise the goats and how to actually cultivate their land. So I think that's a great program which we're going to be doing. So if you could sit tight for another 4 minutes, and then I'll make a quick announcement regarding the lunch. Lunch is ready, but just we'll wait for another 3 minutes, and then we'll go for it. Otherwise, we'll have 10-minute session with her. Thank you very much.
Investors and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50+ investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation. Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to startup, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50+ investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting the Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation.
All you have to do is look around. There are tons of problems, thousands of problems, and those problems has got solutions, sustainable solutions through entrepreneurship. So what is Jumpstart? Jumpstart is a movement to solve the problems of Pakistan through entrepreneurship. And that's the only way you can solve the problems of Pakistan in a sustainable way. And anybody can do it. There are tons of problems, thousands of problems. All you have to do is pick up a problem, find an innovative solution for it through technology or no technology, and then convert that into a business. Start doing it, and 3-4 years down the line, you'll see that you are contributing in solving problems of Pakistan. Not just only that, you'll be creating a lot of jobs, and that's what we need the most. If you want to solve the problem of Pakistan, create wealth for this country, and that wealth creation is only possible through the entrepreneurship. It's not possible through the politics, it's not possible through philanthropy. So the only way you can create wealth for Pakistan is the entrepreneurship. Jumpstart Pakistan has got this initiative of Lift Pakistan, which is going to be happening from November. In just 3 to 5 years, we'll have $25 billion added into Pakistan's economy. And that's what we need the most. Right now, everybody taking this pain, they have to go through it. And that's necessary. We have to set the foundation on which this country would ultimately build a huge, few hundred-story buildings. And that everybody has to pitch in. It's not one organization, not the government, not one person can actually do this. We all have to come together and play our part into it. That would change and show the world our perception. And that perception is what's needed to be changed. And after that, this would be the country where everybody would come in and would love to live here. And that's what ultimately Jumpstart would achieve. All you have to do is look around. There are tons of problems, thousands of problems, and those problems has got solutions, sustainable solutions through entrepreneurship. So what is Jumpstart? Jumpstart is a movement to solve the problems of Pakistan through entrepreneurship. And that's the only way you can solve the problems of Pakistan in a sustainable way. And anybody can do it. There are tons of problems, thousands of problems. All you have to do is pick up a problem, find an innovative solution for it through technology or no technology, and then convert that into a business. Start doing it, and 3-4 years down the line, you'll see that you are contributing and solving problems in Pakistan. Not just only that, you'll be creating a lot of jobs, and that's what we need the most. If you want to solve problem of Pakistan, create wealth for this country, and that wealth creation is only possible through the entrepreneurship. It's not possible through the politics. It's not possible through philanthropy. So the only way you can create wealth for Pakistan is the entrepreneurship. Jumpstart Pakistan has got this.
एक मिनट मैं आपकी ऑडियो आ रही है यार मैं सिर्फ हमारे पास कैमरा क्यों नहीं आ रहा
Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains.
Hello.
So, as I said, we would have to wait a bit, like about 10 minutes. She's online, so Amjad Bhai is going to be actually having a talk. I think she has a great value to add. So I really apologize for the delay here for the lunch. So we're going to be doing that quickly, and then after 10 minutes, inshallah, lunch is ready.
अब ये लगेगा कैमरा और एक कैमरा लगेगा तेरा कैमरा एक स्क्रीन के ऊपर जाएगा यार तनवीर तेरा एक कैमरा मेरा एक कैमरा तनवीर स्क्रीन के ऊपर जाएगा स्क्रीन को फोकस कर
I'll keep it there so it's out of view.
ऑन करवाएं सर जूम कॉल तो नहीं रिकॉर्ड करनी ना ये तो क्राउड पे हो रही है यार इसको
Gee, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can. हम जैसे कि अपना कैमरा ऑन करें ना सर उनको इनका कैमरा ऑन है सर
Your camera is not turned on. Gee, your camera is not turned on.
वहाँ की ऑडियो ये ऑफ तो करें ऑफ तो करें बोलिए आप एक मिनट
All right. Should I give this link to Dr. Sania to connect?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Can we have the audio view if possible?
बोलें सर हेलो
बस ठीक है ओके
Yeah. Amjad bhai, can you hear me?
I can hear you and now I can see you.
Amjad bhai, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, Mir bhai.
Right, great. Thank you so very much. And I'm going to share the URL with Dr. Sania in a bit. Can we have the audience view if possible?
Do you want to do? They want to see the audience.
Audience.
You want to see the view?
Maybe another user can join. Yeah. Maybe another user can join the link, and we can rotate the camera towards audience.
How are you doing that?
उधर से वो ले लेना उधर से वीडियो ऑडियो बंद करें माइक बंद करें और अपना कैमरा ऑन करें कैमरा बैक करें
Back camera.
बैक
You know, when they're speaking, there's too much vibration in the sound. I can't understand what she's saying or he's saying.
net issue.
All right. And now I'm going to share the URL with Dr. Sania, and she'll be joining in a bit, right?
इधर 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 ले बेटा इधर ले
Okay, well, I'm in the clear. Mir, can you see? We're ready to go here on our side. Mir, can you hear us? Can you see us? I've not got any response from you. You're on mute. Just respond, please, if you can. Just terminate. Forget it. But it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, debate.
That have here. Let's put up on internet work and here. Oh, she joined me. Which link?
They can just do audio. If I can't see it, it doesn't matter. Just do the audio.
Are you using your link or her link? She have a separate link.
Can we just do the audio?
Can we just do audio if we can get video work? We have a lot of people.
छोड़ देगा ये खत्म कर दो Oh, it's unstable. Connection is unstable.
मैं क्या करूँगी आपने सिफारिश की है
You may like. They're quite senior guys. They're all experts from UK and US. Together every year. और वो sure startups को.
अच्छा okay ठीक है
We are on the road. Would you please?
Can we do this? It's like Meetup, you'll have to turn the mic on.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Amjad bhai, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you so very much for having us. Over to you. Without wasting any time.
Are you asking me how old I am? That's a good joke. That's a good warm-up start. First of all, thank you so much for availing the time, your valuable time from your busy schedule I know from hearing from Mirsab the transformational work that you're doing. So we thought we'd discuss about the work that Jumpstart Pakistan is doing and how this could be aligned with the transformational work that you're trying to do in order to transform the society here in Pakistan. So if you can, for our viewers here in the hall and across the globe who are part of Jumpstart chapters, briefly introduce the BISP program and what you're trying to achieve. And then we can hopefully, inshallah, move into what we're doing and where the synergies can meet and maybe create that convergence of effort to create.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Sanya Nishtar, and I'm Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Poverty Alleviation. I want to thank you for your invitation. Mir Anwar, our Director General of Technology, and he advises me on technology as well, said to me this morning that this is something I should not miss, and that this is an event I should link in with, even if it is very briefly. So with apologies for the very short duration of time for which I will be joining you, I have to say I'm very delighted to be I'm very delighted to be part of your convening. I've got a little flavor of what you do, and I have the understanding that you are a group of expats who promote startups in Pakistan in a very strategic manner. And Mir recommended that perhaps we should have an initial interaction with you to tell you a little bit about what SaaS is, and perhaps further down the line we can explore if there are any avenues for us to collaborate. So SaaS is basically an umbrella initiative. It's funded by the government of Pakistan. It is federal government led, and SaaS is centered on around public policy goals of social protection. You know that poverty alleviation is a very wide canvas, and job creation is a very salient part of poverty alleviation. Economic growth is central to poverty alleviation. And I don't claim that SaaS tackles the entire gamut of poverty alleviation, but we are definitely the federal government's intervention arm, public policy intervention arm on social protection. Now, in the umbrella of SaaS, there are various programs for different target groups. So for very poor families, for very poor 8 million families, we have a regular cash transfer program. For the children of those 8 million families, we have cash assistance programs to enable them to go to school. For the children less than 2 years of age in those families who are likely to face stunting, we have another program called Asas Nashanuma. And we have a life course approach to education in Asas. So when Asas Talimi Wazaif, which runs from grade 1 to grade 12, completes its term, families of Asas beneficiaries are entitled, I beg your pardon, students from Asas beneficiary families are entitled to apply for undergraduate scholarships. We also have what is called Asas Bila Sood Qarza and Asas Amdan. These are two programs which provide livelihood opportunities for Asas families. So there is a whole ecosystem of support for those at the bottom of the pyramid. Stipends for children, specialized nutrition food for children less than 2 years of age, cash transfers for families who cannot pay for themselves, livelihood opportunities, asset transfers for those who want livelihood opportunities, undergraduate scholarships. And these programs, most of these programs run nationally. Some of them are in selected districts. We also have an instrument called SaaS Emergency Cash, which is invoked when there is an emergency. For instance, when COVID struck, we had invoked this programmatic instrument and reached out to 15 million families at a very dire time. 2 months ago, there was an earthquake in Hanoi, so we again invoked this instrument. So what I'm describing are a variety of different interventions within the SaaS bracket. Now there are a couple of things which are cross-cutting to our interventions. One of them is the strong focus on governance and integrity, and the other is the emphasis on digitization and the use of technology. So I'm sure that Meetup must have told you how avidly we institutionalize technology in our operations, and this includes a digital survey that we've just completed. This also includes end-to-end digital operations, leveraging SMS, leveraging data analytics, leveraging digital payment systems. And we are at a juncture when we are now going to make some very transformative changes in our data sharing architecture, because our new digital surveys is completed, and there are a number of different data innovations that we are mainstreaming in that ecosystem. So this was just a little bit about who we are and what we do.
Okay, so that is absolutely brilliant in terms of what you're doing. So very briefly, what I will do is give you the vision of Jumpstart Pakistan, and more importantly, how through action we're trying to impact transformation in Pakistan. So our vision of Jumpstart Pakistan is to create an ecosystem of enterprise in Pakistan that is connected to global markets, so we can push our products and services into the global markets. So in the first 3 years, starting from 2021, which is this is why we were going to have our LIFT conference, but unfortunately, due to some kind of mismanagement or misinformation or whatever, that has to be postponed. And inshallah, we will do that in due course, maybe in February, March. So how do we create that ecosystem that is connected to the global markets? We, over 2018 to present, have created what we call bottom-up researched industrial policy. So we're looking at each city in Pakistan and where we need desperate help. And I spoke to Meetup, and he says that what we require exists to some extent, and maybe we could do collaboration on this. We need data about each city, targeted city, the state of the startups, i.e. how many startups in which sector and what is their financial status. Same with the SMEs and same with the large corporations. The reason why we need that in any management theory, you need to know where you are in order to move to point Z where you need to go. And our current program, Fortune 500 companies program that we do, what we're looking at is not every Tom, Dick, and Harry. What we're looking for is the 20% of the most disruptive and innovative companies that have actually come through the system, who have the product and services which could be globalized. Now, in the first 3 years, our chapters across the globe, particularly the overseas Pakistani businesses in those 12 sectors, we would give them 3 things. 1 is access to market, 2 is access to capital, and 3, which is more important, is developed human capital. So that's the financial and economic transformation that we're trying to do with the Lift Pakistan, Jumpstart Pakistan, and Invest in Pakistan through the Fortune 500. Now, in terms of the overseas Pakistanis, we all know about the 30 billion that they remit to Pakistan, but I don't think many people talk about the social economic interventions that they actually do in the places of their origin. So if I give you my example, I hail from District Jhelum near Dina. There's a little village called Barta where my ancestors come from. There, my family and other people have invested in institutions like schools, they've invested in masajid, they're now helping farmers in terms of raising their productivity. Now, across Pakistan, people overseas are intervening economically and in skills in order to deliver these. But there's one single problem, Sania, with all this. All this enthusiasm and all this capital and all these programs, raise money, build buildings, start schools, but there is no heat map of needs. So everybody will come and open up a little clinic to help the woman or whatever, but there is no data telling us that in District Jhelum or in this city, these are the needs where we need to invest. That's the number one. So targeted support in these sectors, wherever your organization or the Central Planning Commission, if they have this planning scenario for the next 5, 10, 15 years, we could direct the overseas effort into those projects. That's number one. But number two, I think, is the critical part. These people and people in Pakistan, there are two factors that actually unite us. One is our love for Pakistan, and number two is our aspiration to see this country transformed. But in this enthusiasm, we need one more factor. All these projects that are coming in and people are investing, after a year or two, right, they lose this momentum because they don't have the right managers, or they're not connected with the central government policies, whether it's education, whether it's religious institutions, whether they're cleaning the streets or doing the sewage works. This is where I think your organization and our organization could bring the convergence of capital and goodwill. So we do the transformation, and then it's managed for the long term. I don't think bringing the finance to the table is a problem. I think bringing the infrastructure to manage and sustain, so it gives the impact to the needy, is the key thing that we're looking for. And that's the discussion I had with Mir. And I don't know whether, how we can actually join hands or create pathways which leads to this impactful future.
Amjad Saab, thank you so much for giving me this overview, and I think it's very useful that we've spoken because what you've outlined in terms of the constraints in developing the ecosystem are very real, and that's the palpable need. So while you were speaking, I just quickly exchanged notes with me to explore if we could collaborate in a new initiative, and he will circle back to you with to give you an overview of what we have in the pipeline and how we could potentially collaborate with you.
Okay.
You're absolutely right that the diaspora bring in a lot of goodwill, a lot of expertise, a lot of money, and diaspora want to contribute time and energies to pay back, but there's lack of institutional infrastructure to harness that. So let's see if we can develop a model, and I think after this quick exchange, Mir will follow up, and then we'll see if there are any next steps.
Okay, just to give you a flavor of what is possible. So when we did the 2019 conference, Mir Saab was there. We did it in Lahore and Islamabad. But prior to that, we did 4 shows in UK. So one in Bradford, one in Manchester, one in London, and one in Birmingham. And then in America, they had in New York, California, and then Jeddah. So the chapters, in every single gathering, there were over 400 people, particularly from the entrepreneurial world and the professional world. I can show you, and there are probably 200 to 300 people in this hall, and there'll be many thousands watching this. I can assure you that the overseas Pakistanis are ready to bring in the capital for social and economic transformation. This hurdle of institutional lack of capacity is getting in the way. We are more than happy to bring that capacity in as well. Apart from finance, into the developed human capital and institutional models, we're more than happy to bring those in to facilitate this. So thank you so much for taking your time out. Thank you so much for aligning us with Mir Sahib. He's such a professional. He's such a sweet talker. He doesn't say much, but he listens a lot. So that's a good sign in a strategic man. So inshallah, we will continue. I'm here probably till end of February. I'm more than happy to come in. There's a particular project that we're doing on my model farm. We've developed a goat farm project, which I believe is probably the best in Asia. You're more than welcome to see it. Mir is more than welcome to see it. I believe that model can give a lot of employment to women who are out of work, because we can give them part-time work, and particularly the youth who can't read and write. We are giving them practical experience of rearing quality goats and growing fodder for them. So it's not just about livestock, but it's about how we create the ecosystem of breeding and then selling top quality animals in Pakistan. Now that model, I think, can be transformational for the livestock of Pakistan, taking agriculture and livestock in the 21st century. But we can talk about a lot of other projects that you're doing at this moment. I think, thank you for your conversation and your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to Sanish, State Minister, and thank you, Chairman Andrew Faisal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and a specific guest. We have Digital Senator Matik Saab, sir. Welcome. So please enjoy your lunch, and we will be back right after an hour. Enjoy your lunch, please.
Learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50 plus investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting the Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation. Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50 plus investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in Pakistan.
हम सबकी ये पहचान है, ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है, ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है। देखूं दुनिया में कहीं इस जैसा गुलिस्तान नहीं, इसकी सुबह है कमाल और इसकी शाम हंसी। देखूं दुनिया में कहीं इस जैसा गुलिस्तान नहीं, इसकी सुबह है कमाल और इसकी शाम हंसी। इसकी सुबह है कमाल और इसकी शाम हंसी। ये अल्लाह का एहसान है, ये दिल है अपनी जान है, ये अल्लाह का एहसान है, ये दिल है अपनी जान है, ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है, ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है। अपनी धरती के मुहाफिज अपने ये शेर जवान, अपनी है बस से मिटा दे दुश्मन का ये निशान। अपनी धरती के मुहाफिज अपने ये शेर जवान, अपनी है बस से मिटा दे दुश्मन का ये निशान। अपनी है बस से मिटा दे दुश्मन का ये निशान। एक कौम है एक जान है, हम सबकी ये पहचान है। एक कौम है एक जान है, हम सबकी ये पहचान है। ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है। ये मेरा पाकिस्तान है, इस पे कुर्बान मेरी जान है। सब्ज हिलाली परचम जब लहराए तो अच्छा लगे, रब की रहमत हो इस पे ये सदा ऊंचा रहे। सब्ज हिलाली परचम जब लहराए तो अच्छा लगे, रब की रहमत हो इस पे ये सदा ऊंचा रहे। रब کی رحمت ہو اس پہ یہ زیادہ اونچا رہے. یہ عظمتوں کا نشان ہے, یہ اپنا دین ایمان ہے. یہ عظمتوں کا نشان ہے, یہ اپنا دین ایمان ہے. یہ میرا پاکستان ہے, اس پہ قرباں میری جان ہے. یہ میرا پاکستان ہے, اس پہ قرباں میری جان ہے. میری جان ہے, میری جان ہے, ہم سب کی یہ پہچان ہے. میری جان ہے, میری جان ہے, ہم سب کی یہ پہچان ہے. یہ میرا پاکستان ہے, اس پہ قرباں میری جان ہے. یہ میرا پاکستان ہے, اس پہ قرباں میری جان ہے. آنچ نہ آنے دوں گا, سایہ بھی نہ پڑنے دوں گا. آنچ نہ آنے دوں گا, سایہ بھی نہ پڑنے دوں گا. اس ملک کی شان کی خاطر میں تو جان کا نذرانہ دوں گا. کھائی ہے قسم میں نے, کیا ہے عہد میں نے. کھائی ہے قسم میں نے, کیا ہے عہد میں نے. سینہ تان کھڑے ہیں اس ملک کی شان کی خاطر. سینہ تان کھڑے ہیں اس ملک کی شان کی خاطر. مٹی میں ملا دوں گا میں جو بھی ہے اس کے دشمن. مٹی میں ملا دوں گا میں جو بھی ہے اس کے دشمن. آنچ نہ آنے دوں گا, سایہ بھی نہ پڑنے دوں گا. آنچ نہ آنے دوں گا, سایہ بھی نہ پڑنے دوں گا. اس ملک کی شان کی خاطر میں تو جان کا نذرانہ دوں گا. کھائی ہے قسم میں نے, کیا ہے عہد میں نے. کھائی ہے قسم.
आजकल आपका भाई जो है फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग कर रहा है ऑक्टा एफएक्स पर। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे कि फॉरेक्स क्या है यार? तो फॉरेक्स एक तेजी से बढ़ती हुई मार्केट है जो अभी भी
main question remains how to activate the bonus. Let's answer it step by step. 1. Log into your personal account. 2. Choose Bonuses section and click Get Bonus. 3. Decide upon the bonus amount you want to apply. 4. If you wish, you can choose
पैसा बहुत लेकिन अपॉर्चुनिटी से कम लौंडे बहुत शातिर बहन किसी से कम अपना मिशन टेक को पाकिस्तान में आम करना ये ख्वाब पैसा यार पैसा बहुत लेकिन अपॉर्चुनिटी से कम लौंडे बहुत शातिर बहन नहीं किसी से कम अपना मिशन टेक को पाकिस्तान में आम करना ये ख्वाब मेरा तो साथ जिसमें है बेदम 18 घंटे स्टिल बैठे अपना काम करे दुनिया में और टेक में पाकिस्तान का नाम करे अब रुकना नहीं है झुकना नहीं है दुनिया के भी आगे इन फ्रीलांसर से पूछो लाखों में जो नोट छापे बहुत आगे सोच समझो काम को ना बोझ मेहनत करो छोड़ो हिम्मत नहीं और ना ही छोड़ो होप जो है खौफ दिल में फ्यूचर का उसको अब बोलो गो गाड़ी चली टेक की पार्क में पर स्पीड अभी स्लो जो अनपढ़ घूमे सड़कों पे अब उनको है सिखाना टेक्नोलॉजी को तो पूरे पाकिस्तान में फैलाना अमीर या गरीब देनी सबको अपॉर्चुनिटी दीवारें ना उम्मीद को अब हमने है गिराना आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा बहुत पैसा बहुत पैसा बहुत पैसा भाई बहुत पैसा बहुत पैसा बहुत पैसा भाई आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा आईटी में है पैसा बैकएंड में भी फ्रंट एंड में भी डेवलप में भी अंता हबीबी बहुत पैसा भाई
बॉस सुना है आईटी में बड़े पैसे हैं इंक्रीमेंट ही दे दे
अरे इतना भी नहीं है
हेलो
All of you are requested to please be seated. We are going to start the event.
इन्होंने हमारी तो वैसे कोई नहीं सुनता मैंने कहा इनकी भी कोई नहीं सुनी
All of you are requested to please be seated. We're going to start the event in a while. ख़वातीनो हज़रात आपसे गुजारिश है कि सब लोग आकर अपनी अपनी सीट्स पर बैठ जाइए ताकि हम दोबारा से शुरू कर सकें आप सबसे गुजारिश है कि आप अपनी अपनी सीट्स पर बैठ जाइए ताकि हम दोबारा से इवेंट को स्टार्ट कर सकें आप सब लोगों से गुजारिश है कि प्लीज़ अपनी अपनी सीट्स पर बैठ जाइए ताकि हम इवेंट को स्टार्ट कर सकें
We kindly ask you to come and sit down. The young lady is trying her best, very politely, to tell you to come and sit down. I kindly request you to listen to her and so we can get on. We need to learn to follow rules and timely things. I hope you don't mind, but we just need to get on with the program. Thank you.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our first keynote speaker after the lunch break. I would like to invite Mr. Yawaz Salim for her keynote speech. Blender, 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 blender.
Hello. Brother Talib is always a lifesaver. He picked me up yesterday, 5 a.m. My very first time in Pakistan. And Talib with his smiling face, 5 a.m. over there, with the flag, welcoming me, mashallah. Let's give a strong round of applause to Brother Talib for showing the real Pakistani hospitality. Thank you, brother. I will keep it brief, short. We are ahead of our schedule. But inshallah, I want to show you a quick couple points about the critical areas of success. Sure, from here. So once they bring up my slides, inshallah, and there's also a short video, we can start with the video, inshallah. So how is the program so far going, inshallah? I want to hear a strong round of applause for the Jumpstart Pakistan team, mashallah. Any difficulty, any technical issues is actually empowering us more. We embrace it and say, Alhamdulillah, If everything goes smooth, then we are doing something wrong, because Shaitan is working against us. So we can show the video, or we can open my PowerPoint, whichever is available on the technical side. I will, inshallah, give you some very important areas that I feel we need to do in terms of this. Yeah, this video is good. If we can turn on the volume. This is a short video about what I am doing on the satellite side. We have a TV channel broadcasting to 900 million people, and I'm here to open Pakistan to Africa as well, together. Your businesses, as well as telecommunications.
Hello, this is Dr. Yawaz Salim, physician, entrepreneur, and venture architect. I am the chairman of ICG, stands for Istanbul Consulting Group, and the managing director of Natural TV, which is broadcasting to more than 900 million viewers across more than 40 countries in Africa. I have an amazing news for you. Are you ready to unlock your potential? And do you want to expand your export and viewers? Do you want to become a global brand as a TV or a radio company or another broadcasting company? If you are seeking growth, then contact our management consulting services, chain management, project management, and strategic market access services. As a local business in Africa, if you have a local cable TV or radio, contact us now. Istanbul Consulting Group with Turksat is exclusively focusing on Africa to unlock the broadcasting potential of your TV. So if you are a local or national TV in Africa, let's enhance your viewer numbers by 10 times. Let's make you international. Let's give you a much higher picture quality and enhance your content with Natural TV and Turksat's amazing team. I'm ready to unlock your potential. That's why contact right now ICG through these numbers. And we are ready as Istanbul Consulting Group with Turksat and Natural TV to provide you the best voice, data, internet, TV, and radio broadcasting services, and ready to make you global. This is Dr. Yawaz Salim, physician, entrepreneur, and venture architect. I'm really thrilled and excited to offer you this opportunity. So do not miss this one. Take care and all the best. Bye.
So this is just an example of how we will expand, inshallah, Pakistan to the region. Consider Turkey your country. There is no question. I consider Pakistan my country. This is my country. So the question is, since we get rid of all the legalities, how to take our companies and make them global. You know, Pakistan is the greatest nation in this region. It has so much potential, so much energy, young people, phenomenal entrepreneurship ecosystems like Brother Amjad and Brother Hurram is doing, and you are supporting, mashallah. So we need to combine our forces. There are many things Turkish people are behind from our Pakistani brothers and sisters. So we need to get the strength area that you are better and utilize it and create joint partnerships. And the same way, there are areas Turkey is ahead, which I will present as soon as the PowerPoint opens up, inshallah. And then with that, how we can actually create and use Turkey as a launchpad for Pakistani brothers and sisters, entrepreneurs, startups, scale-ups, SMEs, to open to Europe, open to Africa, open to Arab Peninsula. The same, how can I utilize Pakistan to open to Far East, open to where the actual money is flowing? West is finished. Money flow is on the East now. This is reality. This is not my personal opinion. So let's open my PowerPoint slide, please. And then from there, I want to highlight a couple points just to tell you about the current situation. So let me know when the PowerPoint is ready, brother. And I want to make this as interactive as possible without taking your time. Once it is ready, inshallah. And I want to thank again our Senator for being here with us. Let's give a strong round of applause to our Senator. Thank you so much for being with us. This means a lot. It shows also the support of, through Pakistani government's vision of supporting entrepreneurs, mashallah. So I can help actually. If you want, I can show you the PowerPoint. I downloaded here. I have my
Entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan, and after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof.
Is it on? Sure. No, I need my PowerPoint presentation, which we downloaded in the morning. I can bring my laptop again if they don't have it. It's my laptop.
Yeah. Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture, precision engineering, creative industries, textile, and manufacturing. Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. we aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support and assistance to the startups, businesses, and entrepreneurial minds. Be a part of this conference as we engage 20,000 attendees, 150 SMEs, 200 startups, 20 universities, 15 countries, 200 speakers, and 50 plus investors. With Lift Pakistan, feel empowered and become the master of your destiny. Join us and play your part in uplifting the Pakistan. Stronger together, building a great nation. Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded.
So, like
our
I said,
focus to
Shaitan
12
is always
major
trying to
sectors of
avoid good things.
Pakistan.
So, thank you. Bismillah. So, I'm here on behalf of a crowdfunding platform. Sure, I will say next slide. Fonkolay is a crowdfunding platform. Istanbul Consulting Group is my management consulting group. Let's go back, brother. Let's go back. NTR is the only Turkish television channel broadcasting to 900 million people. I came on behalf of World Islamic Health Union and Sağlık Der, which was originally established by Professor Dr. Necmettin Erbakan, the teacher of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And let's go back to my slides. I will really go through my slides. So let's go back to my first slide, brother. So also there is SOAP, Society of Physician Entrepreneur. It is based in Colorado. So I established their Turkish chapter. It's the largest physician entrepreneurship organization with 40,000 members. TV6 is the national TV we do in Turkey. And Makasit Angels is the only and the first interest-free angel investors network in Turkey. So I bring all the Turkish brothers greetings and sincere feelings to you, inshaAllah. Assalamu alaikum. So I will quickly talk about, the current investment ecosystem trends in Turkey, and then without boring you, what we did in Turkey and how we can actually work with Pakistan to support the entire Muslim world, inshallah. Next slide, brother. This is our office. When you come, inshallah, we'll host you in Ankara. Next slide. This is my background. We can continue, inshallah. So I worked in the United States 14 years, 7 years in Germany. These are the companies I received money from. Whenever I present, I initially disclose. It's very important as an ethical person to disclose where you get money from. Conflict of interest. As a scientist, you know that. So, Turkey. When I had to leave Turkey in 1999, there was hijab problem. They didn't let my wife to continue even her education with hijab. And Turkey, I lost hope for Turkey back that time. And it was really a time. Let's go back to that slide. Next slide, brother. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, this reform part. Thank you. So that was the time when I went to United States in 99, and I came back to Turkey because Recep Tayyip Erdogan, which is a good friend of Imran Khan, he was able to get rid of hijab ban, alhamdulillah. And that's why when I lost my hope for Turkey, I regained my hope and I moved back from United States back to Turkey because I was able to practice my religion, alhamdulillah, after 14 years. And 3 of my kids were born in the United States. And during that time, starting 2000, there were really important reforms that really built the Turkish startup as well as financial ecosystem. There are many areas where the new capital market has been established, funds have been established for international investors to come. Many guaranteed opportunities have been provided. Next slide, please. So you can go to cmb.gov.tr. It is the Capital Markets Board of Turkey. with cmb.gov.tr. Anyone coming from outside to invest in Turkey, it oversees and it is immediately all the financial activities are transparently put out. Next slide, please. Also, in the next slide, brother. So it is really to enhance investor protection. If you have the money, you want your money to be protected. You don't want someone to take it away. So the government puts that guarantee on that. Next slide, brother. Let's continue. These are some of the brokerage countries, and these websites are important, CAP, to see, the current mortgage institutions, including the Islamic finance and crowdfunding the government is supporting now. Next slide, please. So this is the World Bank analysis of Turkey in 2021. 83 million people, about $720 billion of GDP, around close to $9,000 of GDP per capita, and around 78 years of age. Next slide, brother. So what the World Bank says for Turkey is, there has been a huge economic performance since the early 2000s, and there was a long-term focus on implementing ambitious reforms. Without reforming, without changing, you cannot really get to the next stage. And that's why the only thing that is not change is the change. So you cannot fight against the change, but you need to be on the right side of the change and use it in the right way, inshallah. So Turkey took European Union standards, but go above European Union because Islamic values are even much, much, much higher than European Union values, and able to manage that financial crisis in 2008 and 9 very well. We have, it says 4 million, we have 5 million Syrian brothers and sisters. We see them as Ansar and Muhajir. We hold them. That's why Allah is giving barakah. If people who are running away from their homes, they have nothing to do. If you open your arms, Allah will give more barakah to you. That's what it is. So the same for Kashmir, the same for any places where there are issues, we need to unite and support them, inshallah. So next slide, brother Hurram. I will highlight, next slide, brother. So this is top 10 reasons, and many of them applies to Pakistan as well. Why to invest in Turkey? Pakistan has a robust economy as well. It is a domestic accessible market. It is a strategic location. I think Pakistan is even a more strategic location than Turkey. A favorable demographic, alhamdulillah, we have youth, people younger than age 35. Half of our population is like that. Skilled workforce with cost advantage. We have it both for Turkey and Pakistan. Continuous reform. This is the area we need to work harder. Business friendliness. Even brother Amjad was saying, Pakistan jumped up so much in creating a business friendly environment. This is very important. Lucrative incentives, a research and development ecosystem, which now Hurram is leading, with all these SMEs, enterprises. You're taking also the research and development to the next stage. And the vision of Jumpstart, 12 sectors. So sector by sector, analyzing the sectoral opportunities is extremely important. Next slide. So Turkey is now, from 2003 to 2020, went from number 18 to number 11. The 11th largest economy in the world is your country. And the GDP growth in the real value has far ahead of Hungary, Poland, Czech, Romania, all the European countries. Next slide, brother. These are some of the positive, GDP and other values. Next slide, brother. And the contribution to the GDP. Next slide, brother. And income per capita and the number of automobiles jumped up from 4.6 to 13.1 million passengers. Next slide. And next slide, these are the city values. So this is important. So any Pakistani entrepreneur, if you want to become a Turkish citizen, you get your passport in 3 months, you're dual citizen, with only putting $250,000 in a property or $500,000 in a fund. And from there, you get free access to another billion people within the European Union, as well as in the free trade agreements we have. So this is another market opportunity for our Pakistani brothers and sisters. And you don't have to be a citizen. We are there. Jumpstart will be in Turkey as well. So it's already yours. This is yours. Consider this that way, inshallah. Next slide, please. So there are 16 time zones over there. Like Pakistan, there is also proximity to markets, manufacturing hub for many multinational companies and connectivity. For example, Turkish Airlines flies to every country in Africa. And Africans, everyone prefer Turkish Airlines because of the quality of service as well. Next slide. And these are the merchandise exports, which I will not lose time. Next slide, brother. And this demography applies to Pakistan even in a better way. Look, Europe is getting much older. Pakistan, Turkey is younger. If you have the youth, but respectful to your elderly, where you actually go, when he doesn't know you're next to him, you go and kiss his hand, They are showing that respect is important. So our young elderly is our biggest strength. If we can protect our values and you really respect them, inshallah. This is our superiority to Europe. Next slide. This is the skilled workforce. We need to work together. Like Jumpstart organization here is for Pakistan is doing this work, mashallah. Next slide. Next slide, brother. Yeah, we can move these, brother. I want to keep it short because we have limited time. I want to give the message. Yeah, these are some innovation opportunities. There are 210 R&D centers. These are some global players. It's important to establish global powers also, bring their R&D centers so our people also get to know the research and development ways. Next slide, brother. So these are the areas, sectoral opportunities. The Turkish government thinks is the biggest opportunity. For example, TOG, Turkish Automobile Group, TOGG. When Turkish TOG has been announced as the electric car, Volkswagen, German company, pulled back their timeline for launching their electric car. So TOG will be available next year, and we really wanted to come to, if we can build infrastructure in Pakistan, for Pakistan as well, the electric cars, inshallah, together. There are other sectors. If I can highlight the sectors, brother, quickly in the previous slide. There is machinery, aerospace defense. You know how the destiny of war has changed in Libya, in Azerbaijan, Karabakh. Even though the United Nations accepted the current Libyan government, West wanted it to fail, but Turkey was the only power supporting, and now they are in power. Now we are building ecosystems with Libya, and BINA, which is a Libyan ecosystem, is extremely eager to work with, Jumpstart Pakistan, inshallah. So in aerospace, there are areas Pakistan is ahead. We need to get from that. There are areas we are good in drone technology. We need to give to Pakistan and join forces. Similarly, in energy, in agro-food, in the agriculture, what Brother Amjad is doing is amazing. I will go and see, inshallah, as well, but he showed me on his phone that work in itself needs to be replicated all over the world. It is so important. And then we need to we have 900,000 farmers which are creating cooperations known as Torku. So I'm already in touch with Torku and Brother Amjad, how we can actually create similar models and create value, create billion-dollar companies together, which was the previous session. Infrastructure is important. Roads, flights, airports. Almost in every city we have now airports. If you go somewhere, terrorists cannot come, or people who want to create fitna, they cannot come. So we need to connect with the good infrastructure. And finance. I'm here representing VC funds, angel investors, and crowdfunding platforms from Turkey. So we really want to join forces, create finance opportunities with Jumpstart Pakistan, inshallah. Next slide. We will continue the foreign direct investment. So you can always, reach to Invest in Turkey. That's the website. If you go to Invest in Turkey, it is directly to a government agency reporting to the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And inshallah, we are as well as Istanbul Consulting Group, your solution partner to create value, inshallah. Anyone coming, anyone having issues in Ankara, come and find me. I will help you, inshallah. Only for the sake of Allah. Next slide, please. So we're in a new normal now. Like the Great Depression in the United States, we are in a new normal in post-COVID area. So we need to, many companies, which are top companies, are going down now. So the entire game is changing. And we need to position ourselves as Turkey and Pakistan by looking into the trends where we need to go and position ourselves, increase the education of our human resource. Next slide, please. So this is in Turkish, I apologize, but the universities, the private sector, and the application, if you can combine these three, then at the center is innovation. Then you can generate innovation. If you say, as private sector, I will do something, you cannot succeed. If you are only doing university academician only for scientific purposes, not turning into commercial to solve private sector, then you're losing time. And if you are not applying it, then you can actually create innovation at the center. This is very important. So building our human capacity and creating a connected system, which Jumpstart Pakistan is trying to do, is extremely important, dear brothers and sisters. Do we have any other slides? If not, yeah, a couple more slides, and then I will finish up, inshallah. So, people, partnerships, platforms, and policies. Brother Amjad talks about this in different ways, but at the end, at the center, we have people. Even if you are an investor, you will invest in people. You will look at their eyes and say, okay, this guy will do it. I will put my money to that person. So people, but this partnership, myself coming here and you, inshallah, all of you invited to Turkey, will create, platforms, and then we will generate policies for the ummah. Pakistan, Turkey, and the entire, because Pakistan is the best of the best nation in this region, inshallah, and together we will be very successful, inshallah. And next slide. So we can do some small points, like we need to enhance Jumpstart Pakistan at every sector together. In healthcare, for example, I have about 120 healthcare companies which we trained over the last 3 years with Turkey's largest technology company, Aselsan. So we can focus on health tech, biotech. There are innovation centers we opened up. We can open all of these resources for you. And really, we need to have entrepreneurship classes at the very first year of universities and even earlier, if possible. And then utilize the technology centers and enhance the centers. Because let's say you come up with an innovation. If you don't patent that innovation, then somebody can steal it. So it's very important to have patented strategies. And the joint venture capital funds, angel investors network, I really want to sign an MOU and then really generate between Turkey, Pakistan, Libya, Somalia, Iran, all of the region, inshallah, create a partnership together. So here, we are looking forward to future agreements together. Next slide, brother. We will continue. This is the current companies emerging are now, more of them are coming outside China. Next slide. And then the tech landscape is also diversifying. Next slide. So, for example, Turkey has 5 unicorns now. Even a decacorn came out of Turkey. And by 2023, we have a goal of 10 unicorn by 2023. It's also on my Instagram, DRY Slay. You can check the new names. We can create partnerships with even these potential unicorn companies, with your company in your sector. And then create, because they need growth. You can be a part of a unicorn company and expanding them on this region together, inshallah. Why not? So it's all about people, but also money. This is an example. If you have early access stage investments, you can grow much faster. So there are some companies which failed in Turkey and which became, unicorn or potential unicorns. The ones which had access earlier to money had much better growth. Next slide, please. So about the venture capital funds around the globe, if $1 comes to Turkey, $14 goes to China, $16 goes to Europe, $186 go to US, and 423 goes to Israel. So despite only coming one, if we can achieve this goal, think about not just investing in land and house. If we can invest in our youth, in our people, believe in their vision, believe in their excitement, guide them, and help them grow, nobody can stop us. Nobody can stop us. Inshallah. And this is the European development, of the rankings in Turkey. When you look at in Europe, next slide, brother. Every country has its own brand. Now, Turkey is now a game changer, and $1.3 billion was invested. So more than, over the last 2 years, more than the last 10 years of money have been put into early stage startups. We had nothing in 2010. Look at this. This is a very important slide. In 2010, it was zero. We had only one business angel investor network in 2010. We had only one tech accelerator fund. We had only one early stage. So there were just a couple technoparks. There were no, really infrastructure, no investor analysis. We didn't have even deal rooms in 2010. This is the real status of Turkey. I call it 10-year challenge. Let's go to the next slide. From an empty slide, we move into this slide. Next slide. This is 2016. The number of angel investors network, then crowdfunding platforms, and the next slide is 2020. So it is a booming, many European, many British, they come to Turkey for funding. They come for their funding rounds to Turkey now, instead of we going to UK. This is the situation. Then I need you guys also to come to Turkey, inshallah, with your vision, with your plans to grow your companies, inshallah. So these are the current business angel investors network when they were actually established. Many of them established after 2013 and 15. We can do better than that in Pakistan. I have no question in my mind. These are the crowdfunding platforms. Even more have been established now. There are 14 now. It's jumped from 6 to 14. But the thing is, if someone gets an investment, let's say we get a Pakistani company established in Turkey, I can run the crowdfunding platform. We can collect from 84 million Turkish people, each of them, up to 20,000 Turkish lira. So it's about only $1,500, not much, but it's the power of people. And the government is overseeing it. When someone invests, you can see it online on your personal citizenship certificate. You hold it for 3 years. Now the government is working on the secondary market. So how to exit? And people are putting so much money now into crowdfunding platforms in Turkey. So I invite all of you to think about this as well. I'm here with my team to make you global, inshallah, in Ankara and Istanbul. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
The biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan. And after a successful wrap in 2019, we are back with a bang. Lift Pakistan provides a platform for exploring solutions to the major challenges through learning, innovation, funding, and technology. We are bringing under one roof right entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology, renewable energy, construction, tourism, agriculture.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yawuz Salim, for sharing your views and extending the opportunities to Pakistani companies to scale globally. Now we're going to have a panel discussion, and it is going to be moderated by Mr. Amir Iftikhar, who is here all the way from New York to make this event good. Please, Mr. Amir Iftikhar. Our distinguished panelists are Mr. Bilal, Mr. Bilal, Mr. Yasir Ali, Mohsin Mohsin Amin. Sir Amar Jaffrey. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Most of the people don't know me from here. My name is Amir Iftikhar. I'm based out of New York, and I'm also heading Jumpstart Pakistan New York chapter. Let me just give you like a brief synopsis or a brief intro of today's discussion, or a little bit of Jumpstart Pakistan, because mostly in Jumpstart Pakistan, one of the goal is basically we are spread out globally, different chapters, different part of the world. And most of our members, or most of our global people who are involved in the chapters, they're businessmen, they're entrepreneurs, they are doing business in a different part of the world from decades, 2 decades sometimes, you know. So they're well connected, they know the local market very well, okay? So they can, you know, they know the policies very well in each and every country. So the main thing is, post-COVID, you know, the world has totally changed. The technology has totally evolved. So the main concept is that Pakistani companies, mashallah, they're doing very good. They're doing very good business. They have built up very good locally. Jumpstart Pakistan's one of the goals is also to bridge that gap, to bring the Pakistani companies, give them access to the international global market. So that they can have a fair, a fair piece of the pie of the global international market. So that's basically the whole concept of Jumpstart. We are always there. Myself, I hold like a few small businesses back in New York. So on and off, I also help local businesses in Pakistan, you know, to give them access to, in my circle, in my network. So that's why each and every chapter plays their role. So today what we are going to discuss is how to give access to the Pakistani companies to the global market. So I welcome a panel. What I would request them to do is individually, if they can just give you a brief introduction of their background, so then we can continue with that. Please, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Yasir Ali. I'm CEO of Zaki Expert Solution. We are providing digital services with our virtual team in the software development field. And we are right now focusing on global markets, mainly on the North America side region. And we are currently expanding with Central Asia and also towards Africa. So that's my company introduction. But I do have all other sectors, companies, like I have been working in EV sector, and also for the dairy farm sector. And we are trying to develop global communication systems for those platforms.
That's great. Amar sir, please.
Right, ji, my name is Amar Jaffrey. I am former additional director in FIA. Currently, I am trying to invest my energies into digital Pakistan for the last so many years. My model is hub and spoke model. We are at the district level, we call it a DIC, District Incubation Center. At the grassroots, we call it a RIC, Rural Incubation Center. With our global partners, we are working on cryptocurrencies, we are working on cybersecurity, and we are working on SDGs. I understand that if we want to go to the global market, we'll have to understand their language. We'll have to understand their dynamics. So the old slang, think globally, act locally, that's what we need to do in Pakistan. I'm thankful to Khurram for inviting me here, and we are a team player. Thank you very much.
Great. Amin, could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Mohsin Amin. I am the co-founder of MedMax Technologies. Basically, MedMax Technologies is providing services, providing RCM services, medical billing, medical coding services to United States physicians, healthcare institutions across the United States. So that is what MedMax are doing. So thank you so much for having me Thank you so much for Jumpstart Team Jumpstart Pakistan for giving us this opportunity or for this wonderful platform. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm Senator Miatik. I'm the chairman and founder of Shalimar Group of Companies, which is in double digits. We are having about 2,000 people working for me. It was raised by me myself way back, about 4 decades back. I have started as a shopkeeper, salesperson. I'm a self-made man. Recently, last year, I've decided to jump into the digital world, and I become the first digital senator of the world.
It's great.
Being legislator, what I believe is this: our motive is to empower the women and the youth, which is needed today. And what I believe, I've told the Prime Minister and at all level, that if you want to do something, if you want to give something to the nation, especially the youth, so we should take all our youth in the digital world. That's what my motive for the rest of my life is. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. First of all, I personally especially would like to thank Yawes. Where is he? I guess he's out somewhere. Anyways, the thing is, I just want to put a question. Now, most of the people of the panelists and in the audience, I guess these are all SMEs, right? All businessmen. They're doing some kind of a business. But the thing is, and of course, everybody want to expand, and you guys also want to expand. We just need to find out how to identify, now me as just representing Jumpstart, and I'm overseas as well. So I just need to find out that what hurdles you guys are facing in your private sector, in your individual efforts, or in the government policies, things like that. Because first of all, I personally believe that, we should put in our own personal efforts, So government policies come later on. So I just need to know that what hurdles do you face so that we can better address them. So I'll just start with you, Yasser, if you can just shed some light on that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Actually, there is a big market there. You need to grab the opportunities. For that, you need to make a lot of links, a lot of connections, and you need to prove yourself that you are capable to that work. Otherwise, you will not penetrate into that market. So assessing to the market, it's all dependent not on you, but also dependent on the global policies that is already being there from your government or from the other countries' government.
Right.
It's a collaborative effort. It cannot be done by one side of the coin. It could be done actually with a mutual collaboration. So
Okay.
yeah, there are much more hurdles if we go alone and try to find out something that is being there. But if you go with some kind of connection, then you will find something fruitful. So making connections, that's the first thing that we need to do. And next thing is you need to find the government policies that is actually matching to your side, or you need to match the government policies. Otherwise, you will not.
So what you're trying to say is that will make your ride more smoother, to penetrate into the global market for that. Amar sir, please, would you say?
Yes.
When you talk about SMEs, I believe that SME sector of any country is a backbone because they exist at the grassroots, especially where the raw material and all these are there. I personally feel that there's an immediate need for introducing technologies there because now it's the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0.
Right.
Gone are the days when we used to take work from the labor. Actually, we need to elevate the experiences and skill set of the laborers also. Now there are international pressures on us also. Under number of regulatories, we will have to comply for that. I think SMEs need to reinvent themselves. They have to focus on their supply chain. They have to focus on their customer satisfaction. I personally feel that there's a need for branding it for the international markets. When I see the new trend of what you call digital marketing, for example, I think Uzafa is sitting here. These guys are working a lot for taking the stuff from one country to another country. But I don't think the Pakistani products there. When they will reach to the international markets, when we impose the quality control on them, on these things, when we bring the international standards into it, I think right now I'm not expert on that. Anybody can comment in. We are entering into drop shipping. We pick from one place, we drop other place. There's a need for branding our own products, which are there. Trust you me, I personally know a lot of stuff in Pakistan which is being branded through India and other locations and is being sold outside. Why can't we do it? So I think the SME's role, they should come forward because the raw material is there, the skilled labor is there. We just need to find brand them, and that job cannot never be done by the government alone. I think the entrepreneurs will have to come forward, and instead of these technical startups, they can invest into SME startups. Thank you.
That raises another question here that if you're saying that why are Pakistani brands not able to be introduced or take over the international market? In your experience, for Mohsin, I'll just add this to your previous question as well. In your experience, what is the hurdle? Why Pakistani brands are not trustworthy won't be the right word, but they are not able to penetrate into the global market. What's the element which we are missing in that? Is it trust? Is it the quality? Or if you can just take 1 minute. Excuse me, sir, can we have some silence here, please, at the back, if you don't mind? Thank you. Please, sir.
I think this is a very important question. I think to my understanding, there is some inherent defect. Let me repeat again. Inherent defect in our thinking process. Right. This is very important. Excuse me if somebody minds it, but the problem is we always focus on our own profit. We never ever think about the country. I have been into contact with a number of foreign customers, and the stuff which has been sent from Pakistan was a shame on us. This is not good for every company. Few companies are doing excellent job, but I think the majority is not fair when things come to meeting the orders from other parts of the world. This is first point. So we must discuss it very candidly. What is that thing missing in our thinking process? One. Number second is that there is some inherent threat again into our regulatory system. The customs at the airport, the process is so complicated that encourages, let me repeat the word again, that encourages corruption in the system. Right. And third is, there must be some very strict laws on this. You make one mistake, you're out of business. We rather encourage corruption. So I think I personally feel, and whenever I come to these forums, I'm very excited that now it's a wave of change now. So all of us should join hands together for a better Pakistan tomorrow.
So the process is discouraging. That's what it is. I mean, what's your input on that?
Well, to go global, right? So the first issue that every SME or startup faced, right, and we faced, right, the trust factor, and the second is the quality of services, because the world is global, right, and we have access to every market, but the problem is we are not providing quality services to the customers, right? So we must need to provide the 90 to 95% quality services. So that is the second factor. And the third factor is the ease of doing business. Right. So the ease of doing business, which unfortunately we as a startup, we were faced in the previous last years from the government institutes or from others. Right? So they are not doing they are not going to go global, or they are creating hurdles for us, right? The government of Pakistan. So there's the three main factors. Right?
Okay. Sir?
Thank you, Amir. Actually, while talking about this, the post-COVID situation, it's globally almost the same. But if we talk about SMEs, especially in Pakistan, while talking about country, Pakistan, having a population of 250 million people, so most of the companies, they try to cater the demand of Pakistani market, first of all. But now it's the time when we say that it is the survival of the fittest. First of all, the thing is this. Secondly, while talking about today's global market and why we cannot penetrate, I personally feel the basic thing is the tools of marketing we don't adopt at the initial stage, which we should. And the reason for that is we don't have the value of the input, especially for the marketing and creating some cloud all over the globe. So we lack that. On the other hand, if we say that if we want to grow our company, especially the SME, so we should believe in the use of technology at all levels. The more technology oriented, and we should know the value of technology, the use of technology for in our project, whether it's a marketing or within the house of production or in the management or wherever it is. Once we move like that, then we can succeed. On the other hand, the last thing is what I personally feel, having experience of more than 4 decades, that we should evaluate that in which market we are going to penetrate. What is the basic demands of that market? Secondly, how my competitor is moving there. If I can't evaluate that thing, then I can't make a plan on which I can succeed. Thank you very much for this.
I'll just add my 2 cents to that thing, since, as you said, post-COVID, everything has been evolving,
It is.
the business lifestyles, people buying habit, people mentality, people mindset, the whole global market has shifted totally. The world is moving to Industry 4.0, commercial automation, probably like IoTs, these all technologies are coming. But being a frequent visitor to Pakistan, this is the first year I came to Pakistan after a year. Otherwise, I do come to Pakistan every quarter, and I just hang around with all these kids and everything, just to try to understand, have a feel or have a taste of what is going on. The thing is that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what I perceive is why we don't adopt these new things is why, because the labor is cheap here. We really don't want to adopt the technology which is a bit more expensive, but of course that's more perfect. That can give a...
That means we are going to make a viability of the product. That cost is viable, no doubt it is. But if we are talking about the global market, so there is a chunk available which one can take, but how to take that, that's the point. So means your marketing should be really at that level where we can penetrate in that form of where the availability is, where the cavity is. As you said, after this COVID or in the COVID era, what we have seen, why the technologies companies have gone up. The reason being online sales has remarkably went up. So now it depends that how many companies are there that they are able, even while they are able to sell through big online stores like Amazon or any other. So it depends whether we have that system within us or not, whether we can move on that track or not. I know many companies, they have very good product, but just because of the owner of those companies, they don't realize the value of online selling, so they couldn't get the results in the last 1 year, 1.5 years. On the other hand, there are newly born companies, their growth is multifold. The reason is that they know the value of technology, they are using technology, they are updated of today, so their results are very high.
True. Yes, sir. I'll just put another question here. If I just ask you, otherwise it could be a pretty endless debate, right? Because we all know what our shortfalls are. We all know what we are supposed to do, and audience sitting here, definitely they also recognizes what changes needs to be made. But the thing is, change is gradual. It's not going to be happening overnight. So the only thing which we can suggest is just put our 2 cents or play our role, in whatever we can do. So if I just ask you, and to the audience, I'll just say that this would be, after we end this, I'll just give some time if somebody else has any questions, because you all are business owners here. So if you have any suggestions, any opinions, any questions, you can definitely ask that. But after, we open up the panel. If I ask you that, let's take example like Jumpstart Pakistan, an organization and an overseas Pakistani. What 3 to 4 steps you would be requiring us as an overseas organization or different chapters to take, so that we can cater you better, or we can, make you penetrate or give you access to the global market. So at least that will help us to, improve our capabilities. So if I ask you, give me 3 or 4 steps or whatever you feel like to give your input on that. Your mic is off, sorry. It's on now. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it all depends on different person or with different fields, because every field has its own demands and all their own expectations. So, but for now, if we take Jumpstart as a ladder, then I would say that first of all, companies should come to join the Jumpstart so that they can get the connections, they can get the leads, so that they can get to the market access that they are focusing on. Because markets are already there, but with the referral, you can get the better leads.
Right.
That's what Jumpstart can do. That they can give out the connections, they can give out the referrals to the persons. And second thing, they with their experience from the global market, they can train the companies that these are the things you should be doing, and that is the path you should be on, and that's the roadmap you should be following. Then you can get to the entrepreneur or on the higher level. So from the startup to the enterprise level, and then to the unicorn level.
Amar Sahab, I have been following you. I'm with you for a long time on WhatsApp group, so definitely I have been looking at your performance. So I believe that you'll be in a better position to answer this question in a much better way, because definitely you are interacting with us internationally as well in groups. So please, what's your recommendations?
I personally feel that we need to get music out of this noise. We need to have some music. This is very important.
Music.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Out of this noise. Because we are talking so many things for the last so many years. Now we need to translate these efforts into some tangible businesses. And that is only possible if people from outside Pakistan, and they're in great numbers. And I think only yesterday I was with the person who are dealing with these people, overseas Pakistanis. And I think right now government is doing a lot of things. Right, true. They're in a mood. But there is again, a gap which needs to be filled. People living from outside Pakistan, they're as good Pakistani as we are. So I think they have their interests. But as you rightly said, ease of doing business. This is very important. We have made the processes so complicated that it needs to be refixed now. In the interest of the people of Pakistan, I think globally it's the hype. People want to do business with Pakistan. Amazing youth manpower. Wherever we have tried to regulate things, we did something wrong. We need to unregulate number of things, leave the people open. For example, now cryptocurrencies are emerging very fast in Pakistan. I think now we are trying to make some maybe laws, some framework, because now it's a change world now. Crypto is becoming, we may not call it a crypto, we may call it digital currency, but we need to understand it. Now these currencies are being used as a barter system. These currencies are coming as a green coin, like dollar coin. So unless we do not understand it, that how can we remain as an isolated country? It's not possible for us. We have some ground issues like radicalization in Pakistan, like specific people thinking limitedly. It's very alarming now because we need to encourage the minorities. We need to give them the confidence. We need to, for example, when some investor come to Pakistan, we need to encourage them. I think there are a number of delays in the government offices and the ease of doing business. We need to change the environment now. It's very important. Thank you.
What's your input, Amin?
My opinion is unfortunately in previous years, like we have not a coaches or a mentor like you guys, like a Jumpstart Pakistan platform. So we need a real mentor and coaches who can train us or who can take us from point A to point B. So which is already Jumpstart is doing, and they are doing very great. And the second thing is access to market, which we don't have any physical presence there when we cannot go there, right? And the language barrier and the legal structure. And the third one is access to funding, right? In Pakistan, we are underdeveloping country, and many of us from from a middle class family, and we do not have that much money to global or to go our startups and market our startups, right? So the third factor is we need to access the funding, and the third is the capacity. The fourth one is the capacity building. So these 4 points that are already Jumpstart Pakistan are providing. So these are 4 points that every SME needs, right, in the moment.
So you're
Thank you.
suggesting that we should change our strategy of our approach to better mentor the businesses. That's one of the things.
Right.
अतीक भाई, इससे पहले कि मैं आपके पास आऊं, मैं आपके उसी क्वेश्चन से एक और क्वेश्चन ऐड करना चाहूंगा. As Amar Sahab mentioned, we need better regulations, right? Now, since you are in that capacity as well, being a senator, and again, please, no disrespect.
No,
it's just
okay.
a question.
It's okay, please.
Why do we mess up things when we try to regulate them?
Yeah.
You know, what is the core issue we need to address in that?
I'll reply that. It's the true fact.
Okay.
While talking about both the things separately, one, the startups,
okay,
the SMEs, they have started their work, their job. So what I personally feel, they shouldn't think that they will be a success story all over the globe within days. It needs. Success is a story of step by step. You have to move. So, secondly, as you ask me truly regarding the overseas, while they come and they join here, they start work at the government level or at the organizations level, at the any office. That's why I'm saying I got the experience of 40 years plus while going in the offices to get the things done. So my humble suggestion is, don't take them as the partner. Take them as the sincere advisor, sincere brother, sincere friends who are working in Pakistan, because this is something like if I go to any developed world, I'll have to adopt and learn the ways and means to get the things done. We, the Pakistani, we are also having our culture, Pakistani style of doing the things. For any businessman, it's very simple to work here in Pakistan. I am saying this, having such big companies, having number of people working for me even going now for the new ventures, that if you know the Pakistani style of working, getting the things done, then you can be successful here. Then you have very easy to work in Pakistan. But if you want to do the things as you learn abroad, as you have seen abroad, as you work there, so then you will have to find lot many difficulties. So that's what my answer is. Everyone says that why should I do anything for you while sitting in the office? So we know that how to get the things done. That's the reason we are running our business successfully.
So you mean to say is instead of business partnership, it should be more than a business relationship? You know,
It depends. It depends. Look, why I didn't say go for the partnership, because if you involve anybody as partner, then there are different liabilities or responsibilities or whatever you say. That's good if you found any person who is up to the mark where you can take him as the partner. But on the other hand, if you don't have that, at least you should have circle of friends who are sincerely, who can guide you sincerely and get the things done for you.
Great, thank you so much. To the audience, I'll just open up if you guys have any questions, if you have any opinion, any suggestions, please feel free to. You can ask or you can give your suggestion because you all are businessmen here, which I believe, and it's a more relevant topic. Anybody else in the audience? None? Oh, I'm sorry, G. I guess you asked a question in the previous session as well, right? Please.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, आई एम आयशा रशीद। इससे पहले भी मैंने अपना पॉइंट रेज किया। अभी भी चूंकि आई एम रिप्रेजेंटिंग इनेबलर्स विच इज़ एन ई कॉमर्स बेस्ड कंपनी, एंड डेफिनेटली जो ये पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक है क्रिएटिंग ग्लोबल मार्केट एक्सेस फॉर पाकिस्तान बेस्ड कंपनीज, दिस इज़ द मोस्ट रेलिवेंट पार्ट। शायद मेरे यहाँ पे आने की मेजर रीज़न भी यही एक पॉइंट है। एक्चुअली आई जस्ट वांटेड टू टॉक टू ऑल दोज एसएमईज जिनके लिए अभी दुनिया समझे खुल गई है। प्लीज़ इस चीज़ को रियलाइज़ कीजिए कि ग्लोबली इस वक्त आप लोगों की जितनी ज़रूरत है, या यूँ कह लीजिए कि आप लोगों के लिए जितनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ वहाँ पड़ी हुई है, शायद उससे पहले कभी भी नहीं थी। चाइना नो डाउट अभी तक बहुत कुछ कर चुका है, लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में अभी चाइना हमारे लिए इट इज़ नॉट गोइंग टू सर्व अस इन द सेम वे जो हमें इससे पहले मिलता रहा। अभी अगर मैं ई कॉमर्स रिलेटेड बात करूँ तो पाकिस्तान के अंदर रहते हुए जितनी कंपनीज हैं, मेरे ख्याल से अगर आप लोग 100% भी अपने पोटेंशियल पे ऑपरेट करना शुरू कर दें, तब भी आप ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट जो है उसको फुलफिल नहीं कर सकेंगे। इतनी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। हम में सिर्फ एक चीज़ की कमी है जिसको सर ने ऑलरेडी मेंशन किया, हम कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी नहीं देते। हम कि हमारे अंदर जो थोड़ा सा एक बेईमानी वाला एलिमेंट है, अगर हम उसको ख़त्म करके सिर्फ ये सोच लेना आज कि मैंने बस ईमानदारी से एक जो चीज़ मैंने ऑफर की है, जो चीज़ मैंने दुनिया को दिखाई है, आई एम गोइंग टू मेक दैट एंड सेल दैट। यकीन कीजिए कि एक तो उस काम में बरकत भी बहुत होगी और आप लोगों की जेबें इतनी भर जाएंगी कि आप लोग दूसरों को देने के बाद भी आप कहेंगे कि ये खाली क्यों नहीं हो रही है। So I just want to raise this thing कि please collaborate with all the e-commerce based companies so that they can guide you and show you the way how you can show and present yourself in the global market, in the global world. Amazon के ऊपर इस वक्त इतना potential है, इतना आप लोगों की बनाई हुई products की इतनी ज़रूरत है। मैं जब भी यहाँ पे सोर्सिंग कर रही होती हूँ, being a part of this industry, मेरा ख्याल है कि मैं लिटरली मुझे ये ख्याल आता है कि मैं खुद क्यों नहीं इनको बना के वहाँ बेच सकती हूँ। Why do I have to pay lot of shipment from China? Why I cannot boom my industry? So please, I just want to inspire all of you to please pursue this once in your life and see if that changes your life. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're very right, ma'am. Again, I just got informed that, my time is up. So I would really like to appreciate the panel for putting their input. Qasim, Amar Sahab, Amin, Ratik Bhai. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amir Bhai. And distinguished panelists, no doubt Pakistani companies have immense potential and diversity to go global. Now, I would like to tell you that the next panel discussion is very interesting and it is on the education of the current era. The title of the panel discussion is Everything You Should Have Learned at School But Did Not. This panel is going to be moderated by Aruj Saqib. Please welcome Aruj Saqib. All the panelists and moderator are very close to my heart. I would like to invite Mr. Amjad Parvez on the stage. Mr. Khurram Zubairi. Mr. Kamran Rizvi. Ali Jafri. Mr. Mureed Bukhari.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the sentence still resonates with me when Neville and I started speaking about this idea and you shared it with me. And I just absolutely love that idea and I said, let's do it. And that's how we started working on the books. Excruciating journey of 6 months where we have been shuttlecocking here and there, getting people on board and, getting to know what they're going to do. This book is about the journey of so many people where they have shown their vulnerabilities, their life challenges. We not only wanted something that could motivate, we wanted something that could actually give practical hands-on knowledge. As I say that it's a human essence of whatever the contributors they have gone through in their life, each one. And I'm very thankful to them. I wish Neville was here. He is not. He has shared a message that is going to be with you. Just look at it that around average, the child who goes to school physically for 18 solid years, they spend about 1 million minutes in that institute. What do we do with those 1 million minutes? I wish we would have done that where we could teach them creativity, innovation, team building, that spirit to embrace diversity and, yet be resilient and have courage and confidence in themselves. So that's what the beautiful contributors they have added to this. Neville has instructed me to read something that I'm going to do. This is, I'm just going to put my This is Mare Bunker, magazine publisher of San Francisco, who has written this feedback about the book. Okay. Everything you should have learned at school but didn't, by Neville Gaunt and friends, is a compilation of personal essays about learning life lessons. In recent years, there has been an emphasis on skills rather than school, and many billionaires, entrepreneurs, and CEOs emphasize the importance of practical rather than academic processes. It is widely publicized that education system in many societies fail to teach students real-life skills such as money management, tax preparation, and basic home management. These skills have colloquially become known as adulting. And I wish that, the advocacy was very much on that. This compilation of essays by authors all over the world attacks adulting head on. Then he further says these essays provide real-world examples to the upcoming generation and give them a foundation to prepare for what lies ahead. While the target audience is students in Pakistan, the book has a universal motive that can apply to youth throughout the world. It addresses a Silicon Valley theme and makes it relevant to the developing world. evening a play field on one thought imaginable. That is just how powerful these essays are. And I wish Neville was here to, narrate it. With when this journey started, we were thinking कि यही एक जुनून, यही एक ख्वाब मेरा है, वहाँ चिराग जला दूं जहाँ अंधेरा है. और आज we have, mashallah, August panel where Khurram Zubairi is with us, Amjad Pervez is with us, Kamran Rizvi Saab, Ali Jafri, Murid Bukhari. So I'm not going to take much time and I'm just going to ask these wonderful people to introduce themselves quickly and then we are going to dive deeper into the conversation of the book. Over to you, Khurram.
Introduction about myself. Um, I don't know what introduction I can actually give. वो जो बच्चे का होता है, मेरा ख्याल है यावेज इज डिस्कसिंग एनीवे, तो हम उर्दू में चुपके से बात कर लेते हैं. तो मुझे काफ़ी एक सुनने को मिला ना कि यार इंग्लिश लगाई दी है, तो मैंने कहा चलो उर्दू में अब कर लेते हैं. तो इट्स नॉट गोना बी डिसरिस्पेक्ट, दे आर फुली एंगेज्ड. तो वो हमारे वो होता है ना कि यार शुरू में बचपन के मसले थे, तो उन मसलों की वजह से, डोंट वरी आई वोंट टेक मोर देन 60 सेकंड, कि यार वो सामान ये गधे की तरह बैग लादना है, ये सारा कुछ है. तो बच्चों की तरह ना सारे वो मसले मसाइल थे, वो बड़े होकर हमने वो निकाले हैं. तो मैंने ये कोशिश नहीं की, वो अमूमन जो बाप के साथ होता है ना, वो अपने बच्चों के साथ वही बदला लेता है.
आपने वो इंतकाम नहीं लिया.
मैंने वो इंतकाम नहीं लिया. अब मैं उनको कह रहा था ये बैग नहीं उठाना, ये बैग उसके अंदर ये क्या तुमने 5 किताबें रखी हुई हैं. तो उस हवाले से थोड़ा सा सोचा था. बाकी सारा इंट्रोडक्शन तो आपको पता है, लेकिन एजुकेशन में मेरे इस वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट है कि इससे आप नई एक जनरेशन बिल्ड कर रहे हैं. आपके 15 साल बाद मुल्क जो होगा वो होगा जो आपने आज स्कूल में पढ़ाया होगा. तो आपने हम उस वक्त पढ़े थे जब हम ना 70s 80s के अंदर, तो उस वक्त जो मुल्क था वो टर्माइल से गुजरा था, उससे हमें कोई फिक्र नहीं थी उस टर्माइल की कि क्या हो रहा है. किसी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर को फांसी लग रही है या कोई डिक्टेटर आ गया, हमारी बला से जो मर्जी होता फिर. हमें ये था हमें स्कूल में बाहर गोलगप्पे या कढ़ाइयाँ मिलती हैं या नहीं, या गोला गंडा मिलता है कि नहीं. तो हाँ, वो बड़ा अच्छा माहौल था. तो फिर हमने कहा यार थोड़ा सा बड़ा होके क्या करते हैं. तो दैट्स व्हाई आई कंट्रीब्यूटेड इन द एक्चुअल चैप्टर. और उसके अंदर मैंने खूब भड़ास निकाली है कि यार एजुकेशन सिस्टम होना क्या चाहिए था. तो उसको आप पढ़ लीजिएगा तो आपको दरख्वास्त ही कर सकते हैं. वैसे आजकल पढ़ने लिखने का ज़माना है नहीं.
एज यूजुअल खुर्रम भाई की खरी खरी बातें, और वो सही कहा कि एजुकेशन के बगैर कोई स्टेप आगे नहीं चलेगा. ओवर टू यू अमजद भाई, योर ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. एक्चुअली मैं बचपन से ही पाकिस्तान से बाहर चला गया द एज ऑफ 11. तो जो मेरी बेसिक एजुकेशन है वो एक गांव में हुई, दीना के नज़दीक. तो मुझे याद है, विविडली याद है कि जो टीचर थे वहाँ थे वो बड़े लंबे ऊंचे थे, मगर मुझे एक बात उनकी याद, उनके हाथ में एक डंडा हुआ करता था. तो वो मुझे याद है कि एजुकेशन सिस्टम पाकिस्तान का क्या है. तो उसके बाद मैं यूके चला गया. वहाँ पे अप टिल 1983 वेंट टू स्कूल, ग्रेजुएटेड. बट एजुकेशन, आई विश that the education system that I went through never existed. कि जो आपका टॉपिक है कि what would you have learned at school that you didn't. ये जो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, चाहे वो यूके में चाहे वो पाकिस्तान में, एक्चुअली इसकी अगर हिस्ट्री देखी जाए तो वो एक इंडस्ट्रियल बेस्ड इकोनॉमी पे है, विच इज़ फंडामेंटली कि आपने रोबोट्स बनाने हैं, उनको निकालना है जो फैक्ट्रियों में स्लेव बने. सर केन रॉबिन्सन, गूगल कर लें इस बंदे को. मेरे मेंटर रहे हैं यूके के. एक अजीब किस्म के पागल क्रिएटिव बंदा है. एंड ही सेज देयर शुड बी नो स्कूलिंग. आई एक्चुअली रन स्कूल्स फॉर यूके गवर्नमेंट फॉर माय सिंस. खुर्रम हैज सीन द स्कूल. We are actually moving to schools with no teachers. And I can explain the concept later on to you, what that is. But the education system that we have here in Pakistan, you can see the results. You can see the results, and those results are not very positive. So I'm not really looking forward to making the existing education system stay. My vision is, a mission is to destroy that system and create something really.
You want to bring beautiful disruption into the education industry.
No, absolutely.
I do understand that. And that's what I think the Neville had the back of mind, that all the contributors and disruptors who have joined hands in this book, they could bring actually the practical knowledge, whatever they have faced in life. And that is actually the beauty of it. We get the global synergy in one book. So over to you, sir. I would request Sir Kamran to give a brief intro.
जी मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि इस महफिल में आने का मौका मिला एंड खुर्रम आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल कि आपने दावत भी दी और आपकी टीम ने भी बहुत ही गर्म जोशी से इस्तकबाल किया. मेरा जो बैकग्राउंड है, माय बैकग्राउंड इज़ वेरी सिंपल. आई चेंज्ड 11 स्कूल्स टिल मैट्रिक एंड 5 सिटीज़. तो जिसके अंदर जिनीवा, ढाका, लाहौर, कराची, घोड़ा गली अगर आप देखें तो मेरे वालिद PIA में होते थे उन दिनों. And PIA was a booming airline, and Jacqueline Kennedy, when she flew from New York to London, commented that great people to fly with. तो वो tagline अभी भी लगी. Unfortunately, वो हम उसकी साख को भूल गए. लेकिन मेरी एजुकेशन का हाल ये था कि पास नकल करके किया. इस्लामियात में भी चीटिंग की थी. इस्लामियात में. और वो भी किस तरह कि वो इन्विजिलेटर जो थी उनसे मैंने गुजारिश की, मैम मुझे इस सवाल का जवाब नहीं आता, तो उन्होंने बाकायदा लिखवा दिया. तो एक तो ये बैकग्राउंड है मैट्रिक तक. उसके अलावा मैं आपको ये बताऊं कि जब हम लोग बरतानिया गए तो आई वाज इन एज अ फैमिली वी वर देयर फॉर 20 इयर्स. और O लेवल्स करने थे, A लेवल्स करने थे. O लेवल्स में मुझे क्योंकि पढ़ाई का शौक तो था ही नहीं और नकल के बगैर आगे बढ़ने का भी तरीका नहीं आता था, और वहाँ नकल का सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता. तो O लेवल इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में फेल. तो जब मैं फेल हुआ तो घर वालों ने कहा कि बेटा क्या करोगे, इंग्लैंड में इंग्लिश में फेल हो गए, यानी मुंशी की भी जॉब नहीं मिलनी.
इज्जत बेइज्जती का मामला शुरू हो गया.
तो आई मीन द पॉइंट आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक हियर इज कि मैंने बड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ कहा उनसे गलती हो गई होगी, मुझसे और फेलियर नहीं होता, ये तो ऊंच नीच नंबर्स में हो जाती है. लाखों स्टूडेंट्स ने इम्तिहान दिया है. तो घर वाले इत्मीनान में आ गए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि अच्छा तो तुम दोबारा दोगे इम्तिहान. मैंने कहा जी हाँ बिल्कुल दूंगा. आई टुक द सेकंड अटेम्प्ट एंड फेल्ड. उन्होंने कहा बताओ गलती किसकी थी. मैंने कहा जी मुझसे, गलती मुझसे हुई. The day I admitted to my mistake is the day I started to learn. और सही मानों में अगर देखा जाए, और मैं बिल्कुल अग्री करता हूँ अपने दोनों पैनलिस्ट जो अब तक आए हैं, दोनों ने बहुत ही मुनासिब बात की है कि ये जो रिवायती सिलसिला चला आ रहा है स्कूलों का, कॉलेजेस का, यूनिवर्सिटी का, इनका वक्त अब आ चुका है कि इनको बहुत ही संगीन अंदाज से ट्रांसफॉर्म करें. मतलब कि आई एम अ प्रोडक्ट. आई नेवर वेंट टू एन अंडरग्रेड एट ऑल. लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि मैंने नौकरी 18 साल की नन्ही मुन्नी सी उम्र में शुरू की थी बैंक में, और मैनेजमेंट ट्रेनी बन गया इत्तेफाक से. और फिर मास्टर्स में 11 साल के बाद करता हूँ, डायरेक्ट MBA 1 year full time in University of Strathclyde. And the reason behind that was that the person who was responsible for me getting into the university was someone who believed in me. और मैं ये समझता हूँ कि अगर आप एक इंसान के ऊपर सिर्फ ये कह दें I believe in you and that you can do well in life, and life is nothing but a university. Every experience अगर रिफ्लेक्ट करोगे, और आजकल तो डिजिटल एक्सेस, आई मीन हम बात कर रहे हैं ई कॉमर्स की, हम बात कर रहे हैं जंप स्टार्ट में आप SME की बात कर रहे हैं, ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज. टुडे घर बैठे अगर आपको सीखने का शौक है तो सब कुछ मुहैया है. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि यू कैन क्रिएट योर ओन कॉन्फ्रेंस सिटिंग एट होम and choose your own speakers and listen to them, take notes, and then go and apply them and experiment. Because इस दुनिया में जिसमें हम रह रहे हैं, we are all for each other. ये जो हमने barriers बनाए हुए हैं वो बाहर नहीं है, regulators नहीं बना रहे, वो हमारे दिमाग के barriers. So I just would like to invite everyone to literally remove the barriers here, take maximum opportunity, because the school is where we are, the world is which we live.
Absolutely, sir. And this brings me back to Neville's can-do attitude. Your passport to grow is all about it, that you should have positive mindset, growth mindset, have belief in yourself, And you very rightly said कि वो दिमाग के अगर ताले खोल देंगे तो कुछ बात आगे चलेगी. With this, I move to Ali Jafri so that you can introduce yourself. Nope. Do you know why they are called six? क्या बात है? Wonderful.
Everything you should have learned in school, but you didn't. End of the day, हम सब सीख ही और ये किताब की बनवाई आज यहाँ पे हो रही है सीखो. About 4 years ago, we brought him to Pakistan, and he was delivering a workshop on the concept of behavioral waste management. मैंने कहा, wow, what a excellent jargon. But when we dived deep into it, there was a real meat. Basically, this whole book, your passport, everything you should have learned in school but didn't, is about 3 corners. Develop a can-do attitude and get rid of your can't-do and won't-do attitude. हमने पाकिस्तान में एक डिजिटल सैम्पलिंग की है. यूथ 18 से 30 साल की उम्र के अफराद की, नौजवानों की, अर्बन कराची, लाहौर, इस्लामाबाद, पेशावर, कोयटा. On 100%, what do you think as a youth, हम कितने can do हैं? Anyone? Rough estimates. हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल कितना है कि जो भी कामरान भाई कह रहे थे कि you just need a pad, you can do it, but are we actually doing it? हमारा अपना खुद एतमादी कॉन्फिडेंस कितना होगा 100% में? Anyone? यूथ का 15%. Well, being very modest, raise it up a little bit. But yeah, before even thinking negative, mind you, Pakistan doesn't have a monopoly for not having or possessed with a good positive can-do attitude. It's a global phenomenon with the millennials, with the youngsters. But in Pakistan, we are a 41% can-do nation. यानी कि एक यूथ को,
40%, I didn't expect that.
आज आप एक काम देते हैं तो उसका असर खुद एतमादी 41% है कि yes I can do it. 59%, 60% हमारा नेगेटिव बायस है कि मैं नहीं कर सकता या नहीं करता या करती.
इसी polarity.
We simply turn down. और this is the area we are trying to improve. I'm representing the firm by the name Knowledge now. We are a knowledge-based consulting firm. We have developed a platform in collaboration with MindFit. Mr. Neville Gant is the CEO. And YP2G engages you to measure your can-do scores. And then with STEM's methodology, we take you and improve your all those skills that the practical world is required. By the way, 500 HR heads in Pakistan were surveyed, and 76% said that they are not happy with the quality of the graduates. They are coming with the can't-do, won't-do attitude. So this is the area we need to focus. So just to highlight little statistics, but I'm sure we'll have more interactive engagement.
Thank you so much, Ali. And I think you rightly bring here the can-do and won't-do attitude that Neville talks about. Over to you, Sir Mureed Bukhari, so you can introduce yourself.
जी बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सैयद मुरीद अब्बास बुखारी. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने हमें और आप सबको बनाया. वैसे अगर आजकल कहते हैं ना गूगल बाबा, वो अच्छे अल्फाजों में ही बयान करेगा whenever you can write my name. So been 20 years experience ठीक है almost sales में, and जिस तरह thank you for खुरम भाई और अमजद भाई to having me. और जिस तरह खुरम भाई ने, अमजद भाई ने और कामरान सर ने और इन्होंने बताया है कि वाकई में what I call it the system today, क्योंकि मैं अपने खुद बेटे का जब बैग उठाता हूँ तो I can't It's like more than 15 to 20 kg. اور میں اور ان کے پرنسپل سے جا کے میں نے بولا تو آپ ابھی سے بچے کو لیبر بنا رہے ہیں کہ وہ یہ تعلیم کا جب وہ بوجھ اپنے کندھے پہ اٹھائے گا تو وہ زندگی بھر وہ لیبر رہے گا. وہ کبھی اپنے مائنڈ سیٹ کو جو ہے وہ یہ نہیں بنا سکتا کہ میں کس طرح سوچوں, کیونکہ اس کے لیے تعلیم آپ نے پہلے دن سے بوجھ بنا دی ہے. تو وہ سر امجد نے صحیح کہا ہے کہ ہمیں اس کو ٹرانسفارم کرنا ہے, کیونکہ میں باہر رہا تو میں اکثر میں اپنی وائف سے پوچھتا تھا کہ بچے اسکول جاتے بھی کہ نہیں جاتے, صرف ایک ڈائری. تو دین آئی وینٹ ٹو دیئر اسکول اینڈ آئی ہیو سین, پرنسپل نے مجھے دکھایا کہ دے ہیو دا کوریڈورز, دے ہیو دا بکس دیئر. وہ جو کام ہوتا ہے وہ وہیں کرا کے وہ چھوڑ دیتے تھے, بس ایک ڈائری گھر بھیج دیتے تھے. میں سمجھتا تھا بچے گھومنے پھرنے جاتے ہیں. اینڈ دیٹس ریئلی وہ ان کی جو ٹرانسفارمیشن تھی, اور جو ابھی جب سے میں واپس آیا ہوں ٹرانسفارمیشن, اب بچے بالکل ہی چینج ہو گئے, پیرالائز ہو گئے وہ. اور ہم نے تو کبھی پریشر ہی نہیں دیا جس طرح ہمارے اوپر پریشر ہوتا تھا گریڈس کا. میں بھی اسی طرح, جیسے سر کامران کہہ رہے تھے, بہت نکما بچہ تھا, صحیح بات ہے, ٹو بی ویری آنیسٹ. لیکن ٹیچرز بہت اچھے تھے, جسے ہم کرتے تھے نا تعلیم اور تربیت, اس ٹائم وہ فینومینا دونوں اینڈس پہ, کیونکہ ہمیں گلی محلے کے جو ہمارے انکلس تھے انہوں نے ہمیں ایک طرح سکھایا, ڈانٹتے بھی تھے, پیرنٹس نے, اسکولس ٹیچرس نے. لیکن اب وہ ڈیجیٹل ایرا میں وہ چیز مسنگ ہے. تو اس لیے ہمیں ایک ایسا ٹرائنگل کریٹ کرنا ہوگا کہ وہ جو آج کا بچہ ہے, وہ قوم کا جو بچہ ہے جو 65% ہے, اس کو ہم نے سیریسلی اس جگہ پہ لے کے جانا ہے. اس کا جو کین ڈو 41% ہے, تو وی ہیو ٹو کنورٹ دیٹ کین ڈو انٹو 80%. So that's why I associated with different universities just because of voluntarily کہ میں what giving back to the society or what giving back to the this education system. اور اسی طرح thank you for the Naval and Rouge کہ they asked me to 2 cents of my knowledge اس میں, جس میں journey of resilience, journey of leadership, so you will download it. That's really جو اس میں وہ چیز ہے جو شاید آپ لوگوں کو اسکول میں پڑھائی جانی چاہیے تھی لیکن نہیں. تھینک یو.
تھینک یو سو مچ سر مرید بخاری. اور مجھے یہ لگتا ہے کہ بہت کم لوگ ایسے ہوتے ہیں کہ جو قوموں کی زندگی میں بڑی تحریک لاتے ہیں. آپ جن لوگوں کو یہاں پہ پینل پہ دیکھ رہے ہیں, اور بہت سارے ایسے لوگ جو یہاں پہ ابھی موجود نہیں ہیں, 27 کے قریب لوگ ہیں جنہوں نے اپنی زندگیوں کا, اپنی جرنیز کا اس کتاب میں خلاصہ کیا ہے. جب نیول اور میں یہ ڈسکشن کر رہے تھے تو ہی واز ویری پیشنیٹ اباؤٹ دس کہ ہی وانٹس ٹو شیئر دیٹ وزڈم free of cost. Now imagine a book which is, embedded with beautiful gems, their life journeys, their vulnerabilities, اور کیا کیا ups and downs آئے, اور اسی honesty کے ساتھ انہوں نے وہ لکھے جو free available ہے. Now it is available on Kindle, inshaAllah. Neville is trying that it's going to be on Amazon as well. اور پھر وہ کہتے ہیں کہ شکوائے ظلمت شب سے تو کہیں بہتر تھا اپنے حصے کی کوئی شمع جلاتے جاتے. I want to know کہ یہ جو سارے لوگ یہاں پہ ہیں, what motivated them to become part of that book and what they have actually contributed in that chapter. So I will start with you, Khurram. انہوں نے تو بڑا دھواں دھار خلاصہ کیا ہے, وہ پڑھنا پڑے گا آپ سب کو جا کے. ابھی خیر نہیں ہے بھائی, آپ فاؤنڈر کو بولنے نہیں دے رہے.
سارے ڈرائیور ایک دم سے ہی نا, وہ بندہ ہے وہ جو گاڑی چلا رہے ہوتے ہیں, قریب بندہ جا کے دیکھتا ہے فون پہ ہوتا ہے, اور جا کے ایک دم سے ہارن مارا کرے, وہ یوں آ جائے گا. تو یہ بھی وہی ہوا ہے یار. مجھے ابھی لگ رہا ہے کہ نا ہم وہی کام کر رہے ہیں جو ہمارے استادوں نے ہمارے ساتھ کیا تھا, تو ہم وہی کام آپ کے ساتھ کر رہے ہیں. ہمیں پڑھنے چھڑنے کا کوئی شوق نہیں ہوتا تھا, ابھی ہمیں پڑھائے جا رہے ہوتے تھے, تو ہم آپ کو پڑھانے کے چکر میں نا کوشش کر رہے ہیں, لیکن مجھے کوئی انٹرسٹ نظر
یہ
نہیں آ رہا.
مزے کی بات ہے, یہ پڑھانے والی بات ہی نہیں ہے. وہ جب کتاب آپ پڑھیں گے تو آپ اس کو رکھ ہی نہیں سکیں گے, بیکاز اٹ از فلیورڈ وتھ سو مینی ڈفرنٹ ٹیسٹ. آپ سوچیں کہ یہ 5 گرو تو ادھر بیٹھے ہوئے, اور 5 گرو نے جو وہاں پہ خلاصہ کیا ہے وہ کیسا تھا. وہ شروع ہوتے ہیں پری فیز سے, جب آپ پڑھیں گے جو سر کامران رضوی نے لکھا.
تو پہلے ذرا ہاتھ کھڑے کریں, کچھ مطلب پڑھائیں یا رہنے دیں, چھوڑیں.
نہیں پڑھیں گے ہم. یہ دیکھیے اس قوم کو ابھی بھی شوق ہے, یہ گواہ ہے.
تو ٹھیک ہے, اگر آپ کا اصرار ہے تو میں کر دیتا ہوں, ورنہ میرا ارادہ کوئی نہیں تھا. اچھا سیدھی سی بات ہے, نہ میں نے کوئی چیپٹر لکھنا تھا, نہ مجھے کبھی لکھنا آتا تھا, میں صرف پڑھا تھا, لکھا نہیں تھا. تو اسکول میں جب لوگ کہتے ہیں نا یہ پڑھے لکھے انسان ہے, تو میں نے صرف پڑھا تھا, لکھنے کا میرا کوئی اتنا زیادہ شغف نہیں تھا. تو پچھلے 20 سال ہو گئے میں نے پین تو قلم ہاتھ نہیں پکڑا سوائے اس کے کہ مجھے کوئی کہتا ہے سائن کر دیں, وہ بھی پاکستان میں, باہر سائن نہیں ہوتے. میں نے اکاؤنٹ جب کھولا تو اس کے اندر نا ایک فارم کے اوپر نا, اور یہ ایک کاپی تھی, اس کی 3 کاپیاں ہوتی ہیں, تو اس ایک کاپی پہ مجھے 25 سائن کرنے تھے. تو میں نے 20 سال ہو گئے تھے مجھے سائن کیے ہوئے, تو میرا ہاتھ ہی نہیں چل رہا تھا. تو پھر افضل صاحب یہیں بیٹھے ہیں پیچھے, افضل صاحب ہیں یہاں پہ آپ؟ جی افضل صاحب جو ہے وہ کہتے ہیں سر جی آپ نے جو تیسرا سائن کیا نا یہ چوتھے سے نہیں ملتا. میں نے کہا میرا پہلا
سائن کر کے تھک گئے.
میں نے کہا میرا بڑا والا بیٹا چھوٹے والے بیٹے سے نہیں ملتا, آپ سائن ملانے کی بات کر رہے ہیں. میرے 2 ٹوئنز آپس میں نہیں ملتے جو آئیڈینٹیکل ٹوئن ہے, ان کی پرسنالٹی 180 ڈگریز ہے. تو یہ جو نقطہ ہے نا کہ یہ سائن اور یہ بچے کی جو میں نے بات کی خاص وجہ سے کہی ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے جو ہمیں انسان بنایا ہے نا وہ بڑا یونیک بنایا ہے. آپ کو صرف اس بات کا پتہ ہے کہ ہمارے ہاتھ کے جو ایوری سنگل فنگر کے پولز ہوتے ہیں نا یہ مختلف ہیں, یہی آپ کو پتہ ہے نا. لیکن آج میں آپ کو ایک اور چیز بتاتا ہوں. وہ بات یہ ہے کہ مجھے اس وقت اللہ تعالیٰ کی خلاقیت پر یقین آ گیا. سوری بردر یابس if allows you. بہت شکریہ, تھینک یو سو مچ. سو خلاقیت پہ یقین آ گیا کہ یار یہ ہے وہ چیز. وہ یہ تھی کہ جو ٹوئنز ہوتے ہیں نا آئیڈینٹیکل ٹوئنز, ان کا ڈی این اے آلموسٹ سیم ہوتا ہے. So the physical composition of the human being is exactly the same. میری اور شبیر بھائی کی, میری اور یاوز, we are different. We come from a different race, we are from the different race. But even the 2 brothers who actually raised up in the same, they have the same semen is being poured into their same parents. And yet they are opposing personality. لیکن جب میرے twins ہوئے, who have got the exactly same DNA, they are 180 degrees apart in their approach towards life. It's amazing. میں نے کہا یار یہ کیسے ہو سکتا ہے؟ ایک زیادہ کریٹو ہے اور لٹریٹ ہے اور اپروچ ٹورڈز لائف ویری سیریس ہے. وہ 5 سال میں ہی سیریس تھا, اور جو دوسرا ہے وہ کھلندڑا ہے, لوگوں سے وہ مارتا ہے, کبھی کسی کو تھپڑ مار کے آ جاتا ہے, کبھی کسی کو کچھ کر کے آ جاتا ہے. So this is amazing. And if this is what it is, that your physical composition is identical and yet you have opposing personality, and growing up in the same house, have the same parents, have the same siblings, then why are we putting all this garbage in and garbage out? تو آپ نے انڈسٹری لگائی ہوئی ہے, ہم نے کہا یہاں سے بندے ڈالو, ادھر سے انجینئر نکالو, یہاں سے بندے ڈالو, ادھر سے ڈاکٹر نکالو, ادھر سے بندے ڈالو, ادھر سے سول انجینئر نکلے گا. 4 سموسے نکل رہے ہیں بھائی, پیزا بنایا ہوا, اس کو کر کے ڈالا, ادھر سے ڈالو, یہ ویجی پیزا نکل گیا, یہ چکن پیزا نکل گیا, یہ آپ کا پیپرونی پیزا نکل گیا. دس از ہاؤ وی آر ٹریٹنگ ہیومن بینگز. تو مجھے میرے اندر لاوا پک رہا تھا. پھر بھی میرے میں اتنی کوئی وہ نہیں تھی, مجھے وہی یاد آ جاتی تھی 5ویں 6ٹھی کی کلاس کے یار, اور استاد لگے ہوتے تھے پڑھ لو بنو نہیں, پڑھو گے لکھو گے بنو گے نواب, کھیلو گے کودو گے ہوگے خراب. یہ سن کے اپنی نانی سے میں نے, اور اتنا پھر راستے ہو گیا میرے ذہن میں, جب ہم بڑے ہوئے اس وقت کھیلنے کا زمانہ تھا, تو وہ جو ہمارے ساتھ جو کھیل رہے تھے وہ نواب بن گئے, اور ہم پڑھ کے جو ہے نا وہ ہم
نانی سے گلا نہیں کیا.
اب سیریس یار, وہ کرکٹ ایک دم سے ان کو 3,000 روپے ایک میچ کھیلنے کے ملتے تھے, وہ 40 لاکھ پہ پہنچ گیا یار, اور ہمیں 20,000 20,000 کی تنخواہوں پہ ہم اٹکے ہوئے تھے. تو میں سوچ رہا تھا یار یہ سارا کچھ جو پڑھایا تھا ہمیں, ہمارے سروں میں گھوسا پڑا تھا, یہ تو سارے کنسیپٹس ہی غلط ہیں. اچھا میں بہت عرصے سے لکھنے کی کوشش کر رہا تھا, لیکن کبھی بول دیتا تھا ٹی وی اس پہ, فیس بک لائیو کے اوپر کئی سیشنز بھی کیے, لیکن ایک بندہ مل گیا اور وہ جنہیں کہا یار یہ خرم کو بتاؤ, یہ بہت بولتا ہے. وہ میرے پیچھے نہیں لگ گیا, آرڈر کا نہیں جی, میسج پہ میسج, آج ملنا ہے, یہ ڈیڈ لائن ہے, اس پہ بھیج رہا ہے. میں تو شرمندگی, اتنا برا حال میرا, ابھی بھیجتا ہوں. میں نے کہا یار کانفرنس ہے یہ وہ. Anyhow, that's the story. But I think what you get out of it is یہ इंसानों की फैक्ट्रियां लगाई हुई हैं हमने, उनको इधर से उधर निकाल रहे हैं हम। अगर आपने तरक्की करनी है, इस कौम को कहीं पहुंचाना है, यू हैव टू ब्रेक द एजुकेशन सिस्टम, जैसे अमजद भाई ने कहा, इसको ब्रेक स्क्रैप कर दें। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Khurram Bhai. And I think that's what Jumpstart Pakistan is doing. That's how it became an entrepreneurial movement where you're bringing actually and changing the mindsets of people. Before I move to Amjad Bhai, I would request Neville has sent us a video message. So let's hear what he has to say.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Neville Gaunt, and I'm the chairman of Your Passport to Grow and the chief exec of Mindfit Limited, based here in the UK. As you see, I can't be with you today. I'm sorry for that. But I'm delighted that Khurram and Amjad have found time in your very busy schedule today to be part of this panel and to help you be successful. Because the start facts are that over 80% of startups still fail. And the main reason isn't lack of money. As any successful business owner knows, it's good leadership, teamwork, collaboration, and a can-do culture that you as an owner instigate within the organization are the ingredients for success and growth. But they'll also know they didn't learn that at school. They learned it on the ground. So this first book is absolutely needed. Everything you should have learned at school but didn't has many authors and hundreds of golden nuggets to help you succeed, but also to help your employees, your friends, your family, your children and your grandchildren understand what success means to them and the ingredients they need to be successful. And for that reason, the book is free to download. And now I'm going to leave it to this great panel to share with you their why they're in the book and how it will help you to success. Good luck with the session, good luck with the rest of the day, and best of luck with the rest of your lives. Thank you.
I think that was very powerful. Unfortunately, Neville couldn't travel. He had a plan, but last moment it was cancelled. Now I'll move to Amjad Bhai, and I would like him to share his why and what's in his chapter. Over to you, Amjad Bhai.
Thank you so much. Is it on?
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you so much, Aruj. Like Khurram, I read a lot, but I write a lot. So I'm quite the opposite of Khurram. For somebody who's a kind of policy expert and a strategist, what I think I need to put down, because if I don't put down, I don't see where it's going. It's the engineering of the mind that needs to be put on the table. And when it's on the table, you can see where the influences are going to come from, where the winds of destruction are going to come, where the friends are going to come from, where the stakeholders are going to come from. So when it wasn't Neville who actually contacted me, it was Aruj who contacted me and said, would you write a chapter?
Neville made me the coordinator to put all the global diaspora on the map.
So Aruj sends a lot of messages, and with great respect and apology, I don't read all of them, right? But this, Qudrat ne jo likha hai, wo likha hai. This one I read, and it said,
Thank God you did.
you have to contribute. And then as soon as I finished, I had a call from Neville and said, Amjad, I've been on your LinkedIn, I've spoken to Department of Wealth, I've spoken to, the guy had contacted every board that I've been on and gathered what I do.
Oh my God, he narrowed down all avenues that Amjad Bhai could not back out.
He knew that I was busy, I was not going to do this. Yeah. So he said, you need to do this. And he knew where my weak point was. Right? A good strategist looks at the weak point of the person and presses that weak point. And he said, you love Pakistan, but more so you love the youth of Pakistan, and particularly those who are not empowered. Now he got me into a corner. And I couldn't get out of that. So he said, can you write something about your journey of success? And what you could teach about that journey. And fundamentally, my chapter, Abdullah is here and Sama is here from 90. I've done some work with them. What I called a local mindset. How you take a local mindset and grow it to a global empowered, not just grow it to a global mindset, global empowered, sharp mind. Now, if you want to succeed in the global market, you can't be a tuna fish because the shark is going to come and eat you. You have to be a shark that is sharper than the other sharks. And for that, you need to understand why failure happens in institutions and businesses. And earlier on in the morning, they asked me to do a little talk on how you can grow your institutions 10x, 20x, 50x. And prior to my conversation, there were financials, marketing, all those things are absolutely necessary. But there is one thing I think that trumps all these things that is in that chapter. You must read it. If you really want to understand why you're failing, this is the chapter that you must read. It fundamentally explains why people who are sat here fail in their duty. So I have failed in my duty as a CEO or a founder to communicate my vision. I know my vision clearly, where I want to go. Fundamentally, organizations fail because the founder cannot communicate that vision clearly to their people. So there's been a very recent, very in-depth study by Harvard, I think about 20,000 companies.
Wow.
And of the top suite of executives, that's your CEO, the founders, your marketing guys, 49% are totally misaligned with the mission. 49%. Just imagine half of your top team doesn't know the purpose of why they're there and they just turn up to do a job. Let's go to the middle management. Middle management, 69% have no purpose, totally misaligned. Lastly, your frontline people. 89% of people, they just turn up for the wage, have no purpose, no alignment. So if you want to succeed, make sure as a leader, you come down from that big hill where you say, oh, I'm very lonely, nobody knows where I want to go. Come down from the mountain, put your hand around your people, and explain to them in detail. I call it the vivid vision. But for that, you'll have to join the Fortune 500 club.
Or otherwise, you have to go and read that chapter.
Here's the pitch for Jumpstart. Look, this Fortune 500 club that we're doing, it's really not for everybody. I'm not being kind of flirty about this, but it's not for everybody. We're looking for people who've got disruptive, unique mindsets, who have that self-belief that you were talking about, that they can conquer the world.
The can-do attitude we are talking about.
Those are the people we're not looking for it. If you think you're saying, maybe we will succeed, maybe my product is good, maybe my team is good, I'm not interested. How you can do that.
Thank you so much, Amjad Bhai. Now I will move to Sir Kamran Rizvi. So would you share why you became part of this book? And
well, I mean, I was turned on by I was turned on by the idea of can do. And then I saw an arch which starts from here, cannot do, then it goes to because learning goes on all the time. And life, if you're not making mistakes, you're doing nothing. And I think startups में जो सबसे प्यारी बात है, they are bold, they are courageous, they are wise, and at the same time, they're daring. They take risks. And they don't mind failing and failing fast and recovering and learning from that. So I feel that learning is forever, and the beauty of learning, I'll conclude with that, is you'll always stay young. Look at me, I'm still 28.
That's beautiful. And I think, sir, you very rightly said if we could somehow or the other embed that, fearlessness into our youth, where would they be? I mean, like they have tremendous amount of potential, but that fear stops them from moving ahead. So very rightly said. And so you should get ready because the second edition is going to come. So we would have your chapter in that. So with this, I'll move to Ali Jafri.
Yeah.
So please share your chapter and your thoughts. Another bit you have to. The volume. There's a volume better.
Hello. Yes, you can. जी मैं अर्ज कर रहा था कि ये book तो we recently just launched this book. In fact, today is a formal launching. But I met Neville, as I mentioned, 4 years ago जब वो पाकिस्तान आए. तो आप सबने कहावत सुनी है अंग्रेजी में, practice makes men perfect. Do you agree with it? Yes.
If the practice is wrong, then what would happen to that person?
Exactly. So the concept of when launch YP to your passport to grow, and is just implementing the whole concept. वो यही है कि practice, इसी के ऊपर हमने सारे algorithms बनाए. 2 साल लगे हमें इस प्लेटफॉर्म को बनाने में, और वो ये था कि practice doesn't make you perfect. We countered and we argued this statement. Practice doesn't make you perfect. Practice makes permanent. आपकी आदत जो हैं, जो बनती हैं, वो आपकी habits, आपकी आदत बनती हैं. Only good practice makes you perfect. तो अब स्कूल में, यूनिवर्सिटी में आप 4 साल मैथमेटिक्स प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, आप फिजिक्स कर रहे हैं, आप बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट पढ़ रहे हैं. But in practical life, all those things that you have not learned, क्या आपने नेगोशिएशन प्रैक्टिस की? क्या आपने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग प्रैक्टिस की? क्या आपने कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रैक्टिस की? क्या आपने स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट प्रैक्टिस की? क्या आपने सेल्फ मोटिवेशन प्रैक्टिस की? बट हाउ डू यू प्रैक्टिस ऑल दीज थिंग्स? So this is how the whole concept started about 4 years back. The development, the platform was developed, the engagement, the interactivity of this platform is beautiful. But with the book, the reason I contributed the chapter on conflict management, as Khurram mentioned, the twins with the similar DNA structure, right? But polar parts. अपने सिग्नेचर की ये बात कर रहे थे. आपका थंब इंप्रेशन कैरीज योर सिग्नेचर. यही है ना, नादरा में आपका आज तक हमारा अंगूठा लगा हुआ है. मेरा अंगूठा दूसरे के अंगूठे से मुख्तलिफ है. So 2 humans do not think alike. ये आपको अगर पता चल गया कि जिंदगी में मेरा और मेरा भाई एक साथ बिल्कुल नहीं सोचते, that is where you try to create conflicts into you try to keep conflicts into a functional zone rather than a dysfunctional. Now what is it? Okay, conflicts, when you realize that 2 humans do not think alike, अब आप उसकी रेजोल्यूशन को फोकस करते हैं, आप अपनी कन्वर्सेशन पे फोकस करते हैं. जो अमजद साहब ने बड़ी खूबसूरती तरीके से बताया कि until unless you don't communicate, do we know the art of the conversations? Let me ask you, the word communication itself is such a wonderful word. हम सब मुसलमान हैं, हम दिन में 5 दफा नमाज पढ़ते हैं उर्दू में. But what do we call namaz in Arabic? And what does it mean? आपके पाकिस्तान की PTCL सी लार्जेस्ट कंपनी का फुल नेम क्या है? PTCL Atha. Why do they call it Salat? Yes. Rabt kaim kare. You go into the UAE, they say get connected. So God wants you to communicate with Him. Talk. And it is interactive. It is two ways. So you need to be a listener. You are saying in your namaz, Sami Allahu liman hamida, thank you God for listening. Do you know the art of listening? How do you listen? Are you actually listening to the other person to just respond and argue or to win the argument? Or you're actually listening with an empathy and try to understand? And that is where the importance of conflict, I thought, is an important issue in the practical life, wherever we go, everywhere in your social life, in your family life, in your professional life, you are being encountered with a person, with an opponent who thinks differently, and you need to understand the art to manage it. That's why I contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ali. That wonderfully put across. You need to read that chapter to know more about what Ali has shared there. So over to Sir Mureed Bukhari. Sir, would you like to share what you have contributed to the
Why I contributed because Rooj is the same thing with Khurram and Amjad Bhai. She centered me. So I said, okay, because as I'm also a reader, very good reader, and I always think okay, how the fantasy of the writer and he create that occasion or event which you can indulge 360 the walkthrough in whatever the reading is, whatever the writing is. So जब मेरे सामने sales की चीज आई उसमें एक chapter, तो sales is my, you can say, the passion. Like I came into the sales accidentally because when I was in Saudi Arabia, the same thing, because I follow the Arabic things. I talk in the accent of Lebanese peoples. So I saw them, the shooting in a 55 degrees centigrade. So I said, okay, this is a job which I really, always. So then when I came into the sales, and then I knew sales is not a piece of cake. So then almost, you can say, the 20 years in sales, I have written a lot of procedures, sales policies, sales training. लेकिन इस तरह की चीज मैंने कहा कि और वो भी योर ओन स्टोरी. और सेल्स में जैसे हम कहते हैं ना कि आज हम यहाँ स्टार्टअप्स की बात कर रहे हैं, 10x की बात कर रहे हैं, 20x, 50x. सो इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ आपने प्रोडक्ट अच्छी डेवलप कर ली, आइडिया बहुत अच्छा है, टीम बहुत अच्छी है, बट इफ यू नो हाउ टू सेल तो आप क्या करेंगे. दिस इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली द चैप्टर उसमें. और उसमें उस चैप्टर में, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, जब मैं लिखा था तो इट्स द जर्नी, इट्स लाइक 12 years बैक ऑफ द जर्नी, जो स्टोरी मैंने उसमें लिखी है. और चैप्टर लिखने के और पढ़ने के बाद आई रियलाइज कि वो उस टाइम मुझे अवार्ड मिले थे, तो आई टर्न अराउंड द इंडस्ट्री. और दैट कॉन्फिडेंस जो मैं उस टाइम से कैरी कर रहा था, मुझे आज पता चला कि ये कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से आया था मुझे, कि सेल्स में आप इस लेवल तक चले जाएं कि आप पूरी इंडस्ट्री को टर्न अराउंड कर दें. सो वो तो आप लोग चैप्टर डाउनलोड करें, पढ़ें, और सबकी ज़ाहिर स्टोरीज उसमें. इट्स रियली इट्स वो हमारे एक हैं, उन्होंने कहा था कि गैलेक्सी ऑफ स्टार्स, जिसमें इस प्लैनेट में जो सारी चीज़ें अपनी लाइफ की उन्होंने उसमें की. सो और मेरा पैशन वैसे ही, एक तो कनेक्ट रहता हूँ मैं हमेशा यूथ के साथ. मैं चाहता हूँ कि सीखे, क्योंकि जितने भी स्टार्टअप्स के साथ मैं रहा हूँ, उनके साथ प्रॉब्लम यही रही है कि दे डोंट नो हाउ टू प्रेजेंट, दे डोंट नो हाउ टू टॉक, दे डोंट नो हाउ टू सेल. सारी चीज़ें, जैसे इंजीनियरिंग में भी यही होता है कि बराबर में यूनिवर्सिटी IST, उनके यही प्रॉब्लम है, बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है बट दे डोंट नो हाउ टू प्रेजेंट. तो आई ट्राई, वो कहते हैं ना कि अपनी हिस्से की शम्मा, तो उसमें मैंने यही कोशिश की है कि चले एटलीस्ट, मतलब दिस इज द सेकंड आप कह लें कि जिसमें मैंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. इससे पहले एक और बुक में कंट्रीब्यूट किया, वो भी इंटरनेशनली. लेकिन आई रियली लव कि इसमें मैंने अपनी पूरी स्टोरी लिखी, और उस स्टोरी से मैंने दोबारा बहुत कुछ सीखा. मतलब एक याद ताज़ा जिसे कहते हैं ना, हो जाती है. और मैं हमेशा, ज़ाहिर है, इकबाल का एक शेर है जिसपे 10 साल से मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है. उस खुद ही को आप लोग इस किताब में जाके ढूंढें.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we are running short of time, so I'll quickly ask every one of you to give me a one-liner that about the book so that we can go towards the closing. So starting from you, Khurram bhai.
Learn from kids. Do not teach them.
Wonderful. Amjad bhai.
If you don't believe in yourself, don't do it.
Oh, that's right. Sir Kamran Rizvi.
Grow your people to not only achieve 10x but more.
Oh, beautiful. Ali Jafri.
Yeah, I'll just reinforce what I said about practice. So just remember with this takeaway, practice doesn't make perfect. You need to find the good practices to make it perfect. Yeah.
Wonderful. Sir Murid Bukhari.
The same thing. The communicate with your God transparently. It can reveal your creativity.
Thank you so much. What wonderful insight from all the mentors. One thing I know, if Neville was here, we would have reinforced that we must keep on unlearning to relearn again. And that is the key. We have so many pseudo images and already conditioned thoughts that hinder us from our progress. I would end this panel with जहां में कामयाबी की यकीन वालों से यारी है, जहां में कामयाबी की यकीन वालों से यारी है, अगर तुम भी यकीन रखो तो ये दुनिया तुम्हारी है. Go and read that book. Thank you very much. So we need to have a group photo.
Are you ready for the next big thing? Lift Pakistan is one of the biggest entrepreneurial conferences in Pakistan.
Let's hear some song. I think everybody is like tired before I call Rashid Bhai to come on the stage. I think, everybody's getting bored. So let's hear something. Vishan Sagar.
Startups, SMEs, industry professionals, investors, and thought leaders of various domains to navigate their way to a successful Pakistan. This year, we have expanded our focus to 12 major sectors of Pakistan, including education, healthcare, finance, technology,
शबीर भट्टी साहब की एक फरमाइश पे गजल है, तो एंड पे वही थोड़ा सा टेस्ट करते हैं, शायद माइंड चेंज हो जाएंगे.
Don't get too carried away yet, because we still have a lot up our sleeves. Through this conference, you will get a chance to get introduced to a brand new tribe of collaborators and investors. We aim at generating a $100 billion for Pakistan to provide support.
जी, गुलाम अली की गजल है, उसका थोड़े से शेर. मस्ती भरी नजर का नशा है मुझे अभी, मस्ती भरी नजर का नशा है मुझे अभी, ये जाम दूर रख दो पी लूंगा फिर कभी, मस्ती भरी नजर का. दिल को जला के बज़्म को रोशन तो कीजिए, दिल को जला के बज़्म को रोशन तो कीजिए, उस महजबी को आने में कुछ देर है अभी, मस्ती भरी नजर का नशा है मुझे अभी। जामे सबू को दूर ही रहने दे साकिया, जामे सबू को दूर ही रहने दे साकिया, मुझको उतारना है कल का नशा भी, मस्ती भरी नजर का नशा है मुझे अभी।
All right, thank you guys. Now cover but to have keynote speech. ये बहुत जरूरी है because we have a very special guest, Rashid Aman Sahab. So thank you very much for joining us all the way from Peshawar. Rashid Aman Sahab is basically the provincial chief of SMEDA KPK, and we met with him. He is mashallah so much energetic. He understands our vision, and we will inshallah collaborate to bring an enormous change in the provincial, in the SME sector inshallah. So I'd like to invite on stage to deliver a keynote talk. The topic is what measures government has taken to remove the hurdles SMEs are facing in Pakistan. So basically, Rashid Aman Sahab is briefing us about all those steps that government has taken, how the SMEs can grow their businesses. So may I have the pleasure of Rashid Aman Sahab. So please come on stage and deliver your keynote speech about the topic. Rashid Aman Sahab.
Bismillah, Assalamu alaikum to all. Unfortunately, I'm alone here on the stage. But मुझे जो खुर्रम भाई ने हुक्म दिया था तो उसके हवाले से मैं थोड़ा सा आपके साथ शेयर कर लूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात हो रही है, स्टार्टअप की बात हो रही है, SMEs की बात हो रही है. और being a belonging to KP region, which is one of the most potential upcoming region for the economy, in Pakistan. तो थोड़ा सा मैं ब्रीफ कर देता हूँ कि ओवरऑल गवर्नमेंट क्या इंसेटिव या स्टेप्स ले रही है, और प्लस किस तरह से अपकमिंग मार्केट जो है वो इमर्ज हो रही है, और व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज वी हैव इन पाकिस्तान, स्पेशली इन केपी. दिस टाइम गवर्नमेंट इज ओनली फोकसिंग ऑन के ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के ऊपर काम किया जाए. सो फॉर दैट फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पाकिस्तान all the act, rules, regulations, license processing, and whatever is related to the SMEs, which creating problems, hurdles to facilitate and creating a conducive environment for the SME. For that reason, SMEDA and Board of Investment को ये task assign हुआ across Pakistan, और इसको regulatory bulletin का नाम दिया गया कि let's identify तमाम जितने भी पब्लिक सेक्टर के डिपार्टमेंट हैं उनके अंदर किस किस्म के प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो हर्डल क्रिएट करते हैं किसी भी बिजनेस को एक्सपेंड होने में या फ्लरिश करने में, या स्पेशली जो लोग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. तो उस हवाले से लास्ट 8 मंथ वी स्टार्टेड एक्सरसाइज अक्रॉस पाकिस्तान. कुछ इनके प्रोविंशियल ग्रुप बने, और व्हाट वी आर डूइंग दैट वी आर कंटिन्यूसली इंटरेक्टिंग विद द प्राइवेट सेक्टर, चैम्बर्स, एसोसिएशन, ट्रेड बॉडीज, इंडिविजुअल्स, स्टेक होल्डर्स टू आइडेंटिफाई के किस बिजनेस में किस किस्म के इश्यूज आ रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल इस रिजीम के अंदर एक ये है जी कि फिस्कल रिजीम के अंदर ये कि जी रेगुलेटरी इश्यूज हैं, कौन से ऐसे SROs हैं, कानून हैं, कायदे हैं, लाइसेंसेस हैं, प्रोसेसेस हैं जो हर्डल क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. आया वक्त के साथ एलिमिनेट करने की ज़रूरत है, उनको ख़त्म करने की ज़रूरत है, या उसके अंदर चेंजेस करनी है, या वो डबल टैक्सेशन है तो उसको किस तरह से ईज के ऊपर डेवलप करना है. उस वाले से इस वक्त तकरीबन 2800 रूल्स रेगुलेशंस एक्ट के दरमियान से हम 600 को स्टडी कर चुके हैं, और अक्रॉस पाकिस्तान ये जो RG की एक्सरसाइज हो रही है टू क्रिएट अ ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड कंड्यूसिव एनवायरनमेंट के हवाले से, तो उसके अंदर 270 के करीब जो है वो स्टडी हुए, जिसमें KP के लेवल पे 39 एलिमिनेट हो गए, एलिमिनेशन में चले गए हैं, और अक्रॉस पाकिस्तान जो है तो तकरीबन कोई 200 प्लस के ऊपर जो है तो मुख्तलिफ किस्म के जो चीज़ें हैं वो की गई हैं. सेकेंडली जो चीज़ साथ साथ चल रही है वो ये कि अभी होपफुली बाय द एंड ऑफ दिसंबर PM इज अनाउंसिंग दी SME पॉलिसी, विच इज़ फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पाकिस्तान के SME को आज तक जो लीगल स्टेटस नहीं मिला था. नॉट ओनली दी इंडस्ट्री पीपल और अपर लेवल, बट जो छोटा माइक्रो लेवल का मेरा दुकानदार है, या बिजनेसमैन है, या स्टोर चला रहा है, या रेस्टोरेंट चला रहा है, तो उसके अभी तक कोई लीगल फ्रेमवर्क नहीं मिला था, उसको कोई प्रोटेक्शन नहीं थी. तो फर्स्ट टाइम वी ब्रिंग कि SME की जो डेफिनेशन है उसके अंदर हमने इसको क्लब करवाया. सेकेंडली जैसे मैं आपको बता दूं, SME पॉलिसी जो है ये मुख्तलिफ एरियाज को कैटर कर रही है, लाइक एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस है, रेगुलेटरी रिजीम है, फिर उसके ऊपर जो कनेक्टिविटी है, उसके अंदर वुमन एम्पावरमेंट की बात है, एडवोकेसी की बात है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की है. मैं आपको जस्ट एग्जांपल दे दूं कि फॉर एग्जांपल इसके अंदर हमने ये चीज़ प्रपोज की जी कि देयर शुड बी अ SME रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्ड. Anyone who start business or who or she is doing a business, she should avail all those incentive. Anything announced by the government, he or she can avail it. For example, access to finance सबसे बड़ा इशू समझा जाता है. तो बड़े केसेस तो बैंक हैंडल कर लेते हैं, लेकिन जो छोटा मेरा SME जाता है या छोटा कोई ट्रेडर होता है तो उस तरह किया जाता है, लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट बड़ी मांगी जाती है. तो उसके ऊपर हमने किया जी कि वी डेवलप अ पोर्टल, और उसके अंदर कोई भी जाके अपना प्रोफाइल ऐड करेगा, एंड आफ्टर दैट ही और शी गेट जस्ट लाइक आपका NSE कार्ड है, या सेहत कार्ड है, या किसान कार्ड है, वो आपको कार्ड मिलेगा, और वो कार्ड आपके पास ये होगा कि आप किसी भी जगह पे कोई भी चीज़ गवर्नमेंट के डिपार्टमेंट्स के अंदर अवेल करनी हो तो यू जस्ट गो एंड यू कैन अवेल दैट थिंग. तीसरा कंपोनेंट जो भी यहाँ पे आई मीन सीनियर से भी बात की है, एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, वो है कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, कनेक्टिविटी, एक्सपोजर, और साथ जो जंप स्टार्ट का भी ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि वो बच्चे बच्चियां जो नया कारोबार शुरू करना चाहते हैं, कोई भी उनके पास आइडिया, मल्टीपल चीज़ें चल रही हैं, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर आ गया, वर्चुअल आ गया, BIC आ गया, इनोवेटिव ID पिच आइडियाज आ गए. लेकिन इसमें जो मेन चीज़ है वो ये है कि जब तक कोलेक्टिवली पब्लिक सेक्टर एंड प्राइवेट सेक्टर जब तक मिल के काम नहीं करेंगे, जब तक आप एक एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट नहीं करते, तो बॉटम लाइन ये है कि वो किसी भी किस्म की यू डोंट एक्सपेक्ट कि जी आपकी मार्केट में इकानमी फ्लरिश करेगी. एज फार एज एक्सपोर्ट की जहाँ तक बात है, आने वाला वक्त सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपका सेंट्रल एशिया है. चाइनीज ने बहुत पहले 200 साल पहले विजन दिया था गोइंग टूवर्ड्स ईस्ट. सो योर अपकमिंग मार्केट इज योर सेंट्रल एशिया, उसके अंदर आपका सी पैक का भी यू नो बेटर देन मी कि सी पैक भी उसमें आ चुका है, और सेंट्रल एशिया एक ऐसी मार्केट है जिसको आप ग्रैब कर सकते हैं। उसके ऊपर अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ऑलरेडी पॉलिसी लेवल के ऊपर पीएम को रिकमेंडेशन हम भिजवा चुके हैं, उसके ऊपर टास्क फोर्स बन चुकी है, 3 डेलीगेशंस एक्सचेंज हो चुके हैं। दाऊद साहब ने उसके हवाले से सियालकोट के अंदर ट्रेड हाउस बना लिया है, सियालकोट चैम्बर ने वहाँ पे अपना ट्रेड हाउस एस्टेब्लिश कर लिया है। तो बुनियादी मकसद कहने का ये है कि गवर्नमेंट जब कोई इनिशिएटिव लेती है, तो हमारे प्रोसेसेस आर वेरी स्लो, बट जूं आईटी का एलिमेंट ऐड होता जा रहा है तो आपके जो पब्लिक सेक्टर के प्रोसेसेस हैं वो फास्ट होना शुरू हो गए हैं। और स्पेसिफिकली आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द केपी इज़ अ वेरी पोटेंशियल एरिया। वहाँ हमारे जो लोग हैं, स्पेशली जो एनएमडीज हैं, एक्स फाटा न्यूली मर्ज जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स आए हैं, इट्स अ वेरी बिग पोटेंशियल देयर। HR इज़ अवेलेबल, अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आर अवेलेबल। और उसके अंदर ये है कि हमारा जो स्मीडिया का किरदार है, ये गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक सेक्टर के हवाले से वी आर वर्किंग एज ए फैसिलिटेटर। वी आर ट्राइंग टू प्रोवाइड मैक्सिमम फैसिलिटेशन टू द प्राइवेट सेक्टर इन शेप ऑफ टैक्स regime, इन शेप ऑफ एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस, पॉलिसी हो गई, बिजनेस मैच मेकिंग हो गई। उसे मेरी अमजद साहब के साथ जूम पे मीटिंग हो रही थी, तो वो दे आर सेइंग कि जी वेबसाइट से बड़ी प्यारी प्यारी चीज़ें, लेकिन वो बात है कि जब हम डिटेल में जाना चाहते हैं तो वी आर ऑन द एम्प्टी रोड। तो उस हवाले से ये है कि एनीबॉडी, मेरा ये मैसेज ये है कि किसी भी किस्म का आपके पास बिजनेस आइडिया है, या यू वांट टू स्टार्ट योर बिजनेस और यू वांट टू एनहांस और यू आर लुकिंग फॉर अनदर अपॉर्चुनिटीज, तो डू कॉन्टेक्ट अस। थोड़ा सा ये बता दूं, जिस रीजन से मैं हूँ, हम जो काम करते हैं वो थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है पंजाब की डायनामिक्स से, बिकॉज हमारा एक कल्चर है। आपको पूरे पाकिस्तान में सबसे ज़्यादा इंटरैक्टिव और इजी एक्सेस जो है वो मिलेगी केपी की ब्यूरोक्रेसी की तरफ। स्पीडा केपी का थोड़ा सा इन्वायरमेंट डिफरेंट है। मैं आपको छोटी एग्जांपल दे दूं कि जब आप हमारे ऑफिस आएँ तो आपको सिवाय मेरे छोटे रूम के कहीं भी कोई ऑफिस नहीं मिलेगा। इट्स ओपन, इट्स जस्ट अ क्यूबिकल। यू कैन कम, यू कैन विजिट, यू कैन कम टू एनी टाइम एक्सेप्ट सैटरडे एंड संडे, दैट इज वीकेंड। बट अक्रॉस टू बोर्ड आपके पास कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ कि आप करना चाहें तो उसके अंदर वी आर देयर टू फैसिलिटेट। गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव उठा रही है, इसके अंदर केपी गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी हद तक लीड ली है, इट्स ऑन द रिकॉर्ड। केपी गवर्नमेंट पहली गवर्नमेंट है जिसने अपना 90% जितना भी पब्लिक सेक्टर का काम है उसको डैशबोर्ड पे क्रिएट कर दिया है। तो अब ये है कि कोई भी फाइल होती है, कोई भी इशू होता है, तो जिस रेवलेंट बंदे डिपार्टमेंट के पास होता है तो दैट एट द स्पॉट चेक आउट हो जाता है, और अल्टीमेटली जो SME है, ये जो भी वॉक इन आता है उसको फैसिलिटेशन मिल जाती है। चौथी चीज़, डू रिमेंबर एस, जब आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात करते हैं, स्टार्टअप की, हर चीज़ पैसे से नहीं होती। प्लीज ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, हर बिजनेस पैसे से नहीं होता। ये ऐसा दौर आ गया है कि आपका आइडिया, डूएबल आइडिया, जिसके ऊपर आपको ऐसे इदारे या आपको ये मालूमात चाहिए या आप उस बिजनेस को कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं आइडिया से बिजनेस के अंदर, तो यू कैन। हमारे जवानी के दिनों में इस तरह के कोई इदारे नहीं थे, बट अब गवर्नमेंट के अंदर भी ऐसे इदारे मौजूद हो गए हैं कि जो आपको इन हवालों से गाइडेंस भी देते हैं, फैसिलिटेशन भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। यस, विश लिस्ट बड़ी लंबी होती है प्राइवेट सेक्टर की। दे वांट कि जी कुन फयाकुन एक दिन के अंदर हो जाए। इट्स नॉट हैपन। उसमें मल्टीपल रीजंस हैं, उसमें आपकी पॉलिसीज हैं, आपके डिपार्टमेंट का और जो सिस्टम है, तो सिस्टम साथ साथ रिमैप हो रहा है। लेकिन इमीडिएटली ये है कि इकोनॉमी की बिल्डिंग के हवाले से जब तक कोलेक्टल सारे इदारे मिल के काम नहीं करेंगे, एक म्यूचुअल प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर नहीं आएंगे, तो तब तक प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी आगे नहीं आएगा। क्योंकि जब उसको रास्ता नहीं मिलता, उसको इस ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस नहीं मिलती, उसको नॉलेज नहीं मिलती, इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं मिलती, तो वो रिलेक्टेंट होते हैं। तो कहने का मकसद ये है कि गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव ले रही है, बट अगेन कि कुछ चीज़ें इमीडिएटली हो रही हैं, कुछ प्रोसेस के अंदर है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपकी ऐसी भी पॉलिसी है, इसके अंदर फर्स्ट टाइम जो न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर्स उनका कोटा रखा गया है कि कहीं भी कोई भी जो अप्लाई करता है टेंडर के लिए, तो जो न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर है उसके अंदर बाकायदा उसका कोटा है। सबसे मेजर चीज़ जो इंडस्ट्री को यहाँ फेस हुई है, NOCs। एक इंडस्ट्री में 28 NOCs हैं, दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी एलिमिनेटेड इन द फ्यूचर। इसी तरह स्टेट बैंक के साथ काफ़ी निशस्तें हुई, एंड वी कम टू दैट पॉइंट कि जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, जो प्रोसीजर रिक्वायरमेंट, दैट शुड बी वेरी वेरी क्विक एंड सिंप्लीफाइड। इसके अंदर केपी गवर्नमेंट ने फिर एक मॉडल हम उनके साथ डेवलप किया है, जनवरी में स्टार्ट हो रहा है, पहली बार पाकिस्तान में हो रहा है। अभी तो हम कहते हैं ना इस्लामिक बैंकिंग हो रही है, लेकिन वी डिस्कस दिस थिंग विद द प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट कि जितने टोटल 36 डिपार्टमेंट हैं पब्लिक सेक्टर के केपी के, तो वी टेल देम کہ بہت سے ڈپارٹمنٹ ہیں جن کے پاس پیسے آتے ہیں, پڑے رہتے ہیں, جون میں لیپس ہو جاتے ہیں, تو وہ پیسے ایک جگہ کلیکٹ کر لیے جائیں, ایک کریڈٹ لائن ڈیولپ کر دی جائے. جو کسٹوڈین ہے, لیٹ سے میں کے پی کی بات کروں, بینک آف خیبر ہمارا صوبائی بینک ہے, سندھ میں سندھ ہے, پنجاب بینک پنجاب میں کام کر رہا ہے, تو وہ سارے تقریباً 3.5 ارب روپے پول کروائے, اور اس کا یہ ہے کہ یہ کریڈٹ لائن 1 لاکھ سے لے کے 2.5 کروڑ تک ہے, اور اس کے اندر کوئی بھی انٹرسٹ نہیں ہے. وہ جو 4% 3% سو کالڈ آپ انٹرسٹ کی بات کرتے ہیں, یہ ایڈمنسٹریٹو کاسٹ ان دی لینگویج آف بینکنگ, وہ گورنمنٹ جو ہے بینک کو پے کرے گی, بٹ اینڈ یوزر کو وہی رقم ملے گی, وہی لون واپس کرے گا جتنا وہ لے گا. اور اسی طرح ہم نے جو ایک مائلیج کریٹ کی وہ یہ تھا کہ کے پی کے اندر جب 2007-8 کے اندر ایمرجنسی آئی, ٹرانزیکشن ہوئی, بم بلاسٹنگ ہوئی, تو دین وی ڈیولپ اکنامک ڈیولپمنٹ پلان ڈونرز کے ساتھ, ورلڈ بینک کے ساتھ ٹیک اپ کیا. ٹاپ پرائرٹی پہ ہم نے اس کو کیا تھا کہ ہم پہلے مالاکنڈ, کیونکہ مالاکنڈ ہمارا سیلاب میں اور ٹرانزیکشن کے اندر بہت زیادہ ہٹ ہوا تھا, کاروبار ختم ہو گئے تھے. اسٹوری کا ٹو شارٹ, وی پریزنٹ ٹو دس تھنگ ورلڈ بینک, 11 ڈفرنٹ ممالک نے ملٹی ٹرسٹ ڈونر کے تھرو $14 بلین دیا. 2011-12 سے یہ گرانٹ کا پروجیکٹ سٹارٹ ہوا. پہلا فیز ختم ہوا 2016 میں, پھر 2017 میں سیکنڈ فیز. نیٹ پہ جا کے کر لیجئے گا چیک, ERKP جو پروجیکٹ ہے, اٹ گاس 3rd اسٹار ان دا ورلڈ. ورلڈ بینک کا یہ پہلا ایسا پروجیکٹ ہے جو ایشیا میں ہوا ہے. اس کی وجہ یہ کہ اس کے اندر کیش ٹرانزیکشن نہیں تھی, میچ میکنگ تھی, اور تمام جو بزنس ان کے کرائٹیریا کے مطابق آتے تھے ان کو ریہیب کیا گیا. میچنگ گرانٹ تھی کہ لیٹ سے آپ 40 لاکھ آپ کی ریکوائرمنٹ ہے, تو 20 لاکھ سرکار دے گی, 20 لاکھ آپ کنٹریبیوٹ کریں گے. تو کہنے کا مقصد ہے فرسٹ ٹائم ورلڈ بینک اتنے لیول پہ آیا, 11 ڈونرز کو ہم لے کے آئے. اس کے حوالے سے اب الحمدللہ کے پی میں 5 اور پروجیکٹس ڈونر کر رہے ہیں. اسی طرح اکنامک گروتھ ابھی پروونشل گورنمنٹ نے اناؤنس کر دیا ہے. تو کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ گورنمنٹ کرنا شروع کر چکی ہے, کر رہی ہے, بٹ جب تک پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کی سیل نہیں ہوگی. اور سب سے بڑا جو امپورٹنٹ پرابلم ہے وہ جو مطلب 24-25 سال مجھے بھی ہو گئے ایس ایم ای ڈیولپمنٹ کے اندر, گیپ بہت ہے. وہی بات جو سارے سینئر کرتے ہیں, انٹریکشن نہیں ہے. ایک تو لرننگ نہیں ہے, کوئی ایم بی اے کی ڈگری نہیں چاہیے. یو ہیو آئیڈیا, اٹس ڈویبل, اسٹارٹ ورک اٹ. اینجل فنڈنگ بھی آ جاتی ہے, انویسٹر بھی آ جاتا ہے, بہت کچھ آ جاتا ہے. تو کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ لرننگ بڑی ضروری ہے. ہمارے ایس ایم ایز کبھی تھوڑا سا مسئلہ ہوتا ہے, ریلکٹنٹ ہوتے ہیں, وہ کہتے ہیں جو میں نے کر لیا سیکھ لیا ہے, میں پہ جانتا ہوں, وائی شوڈ یو آر کمنگ ٹو ٹیچ می, رائٹ. اور اسی طرح اکیڈیمیا لنکیجز کی بات ہوتی ہے. تو کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ لرننگ از دا کی. دوسرا یہ کہ پبلک پرائیویٹ کے اندر گیپ بہت ہے. اس کی ریزن یہ ہے کہ کچھ بیہیویئر ایشوز ہیں جو سچ ہے, وہ ایکسیپٹ کرنا چاہیے. لیکن اس کے اندر میں یہ ضرور کہوں گا کہ اسپیڈا از اے پبلک سیکٹر, بٹ الحمدللہ پیپل کالڈ کہ اٹس اے وائس آف ایس ایم ایز. تو یہ ادارہ جو ہے اور تمام اداروں کے ساتھ مل کے کنٹریبیوٹ کر رہا ہے. بزنس ریلیٹڈ ہماری ویب پہ چلے جائیں, ہماری مینٹورنگ سائٹ پہ چلے جائیں, انٹرپرینورشپ کی طرف جائیں, انویسٹمنٹ کی طرف جائیں, ڈونر فنڈنگ کی طرف جائیں. ملٹیپل مائلسٹونز دیئر, بٹ اٹس آن گوئنگ پروسیس, اور وہ ہو رہا ہے. کچھ چیزیں آپ کی فیڈرل لیول پہ بھی مزید آئیں گی. نو ڈاؤٹ کہ پیرالل ابھی جو انفلیشن بڑھی ہے, جو ایک انٹرنیشنل سینیریو بنا ہے, آئی ایم ایف کے بھی ہم نے مطلب وی آر باؤنڈ ٹو. تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ پرابلم ہوئی ہے کہ جب آپ 1 اینٹ اٹھاتے ہیں تو اس کے اندر بھی مسئلہ ہے, پھر 10 اینٹ اٹھاتے ہیں وہاں بھی مسئلہ ہوتا ہے. تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ جب تک اداروں کے اندر رائٹ مین ایٹ دا رائٹ پلیس کی ایکسرسائز شروع نہیں ہوگی, ڈونٹ ایکسپیکٹ میریکلس, رائٹ. اینڈ اٹس اے ٹو وے ٹریفک. گورنمنٹ کو جب تک آپ لوگ جو ایس ایم ای سیکٹر ہے آ کے ڈائلاگ نہیں کرے گا, گائیڈنس نہیں دے گا, اپنے ایشوز آئیڈینٹیفائی نہیں کرے گا, اور ایشوز کے ساتھ اپنے سولوشن بھی جب تک پرووائڈ نہیں کرے گا, تو ڈونٹ ایکسپیکٹ. بٹ یہ کہ پہلے کچھ ایرا سے اب الحمدللہ ٹیمپو کافی تیز ہے, جس میں آئی ٹی کا بڑا کردار ہے انٹریکشنز کا. اور نو ڈاؤٹ کہ ہماری جو یوتھ ہے دے آر ویری ماشاءاللہ ویری کانفیڈنٹ. ہم جاتے تھے پہلے اپنی جوانی میں کسی دفتر میں تو 10 گھنٹے سوچتے تھے کہ صاحب سے کیا بات کرنی ہے. اب ہمارے پاس بچے بچیاں ینگ آتے ہیں, کہتے ہیں سر یہ کام ہے, یہ کرنا ہے, یوں کرنا ہے, یوں کرنا ہے. سو ناؤ کنڈیوسو انوائرمنٹ از دیئر. اسی طرح جو باہر کے ہمارے اوورسیز ہیں, پلینٹی آف اپرچونیٹیز ناؤ پریویلنگ ان دا پاکستان. اسپیشلی ٹورزم کی بات کریں, ماربل گرینائٹ کی بات کریں, منرل کی بات کریں, ہارٹیکلچر کی بات کریں, جیم سٹون کی بات کریں, ٹیکسٹائل وغیرہ, بس ایک ٹائم ہے. آپ تھوڑا سا اندازہ لگا لیں کہ ابھی کووڈ آیا, 90% میرے ایکسپورٹر جو تھے وہ مسئلے ہو گئے, کیونکہ سارا را مٹیریل یورپ دبئی سے آتا تھا. نو باڈی فوکس آن سینٹرل ایشیا, نو باڈی فوکس آن افغانستان. اپ کمنگ مارکیٹ یاد رکھیں آپ کی یہ ایریا ہے, اور اس کے اندر اتنا پوٹینشیل ہے اور اتنا کچھ ابھی ہونا شروع ہو چکا ہے एक इशू आ रहा है, वो काफ़ी हद तक सेटल डाउन हो गया, वो था पॉलिसी का। जो TTC रीजनल वो ऑलरेडी प्रोसेस में आ गई है, अफगान गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी सेंट्रल एशिया में तमाम, ताजिस्तान है, उज़्बेकिस्तान है, किर्गिस्तान वगैरह है। लेकिन ये कि लीड लेने की बात है और सीरियसनेस की बात है। तो बहरहाल ओवरऑल मैंने ट्राई किया कि थोड़ा सा आपको एक पिक्चर दे दूं। देयर इज प्लेंटी ऑफ थिंग्स आई कैन एक्सप्लेन, आई कैन डिस्कस, बट ये कि टाइम लिमिटेशन जो खुरम भाई ने हुक्म किया हुआ है तो उसके अंदर मैं थोड़ा सा यही ब्रीफ कर सकता हूँ। लेकिन ये कि थोड़ा सा ये है कि कंटिन्यूस डायलॉग और इंटरेक्शंस जब तक आप टेबल पे चीज़ें नहीं लाएंगे नहीं होगा। और हमारा ये होता है, क्योंकि हम तो गवर्नमेंट के लोग यूज टू है ना, वो जो ही गवर्नमेंट को कुछ सुनता है कि राशिद गवर्नमेंट से, तो उनके पंजे ज़रा तेज हो जाते हैं, ठीक है ना, क्योंकि गिले शिकवे बहुत होते हैं। बट ये होता है, वी आर यूज टू दैट, वी ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट कि जी ब्रिंग योर प्रॉब्लम्स एंड ऑल्सो प्रेजेंट एंड शेयर योर सोल्यूशंस एज वेल। और उसको हम चेन अप करते हैं, और फिर जिस जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जहाँ जहाँ वॉइस पहुँचानी होती है वी डू दैट। ठीक है, छोटी एग्जाम्पल दे दूँ, आई हैव KP रीजन, I have NMD 7 districts, I have GB, and we have only 6 people running his whole show, right? लेकिन स्पीडा में थोड़ी सी कहते हैं ना अच्छी चीज क्या थी पब्लिक सेक्टर में, ये पहला इंस्टीट्यूट था 1998 में, ख्वाजा बिलाल वाज एट दैट टाइम चेयरमैन। इसकी हायरिंग एक प्रॉपर प्रोसेस से हुई, मतलब जो HR आया, आई वाज हायर 1998। मैंने जब पहला टेस्ट दिया था तो मेरा यही था कि जो मेरी माइंड में MBA के बाद जो मैं करना चाहता था SMEs के लिए, आई वांट कि अल्लाह ताला मुझे एक ऐसे मकाम पे इंस्टीट्यूशन में जगह दे जहां आई कैन डिलीवर इट, माय टीम कैन डिलीवर इट। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये कि वी आर, और अब ये इतना है कि हमारी एटलीस्ट जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है वो चैम्बर्स वगैरह है, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा पंजाब में टोर है प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, KP में थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव माहौल है। तो सवाल से ये है कि मल्टीपल चीज़ें जो है इट्स गोइंग पैरेलल, लेकिन ये होता है कि आप अपने प्रॉब्लम्स के साथ सॉल्यूशंस के साथ शेयर करें, और अब ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, कलेक्टिव अप्रोच के साथ आप जाएंगे तो डेफिनेटली गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर आल्सो फैसिलिटेट यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एनी कमेंट्स, एनी क्वेश्चंस सर?
राशिद साहब थैंक यू सो मच। आपने कहा कि आप अकेले बैठे हैं तो मैंने समझा ये अच्छा नहीं। देखें, जो आपने रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और जो पाइपलाइन में है, दैट इज़ एक्सीलेंट न्यूज़। थैंक यू सो मच कि आप इस कुछ ऐसे लोग भी पाकिस्तान में हैं जो एफर्ट में किए हुए हैं। और एक बात जो मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ, देखें, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस आप क्यों करते हैं? what is the reason? Everybody talks about, we're jumped up the ease of doing index. That's an algorithm. वो वेरिएबल्स होते हैं, उसके ऊपर आप काम करते हैं, तो टेक्निकली जो आपके अदारे हैं वो आके वो टिक बॉक्स करते हैं। आपने देखना है कि ग्राउंड रियलिटीज क्या है। एक्चुअली दिस इज द थिंग। मैं 2019 में जब हमने लिफ्ट पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस की तो लाहौर में हमने की और इस्लामाबाद में, मगर उससे पहले जो है हमने 4 रोड शोज यूके में किए, हार्टफोर्ड, बर्मिंघम, मैनचेस्टर, लंदन में किए, फिर शिकागो, कैलिफोर्निया, न्यूयॉर्क में किए, जेद्दा में और सिडनी में किए। अच्छा, जिस जिस शहर में हम गए हैं ना मेरे भाई, अब जो जैसे आपने कहा है कि जो मार्केट हमारी है वो अब ईस्ट में है, आई टोटली एग्री विद यू। द वेस्ट, वेदर थ्रू इट्स ओन फॉल्ट, और ये साइकिल्स होते हैं सिविलाइजेशंस के, चाहे वो 700 इयर्स का हो या 200 इयर्स, उस साइकिल को आप तोड़ नहीं सकते। इसी तरह ब्रिटिश एम्पायर था, उसके बाद रशियन एम्पायर, मुगल एम्पायर, ये एम्पायर्स आते और जाते रहते हैं, इट इज इनेविटेबल। अब यूके ब्रेक्सिट से निकला है, मैं यूके में होता हूं तो मुझे पता है कि किन डिफिकल्टी से वो गुजर रहे हैं। आई कैन अश्योर यू, जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज हैं, आज से 10 साल पहले ये नहीं सोच रहे थे कि हम पाकिस्तान में मूव हो जाएंगे या हम एक्चुअल डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे। उन्होंने यहाँ पे कोठियां बना रखी हैं या प्लॉट्स लिए हैं। ये जो 30 बिलियन आ रहा है ना आपको, ये लूज चेंज उसलिए आ रहा है, या किसी लैंड माफिया ने उनका जो प्लॉट है वो उसके ऊपर कब्जा कर लिया तो वो वकीलों के लिए वो पैसा भेज रहे हैं। इन्वेस्टमेंट आपकी बिल्कुल 1 टके की भी नहीं आ रही। अच्छा, मैं आपसे करूंगा कि अगर आपका स्टेट
बैंक गवर्नर जा सकता है और आप जूम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कर सकते हैं डिजिटल रोशन अकाउंट के ऊपर, और इसके रिजल्ट्स भी आ गए, यानी $3 बिलियन आपके अकाउंट्स में आ गया, जिसके खिलाफ आप 3 बिलियन नहीं लैंड कर रहे, यानी 30 बिलियन कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि एवरी डॉलर जो बैंक में आता है तो वो 10 ज्यादा जो है कर लेते हैं. So people don't talk about that. So the contribution of overseas Pakistani is not just 3 billion, but it's who's profiting from that? The bankers. Because they are lending 70% of that money to the government. That is atrocious. That money we are sending you should be going to develop investment models for SMEs and large scale. You know, it's atrocious that a country that is strategically placed with 10 million overseas Pakistanis in the most developed economies, and Allah ne hame sab kuch de rakha, and we haven't got a single multinational. Now, the practical thing that I think we need to do, and what people, when we did the road shows, are asking is, don't tell us what you've done or not done. क्योंकि बिजनेस तो है ही रिस्क, उसे डी रिस्क तो टोटली आप कर ही नहीं सकते. ईज ऑफ बिजनेस आप कर सकते हैं जहां रोडे बहुत ज्यादा हैं आपके रास्ते में, उसे थोड़ा इधर कर दें ताकि हम अपनी गाड़ी जो है निकाल लें. एक्चुअली व्हाट दे लुकिंग फॉर, अगर जब आप IMF से लोन लेते हैं तो उनको वो आपको टाई डाउन कर देते हैं, आपकी टांगे भी बांध देते हैं, एंड देन दे किक यू इन द स्टमक एंड यू से थैंक यू. What they're looking for, जैसे मेरी आपसे बात हुई थी कि वो आएंगे, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी लेके आएंगे और डिफरेंट रीजन्स में लाएंगे, क्योंकि उनकी जो बिजनेसेस हैं वो ऑलरेडी डेवलप्ड हैं. What they are looking for is somebody who can hold their hand जब ट्रबल आती है. क्यों कि देखिए, मेरा एग्जांपल ले ले, मैं 9-10 साल का था तो मैंने पाकिस्तान छोड़ दी. I don't know anything about from Pakistan. All I have is love for Pakistan and the passion to transform it. अब ये आप लोगों का, सेनेटर साहब बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, आप बैठे हैं, हजारों लोग यहाँ पे थे. अच्छा, 25,000 पीपल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आ रहे थे, वो विदाउट नोटिस कैंसिल हो गई. वो छोड़ें, उसको छोड़ दें, वो उसके साथ भी हम डील कर लेंगे, दोबारा कहीं हो जाएगी. नेगेटिव नहीं होना चाहिए. What I'm asking is that we do these road shows across the globe. जब आप इन्वेस्टमेंट मांगते हैं ना, तो वही नहीं कहते कि तुम यहाँ पे आओ. You have to go to the customer, right? So we need just not KP. I know you're doing great work in KP. I suggested to you कि जो 4 सूबे हैं पाकिस्तान के, उनकी स्मेडा के जितने चेयर्स हैं उनको एक राउंड टेबल बनाएं, उसकी एक बुक ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनाएं, और हम रोड शोज करें हर सिटी में जहां पाकिस्तानीज हैं. पहले फेज में पाकिस्तानीज करें, जब उनकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी होगी तो एवरीबॉडी विल वांट द हनी. सो वी आर हियर एट योर सर्विस. वी आर मोर देन हैप्पी टू डू द रोड शोज. नाउ इट इज अप टू सेनेटर साहब. मैं आपको एक छोटी सी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दे रहा हूं. वो ये है कि आप जैसे प्रोग्रेसिव लोग और इन जैसे प्रोग्रेसिव लोग जो ये काम करने वाले हैं, आप पॉलिसी बनाने वाले हैं. यही बात है ना जी. मगर प्रेशर हम लोग नहीं दे सकते, क्योंकि हमें तो सिस्टम का पता ही नहीं है. हम आपको कैपिटल दे सकते हैं, एक्सेस टू मार्केट दे सकते हैं, डेवलप्ड ह्यूमन कैपिटल दे सकते हैं. यही है ना जी, ये 3 चीजें हम दे सकते हैं. इससे ज्यादा मांगे हम कोशिश करेंगे, मगर हमारे बस में नहीं है. तो प्लीज ये करें कि ये जितने आपके अदारे हैं जिनकी ड्यूटी है कि जो इकोसिस्टम ऑफ बिजनेस है उसको सीधा करने के लिए, आप अगर मैं आपको एक छोटी सी जवाब दूं, अगर आप बुरा ना मनाएं, ये आप फॉलो करें. एक बंदा जो है ना, पॉलिटिकल फिगर जो इस बात को समझता है, वो एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ले लें, और जो स्मेडा की इंस्टीट्यूशन है वो आप ले लें. मैं आपको बाहर की जितनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, जितनी है, मेरा काम है उनको टेबल के ऊपर लाना. फिर हम इन्वेस्टमेंट देखें. अब यूसुफ आया हुआ है तुर्की से, उनके पास इतना इकोसिस्टम जबरदस्त है, उन्होंने टोटली उसको हमारे हाथ में दे दिया. फिर हम अब ईरान से भी बात कर रहे हैं, कतर से भी बात कर रहे हैं, और मलेशिया से. ऑलरेडी हमारा ये काम हो गया. वो क्यों कि जहां उनकी कमजोरियां हैं, जहां वीकनेसेस हैं और हमारी स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं, वो हमारी कंपनीज फिल करेंगी जहां हमारी वीकनेसेस है. सो ये जो पैरेलल हमने वर्क करना है, कोलैबोरेशन, द मुस्लिम वर्ल्ड, दैट इज समथिंग. सो दिस इज द मॉडल ऑफ प्रैक्टिकलिटी, राइट? تو اگر آپ اس پہ کچھ کہیں تو.
سر اس میں تھوڑا سا کمنٹ دے دیتا ہوں. ایک تو یہ کہ اسمیڈا پہلی چیز یہ جیسے آپ نے فرمایا یہ آلریڈی ان پریکٹس ہے. جیسے میں نے کہا ایس ایم ای جو گورنمنٹ نے پالیسی کی ہے اس کے اوپر میراتھن ایکسرسائز جو کی ہے اس کے اندر ملٹیپل سیشنز ہوئے ہیں ملٹیپل. ابھی مجھے جسٹ آئی ریسیو اے میسج فرام منسٹری کہ خسرو صاحب نے پہلا گو دے دیا ہے اور انشاءاللہ ود ان اس میں ہو جائے گا. جہاں تک سر آپ بات کریں نا بزنس ماڈلس ہیں بیسیکلی وٹ یو آر ٹاکنگ کہ جو آپ کے روڈ شوز ہوتے ہیں یا ہمارے باہر کے جو اوورسیز ہیں دے نو دی پوٹینشیل بٹ کہاں کس سے کانٹیکٹ کرنا ہے کیا ریکوائرمنٹ ہے کدھر سے انویسٹمنٹ کو موبلائز کرنا ہے وٹ آر دا چینلس ادر دین جو آپ نے بینکنگ سیکٹر کی ایک بات کی ہے. میں اس میں یہ کروں کہ جیسے آپ اسمیڈا کی ویب سائٹ پہ جائیں تو اٹس مور دین 300 کے قریب ڈفرنٹ پروجیکٹس پڑے ہوئے ہیں بزنس کے. ٹھیک ہے اس میں ایک چیز ذہن میں رکھیے گا کہ جس ٹائم میں جو بھی ڈاکومنٹ بنتی ہے اس کا کرنٹ ریٹ ڈالر کا اس وقت لیا جاتا ہے. تو جو فائنینشیل پروجیکشن ہے اس میں ویریشن ہوگی بٹ میں آپ کو سمپل بتاؤں گوڈ فارمنگ بہت چھوٹا پروجیکٹ ہے. میں عرض کر رہا ہوں نا کہ مطلب اس طرح کیمل کا ہے انڈسٹری کی بات ہے ٹریڈ کی ہے. تو ہمارا یہ ہوتا ہے کہ ہمارا جو ہے وہ ہم بیسک ڈائریکٹ سیمیز کے ساتھ بیٹھ کے ویلیو چین اسٹڈیز کرتے ہیں. وی آر ناٹ ورک آن دا ٹیبل پہلی بات. تو ہماری اب جتنی بھی ڈاکومنٹیشن انسٹرکشنز دیکھیں گے ہماری ایس ایم ایز کے ساتھ ہوتی ہیں. سو وی ڈو انڈرسٹینڈ کہ وٹ آر دی پریکٹیکل پرابلمس اینڈ ریئلٹیز آن دا گراؤنڈ. اب ہوتا یہ ہے کہ سینیٹر صاحب بھی بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں لیکن کچھ جگہوں پہ ایسے بینگ اے پبلک سیکٹر ہمارے پر تھوڑے سے محدود ہیں. لیکن اس میں یہ ہے کہ جیسے آپ اوور آل بات کریں پاکستان میں انویسٹمنٹ اپرچونٹی کن کن سیکٹرز میں ہیں پبلیکیشنز آتے ہیں سافٹ کاپیز آتے ہیں. سیم وی ڈیولپ انویسٹمنٹ گائیڈ ریگارڈنگ اور کے پی. اسی طرح ڈفرنٹ سیکٹورلز کی اویلیبلٹی ہے. مین چیز یہ ہے کہ آپ وین ایور یو نیڈ جسٹ آئی مین کانٹیکٹ اس وٹ ایور وی ہیو ٹو پروموٹ اینڈ ہیونگ دی بزنس ماڈلس ان شیپ آف ہاٹ اینڈ سافٹ وی ول پرووائڈ یو. اور اصل چیز یہ ہے کہ ان پروجیکٹس کو بزنس ماڈل کو مارکیٹنگ کرنے کی ضروری ہے اینڈ یو آر دا پیپل. تو وی ول گو لائک دس انشاءاللہ.
تھینک یو جی. آپ وقت ہم نے کافی لے لیا ہے تو میں آپ کو کانٹیکٹ کروں گا. اور یہ دو بندے ہیں میں نے نہ عمران خان کے پاس جانا ہے نہ زلفی بخاری صاحب سینیٹر صاحب ہیں اور آپ ہیں. میں اپنی رسپانسبلٹی لوں گا اور آپ نے اپنی لینی. بہت بہت شکریہ جی. تھینک یو ویری مچ. اوکے.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Mr. Khurram Zubairi for the closing panel.
Closing panel. سٹیا گئی ہیں بھائی تو بہت تھک گئی تو بھائی. اچھا جی so basically just quickly wanted to spend about 10 minutes on something. We wanted to actually do that earlier on but environment was taking a bit longer to set it up. آپ لوگوں میں سے کتنے لوگوں نے نوٹس کیا آپ میں سے کتنے لوگ فیس بک یوز کرتے ہیں؟ اچھا کوئی نہیں کرتا کوئی ایسا بندہ ہے جو فیس بک یوز نہیں کرتا. آپ نہیں کرتے جھوٹ کیے پیر نہیں ہوتے اور آپ اسے ٹانگوں پہ کھڑے ہیں. یہ وہ شخص ہے آگے جملہ کمپلیٹ کریں. یہ وہ شخص ہے کوئی سیریسلی کون ہے جو فیس بک نہیں یوز کرتا؟ کوئی ایک ایسا ہے جس کا اکاؤنٹ نہیں ہے؟ کوئی ایسا شخص ہے جس کا فیس بک پہ اکاؤنٹ نہیں ہے؟ نو. اچھا جی فیس بک پہ آپ نے ایک چیز نوٹ کی ہوگی ریسنٹلی ایک چیز اب لکھی آتی ہے وہ ہے کیا ہے میٹا. آپ میں سے کتنوں کو پتا ہے میٹا کیا ہے؟ میٹا کیا ہے؟ میٹاورس. Okay, so the metaverse is the new social media. That's how Mark actually mentioned it. اچھا تو اس کے اندر اس میٹاورس کے اندر بیسیکلی جیسے یہ ابھی آئے ہیں ذہن میرے ساتھ نا میں ان کو ٹچ کر سکتا ہوں چھو سکتا ہوں ان کو یہ ٹچ کیا ہے یوں کر کے نا تو میں فیل کر رہا ہوں ان کو نا. ٹھیک ہے میں ان سے بات بھی کر رہا ہوں یہ مجھے دیکھ بھی سکتے ہیں. آپ لوگ اگر امیجن کریں کہ آپ اس طریقے سے لوگوں کو ٹچ کر سکیں فیل نہیں آئے گی لیکن ٹچ کر سکیں اور دیکھ سکیں اسی طرح نا اور بات بھی کر سکیں اور وہ آپ سے 7000 مائلز اوے ہوں تو ایسی اگر ٹیکنالوجی ہو تو آپ اس کو بائی کریں گے یا نہیں کریں گے؟ کتنے میں کریں گے؟ مفت میں تو نہیں ملے گا یہ فیس بک نہیں ہے. اگر آپ اس طریقے سے کسی ایک فرد سے بات کر سکیں, اس کو چھو سکیں, اور وہ آپ کے سامنے صوفے پہ بیٹھا ہو, مثال کے طور پر یہ میرے ساتھ صوفے پہ بیٹھے ہیں یہاں پہ, اور میں ان کے ساتھ اس طرح بیٹھ کے بات کر رہا ہوں, تو اس چیز کے آپ پر منٹ کے حساب سے, پر گھنٹے کے حساب سے, پر منتھ کے حساب سے کتنے پیسے دیں گے؟ لائک $50, $30, $40 a month. کوئی بھی آ سکتا ہے, ہاں سامنے بھی ہو سکتا ہے, اس میں وہ اس کی مرضی ہے کہ وہ آپ کے سامنے بیٹھے نہ بیٹھے. سر جی وہ تو ڈیپینڈ کرتا ہے نا. ہاں بٹھایا جا سکتا ہے, آپ نے صرف سلیکٹ کرنا ہے میں نے بیٹھنا ہے, ورچوئل میں وہ آ جائے گی. سو جسٹ کوئکلی دا ہول ایکسپیرئنس از, آپ میں سے زوم کتنوں نے یوز کیا ہے؟ ساروں نے تقریباً. زوم پروسیجر ہے, آپ نے ایک جگہ پہ کلک کیا اور آپ ایک روم میں چلے گئے, اور وہاں پہ 2 لوگ اور تھے, یہ ایک پرسن نہ ہوتا. لیکن امیجن کریں کہ صرف وائس میں یا پکچر میں ہوتا ہے نا آپ کا, ایک ڈبے میں ایک بندہ بیٹھا ہوتا ہے جس کا فون کو نظر. امیجن کریں کہ آپ ایک روم میں جائیں, جس طرح روم میں جاتے ہیں آپ, دروازہ کھولا آپ نے, روم میں چلے گئے, اور وہاں پہ آپ کو وہ تمام لوگ نظر آ جائیں. ایک بندہ آیا, وہ اس نے بھی ادھر کا دروازہ کھولا اور وہ وہاں سے آپ کے سامنے آ گیا. اب آپ بات چیت شروع کر دیں, اس کے پکچر میں آپ کو ہیڈ فون نظر نہیں آ رہا, اس کی آپ کی یہ کیا کہتے ہیں ایئر پوڈز نہیں نظر آ رہے کہ یہ اس نے لگائے ہوئے ہیں, وہ آپ کو بس ایسے ہی نظر آ رہا ہے اور بات ہو رہی ہے, ٹھیک ہے. اور وہ صوفہ بھی پڑا ہوا ہے, وہ صوفے پہ بیٹھا ہوا ہے, آپ اپنے صوفے پہ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, آپ کو انوائرمنٹ بھی پوری کی پوری نظر آ رہی ہے. اگر اس قسم کی آپ کو ممبرشپ آفر کی جائے تو آپ انٹرسٹڈ ہوں گے؟ کتنے ہوں گے؟ ہاتھ کھڑا کر. اچھا, یہ جو آپ نے ہاتھ کھڑے کیے ہیں, آپ اس کے لیے $20 مہینہ دینے کے لیے, زوم $15 چارج کرتا ہے پر منتھ, 19 کر لیں چلیں, 1999, تو آپ $20 دینے کے لیے تیار ہیں؟ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, that's about half. تو آپ میں سے کتنے ہیں جو $50 دینے کے لیے تیار ہیں اس کے لیے؟ پر منتھ کی بات کر رہا ہوں, انلمیٹڈ منٹس, 1 2 3 6, so 1/4 roughly. So let me get you the experience of it. ٹھیک ہے, آپ کو دکھاتے ہیں.
اوکے, اوکے. سو ابھی ہم آپ کو ایکسپیرینس بھی کروائیں گے. اٹس ناٹ اے کمپلیٹ ایکسپیرینس یٹ, کیونکہ اس میں ملٹیپل لوگ نہیں ہوں گے, بہت سارے. سو وی ہیو بلٹ ایکچولی کمپلیٹ پلیٹ فارم جس کے اوپر امرسیو 3D اسپیس کے اندر جو ایکچوئل میٹاورس کا جو کانسیپٹ ہے, بٹ دیٹ کانسیپٹ کمز ود دی وی آر ہیڈ سیٹ اینڈ ایوری تھنگ. بٹ رائٹ نو وی آر ہیڈ سیٹ کا جو ہے اس کو کیری کرنا, اس کو ہر کوئی افورڈ نہیں کر سکتا. دیر آر لاٹ آف ہرڈلز رائٹ نو, گو کہ اس کے اوپر کام ہو رہا ہے, اس کو چھوٹا بنایا جا رہا ہے کیری کیا جانے کے لیے. بٹ وی کیم اپ ود اے سولوشن دیٹ اوکے, سو وٹ اف وی انٹروڈیوس اے تھنگ جس میں ریموٹ ٹیمس کو جب آپ مینیج کر رہے ہوتے ہیں, تو رائٹ نو ہم لوگ سلیک کو یوز کرتے ہیں یا زوم کو یوز کرتے ہیں ٹو کمیونیکیٹ. سو وٹ اف آپ کی ریموٹ ٹیم شوڈ بی رائٹ دیر ان یور ورچوئل آفس, اینڈ یو آر ایبل ٹو ٹریک کہ بھائی کون بندہ, اور ان کی اسکرینس جو ہیں directly shared in that 3D space, and you are able to track bhai kon banda kya kaam kar raha hai and everything. So it's all happening in space. And jo baat ho rahi hai ki why it's not for free, because Facebook is and any other social media platform or any other app that you use for free is because wahan pe aapka data compromise hota hai. So this technology is based entirely on Web 3.0 and blockchain technology, completely decentralized, and no one actually controls it. We only run it and we only basically manage it. No one actually controls it. So your data is not compromised at all. Your enterprise level pe jo bhi aapki cheeze hain, that thing is not compromised. So you can experience jo Facebook Meta launch kar raha hai, Metaverse launch kar raha hai, So that will be launched probably after 2 to 3 years. But right now, right away within 1 month or a couple of months, you guys can avail this opportunity or avail this facility कि आप अपनी remote teams को directly मतलब वहाँ पे manage कर सके. Or you guys can even अगर आपकी meeting है किसी के साथ बहुत important and you guys can have meeting at any your desired place, किसी beach के ऊपर बैठ के या किसी उस तरह से. So you can do that too. And मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली ये है कि जब आप उसमें स्क्रीन शेयरिंग करते हैं वो सारे जो कि आप जूम में एंजॉय करते हैं एंड थाउजेंड्स ऑफ पीपल कैन एक्चुअली ट्राई दैट एट द सेम टाइम इन अ सिमिलर रूम. इवन आप लोग प्राइवेट रूम्स क्रिएट करके और उसमें सारा कुछ कर सकते हैं. एवरीथिंग दैट यू डू इन जूम यू कैन एक्चुअली डू देयर बट इन कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंस. अभी जिस तरह से ये कॉन्फ्रेंस थोड़ी सी बोरिंग हो गई है तो अक्सर ये होता है कि जब जूम की मीटिंग्स हो रही होती हैं तो बोरिंग होती है. हम लोग अक्सर अपने कैमराज ऑफ करके वी जस्ट गेट बोर्ड. तो उसमें ये भी हो सकता है कि साथ में उस 3D स्पेस में 3D इन्वायरमेंट के अंदर डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज होंगी कि मीटिंग के दौरान यू गाइस कैन एक्चुअली प्ले सम लिटरली सम 3D गेम्स एंड समथिंग. सो वो सारा कुछ भी आप उसी सेम 3D स्पेस के अंदर कर सकते हैं. एंड you can customize your own offices, you can create on offices, and actually all that would be non-fungible token, and you can rent out your virtual 3D office to someone else जो कि वहाँ पे आके meeting कर सकते हैं. All that. So it's a completely ongoing world, a complete different universe that will eventually somehow will get integrated with Facebook's metaverse or any other metaverses that are coming in future. So that's the concept. I think उन लोगों के साथ जो screen share शायद नहीं हो रहा है इसलिए you guys cannot experience. But anyways, this will be available soon. And Dumpstart का जो page है उसके ऊपर we can announce or you guys can actually directly उसको कर सकते हैं. So you can try it on your across all the devices, even on directly on website. On your mobile phone, on your PC or laptop, Mac, Linux, whatever you use. So across the platform उसका experience ले सकते हैं. And most importantly, to give it a customized and एक similar feel देने के लिए we have built a character creation system कि अगर आप just अपनी एक selfie लें और selfie लेके our AI algorithm will actually generate your 3D avatar और वो 3D avatar ऊपर exactly आपका जो 3D replica होगा. So you can customize it, you can customize the outfits, and you can actually bring that to your virtual 3D environment. So something like sure. So अभी इसका बहुत एक basic demo is ready. Right now there is only one guy जो कि इसके office के अंदर है. So you can perform, you can play that game, right? Probably not in this build because that was updated in another build. So you can perform different activities inside. This is the office environment. So there are different type of environments. If you please just, if you want to have a meeting in a Wild West environment, so can you please just click on the southbound नीचे, office से नीचे जो southbound का option है. Can you please just click on that? No, southbound. Office से नीचे वाला जो option आ रहा है left पे southbound. Yeah. So if you are planning to have a meeting in a Wild West cafe और वहाँ पे जाके you want to experience कि you are doing a horse ride and horse riding के साथ साथ आप अपनी meeting एक करना चाह रहे हैं, fun meeting or anything. So there are different kind of environments right now. Right now these are 4 environments, but users will be actually create their own words here and they can rent out all those words in the virtual real estate जो metaverse के अंदर. तो everyone who owns that piece of land उसकी वैल्यू हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ साथ जितने यूजर्स को यूज कर रहे होंगे तो इसकी वैल्यू जो है वो ग्रो करती जाएगी. सो दैट्स द होल कॉन्सेप्ट बिहाइंड दिस एंटायर थिंग. यू कैन हैव अ गुड डेट हियर इवन जब अभी राइट नो तो दिस इज गेटिंग कंट्रोल्ड with the simple keyboard controls because those are the kind of devices that we right now have in our access. हमारे पास लैपटॉप्स हैं, मोबाइल्स हैं, हम उन्हीं को यूज करके भी right now कर रहे हैं. But when VR and VR glasses will be common, then will add an option कि आप directly VR में कर रहे होंगे perform, और जैसे आप move कर रहे होंगे, your 3D replica will be actually performing just like that. And we are working on the graphics as well right now, just to stream it online and to stream it on our website. We have made it cartoonish and we have to make it light ताकि ये जल्दी से render हो सके on our web servers. So we are making it realistic, and I mean, you can have your own digital double in this metaverse. And remember, whenever Facebook will launch their own metaverse, so this word will be able to be integrated there inside the Facebook's metaverse. So by the way, if you guys don't know, Facebook is planning to launch their own metaverse in probably next 2 to 3 years. They are not ready yet. But if you own something here in this metaverse right now at this stage, so जब तक Facebook का metaverse आएगा तब तक आपका जो net worth होगा आपकी property का इसके अंदर, तो that would be huge. So if anyone is interested, or if anyone want to discuss about the idea more, or if anyone want to experience it at our even office space, so getting हवा में, so if you have यहाँ पे chairs अगर होंगे तो you can sit here. Anyways, so that was the concept. We are still working to make it perfect, but right now that's what we got, and we are planning to launch it by the end of January. The first version, जो कि corporate sector के लिए है, कि the way we do Zoom meetings, we are basically changing that way, and we are making it more user friendly and more interesting. So you Zoom meetings and virtual meetings won't be boring anymore. You can actually, just like you as you play games, so you can enjoy all those things right into our in our platform. Okay, thank you so much. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of board is provide vision and make a good environment for the companies to grow. I would like to invite our next panelists, which is being moderated by Fahad Khan. Sorry, it's Gulzeba. Is the next panel is moderated by Fahad Khan. This panel is moderated by Gulzeba, and the panelists are Shahab Hadi, Taimur Yusuf, Saad Riaz, Mubinul Haq. And the panel topic is role of a board in scaling a company.
मैंने कहा देख लूं। जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे ये शेयर कर लूं कि वी हैव अ गुड न्यूज़ एंड अ बैड न्यूज़। एनीबडी कैन गेस? You can wish, लेकिन this is second last. And the bad news is कि आपको सुनना तो पड़ेगा। तो it's better कि हम थोड़ी सी discussion, थोड़ा सा time रह गया। All those standing at the back, including me, मैं भी उधर ही थी।
Come forward, please. Otherwise, I'll start taking names like Khurram. Thank you so much. I'm Gulzeba, and this seat has been really charged by amazing hosts since morning, and I'll try to keep the same pace. With me, we have Shahab, Taimur, and Saad. So we'll start with the intro. I'm Gulzeba, and I'm running an edtech startup where we aimed at, and now we are capable of transforming the current education system of Pakistan. We have developed our own in-house solutions for the assessment sector of Pakistan. पेपर बनने से लेकर पेपर चेक होने तक के solutions हमारे पास हैं. So anybody who is interested in collaboration can connect later. Besides that, I'm running 2 other businesses, and I'm executive member RCCI, and I'm a part of on different boards. So आज का जो topic है, that's also related to role of board in SME sector. Most of the time in SME sector, we do not take board as very seriously because mostly it's led by owners and shareholders are making the board rightly. So we'll start with the intro of the panel. I'll ask my panel because we are short in time, so just having an intro like an elevator pitch. So we'll start the intro, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Shahab, CEO of Bivunner and Amazon seller. Actually, Bivunner is an organization that is working for promoting entrepreneurship and along with that, promoting Islamic business model in Pakistan. Thank you.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मेरा नाम तैमूर यूसुफ है। आई एम फ्रॉम गुजरांवाला और मैं फैमिली जो है वो बिजनेस बैकग्राउंड की है और मैं एक सुप्रीशा फैमिली से हूँ, वन ऑफ द डायरेक्टर ऑफ सुप्रीशा ग्रुप, हार्डीज भी, एंड देयर आर मल्टीपल कंपनीज एंड राइट नाउ आई एम आल्सो रनिंग आईटी कंपनी इन लाहौर. तो आई एम आल्सो ग्रेजुएटेड इन आईटी, so my field is networks. Alhamdulillah, now I'm running multiple companies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मेरा नाम जी साद रियाज है और मैं 3MS ग्रुप को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ. हमारी जो एक फैमिली बिजनेस है उसमें 3MS पेंट्स के नाम से हम बिजनेस कर रहे हैं. इसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं हर किस्म के जो पेंट्स आपके डेली बेसिस पे यूज़ होते हैं. इसमें डेकोरेटिव पेंट्स, इंडस्ट्रियल पेंट्स, एरोस्पेस पेंट्स एंड मैरीन पेंट्स. Secondly, we are also into Hello. Secondly, we are also into some real estate and construction business. We are running it with the name of 3MS Associates, and thirdly, few years back I got some craze about IT, so I have collaborated with Zan, and we are running our IT business that is named as Digital Freaks. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, all those talking please can take aside. I can't moderate a session like this. This is extremely disrespect to the panel. All those sitting in front are also talking. And Amjad Saab, you are sitting at the back in our session, ठीक है, कोई गल नहीं. I recently attended a training in LUMS जो कि बोर्ड की effectiveness से related थी, which actually make me realize कि जब आप किसी बोर्ड का part होते हैं तो what responsibility you have as a board member on that board, and why every signature and every decision you make on that board, you are held responsible for that. So I would like to ask आपके organizations में what is the corporate structure you have in your organization? Most of the time board में हमारे पास executive members होते हैं, then non-executive होते हैं और independent members होते हैं. So what is the corporate structure in your organizations?
Actually, as you said, we are following the same model. Hybrid model मैं इसको कह सकता हूँ क्योंकि executives के साथ हमने directors रखे हैं जिसके अंदर dependent और independent दोनों होते हैं. और उसकी reason ये है कि like for example, if I talk about the dependent directors या the one direct stakeholders of the organization or investors, they have interest in a specific parameters. So we have to have some board of director as well جو کہ ان کو بھی کاؤنٹر کریں بیکاز ہم چونکہ آرگنائزیشن جب بھی رن ہوتی ہے اسپیشلی انٹرپرینور جو جن آرگنائزیشن کو رن کرتے ہیں تو ان میں دونوں سائڈس کو کہ ہم سوسائٹی کو کتنا پے بیک کرتے ہیں. سو ایز اے آئی تھنک چیک ہولڈر ایز اے ایکسٹرا چیک ہم کہتے ہیں کہ بھائی آپ کے پاس ڈپینڈنٹ کے ساتھ انڈیپینڈنٹ ڈائریکٹرز بھی ہونے چاہیے. بٹ along with that آئی بلیو ان کہ اگر ہم بات کریں آرگنائزیشنس کے اندر سو دیر شوڈ بی ناٹ لائک اے ریجڈ اسٹرکچر. The structure should be very much flexible کیونکہ we have to adopt change with time. کیونکہ let's suppose میں ایک اسٹرکچر کے ساتھ ایک hierarchy کے ساتھ جا رہا ہوں and کل needs change ہو گئی then I have to change myself and I myself I am very much adaptive to change. I believe in کہ nothing should be that much permanent جس کو ہم undo نہ کر سکے. People were talking about Facebook. So I believe کہ now the Facebook is the most immature platform کیونکہ وہ کسی بھی پالیسی کو میچور کرنے ہی نہیں دیتا, وہ چینج کر دیتا ہے. So I think there should be hierarchy but وہاں پہ flexibility بہت ہونی چاہیے and flexibility doesn't mean کہ وہاں پہ inconsistency ہو. بعض اوقات ہم چینج لانے کی صورت میں اپنے پلانس کو چینج کر دیتے ہیں. So there should be change of plan, plan shouldn't be changed. اس کے جو ways ہے اس کو ایگزیکیوٹ کرنے کے لیے ٹارگیٹس کو اچیو کرنے کے لیے دیر شوڈ بی چینج اینڈ آئی بلیو.
جی آرگنائزیشن میں ایکچولی جو جس اسٹرکچر پہ ہم کام کر رہے ہیں وہ کہ میں ملٹیپل کمپنیز سے مطلب ہم کام کر رہے ہیں اور جو ہماری کمپنیز ہیں اس میں ہم سی ای او ہے پھر ڈائریکٹرس ہیں اینڈ دین وی ہیو اے ہائرارکی فار دا امپلائیز جس میں جنرل مینیجر اور اس طرح کے ہیں. اور جو مائنڈ ٹیک ہے جو میں آئی ٹی کمپنی کر رہا ہوں اس کا اسٹرکچر بھی میں نے سپریشا اور ایم ڈی ایس اور یہ ہارڈیز فوڈس میں سے اس کو ایز اٹ از ہی کیونکہ فیملی بزنس سے ہی لیا. اور اس میں ہم لوگ مطلب آئی پریفر کہ جو ہم لوگ ڈائریکٹرز ہیں وہ ڈیفینیٹلی دے آر دیر فار دا گیونگ ڈائریکشن ٹو دا اور کو ہر بزنس کو مطلب چیزوں کو ہم لوگ خود آگے کرتے ہیں مطلب خود اپنی ٹیم کو نالج دیتے ہیں. تو ڈیفینیٹلی جو ہمارا اسٹرکچر ہے وہ ایسے ہی چلا آ رہا ہے کہ جو ہمارے امپلائیز ہیں دے آر لائک اسٹیک ہولڈرز ٹو آر اینڈ دے آر لائک آر فیملی. تو وٹ وی ڈو از جو ہمارے ڈائریکٹرز ہیں بورڈ کے دے گیو ڈائریکشنز اینڈ سیکنڈلی جو نئی چیزیں آتی ہیں یا کوئی نئی چیز مطلب ہم نے انٹروڈیوس کرنی ہے یا کوئی نئی کمپنی کرنی ہے تو ڈیفینیٹلی وی ڈسکس اٹ ٹوگیدر اینڈ وی ڈو اٹ ود آر امپلائیز اینڈ وہ نالج ہم آپس میں شیئر کرتے ہیں. اور ڈیفینیٹلی فلیکسیبلٹی چاہیے جیسے شاہب صاحب نے کہا اس میں ہم لوگ یہی ہوتا ہے کہ کمپنیز میں جب آپ کا کوئی سپوز یو ہیو ویک پوائنٹ یا ویک ایریا تو ڈیفینیٹلی وی سوئچ پیپل فار دیر بیکاز دے ہیو اے نالج سو وی ڈو اے جاب روٹیشن ایز ویل فار دوز پیپل. So this is how like we are working in our company. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Saad, you belong to a family oriented organization. So how are you trying to transform that into?
Actually, I think there's a problem. Hello. Yeah, it's fine now. Actually, it depends on the companies that how they are running their structures. It's important in an SMEs to create their roles and create their stages. So there are chairmen, there are founders, there are CEOs, there are directors, and there are executive directors, and then there will be managers. So یہ ایک بہت ضروری ہوتا ہے کسی بھی کمپنی کے لیے. جو لوگ ایکسپیرینسڈ ہوتے ہیں اوبیسلی وہ ایک اپنا لائف کا ایکسپین ایک جس کو عام الفاظوں میں کہتے ہیں رگڑا کھا کے وہاں تک پہنچے ہوتے ہیں تو ان کا وہاں پہ بیٹھ کے یہ انڈیکیٹ کرنا لوگوں کو گائیڈ کرنا اپنی ٹیم کو بنانا تو یہ بہت ضروری ہے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ بورڈ کا یہ جتنا بھی یہ اسٹرکچر ہے یہ کسی بھی ایس ایم ایز کے لیے بڑا ہی زیادہ ضروری ہے اور اس کو امپلیمنٹ ہونا چاہیے اور اپنے اپنے طریقے سے جیسے بھی لوگ سوٹیبل ہے فیزیبل ہے تو اس کو لے کے آگے چلنا چاہیے. کسی بھی کمپنی کی ترقی کے لیے بہت ضروری ہے. تھینک یو.
So the beauty of the economic challenges of Pakistan since like last 70 years is that they didn't change. पिछले 70 साल से जो रोने हम रो रहे हैं, हम अभी भी वही रोना रो रहे हैं in business. So keeping all these on one side, what are the other economic challenges as SME? सुबह से आप जिन SMEs को 10x पे grow करने का सोच रहे हैं, they're sitting on the stage now. So आपके ख्याल में वो क्या ऐसी चीजें हैं which are stopping you from that growth? And is corporate structure one of them?
Actually, if one is going to be entrepreneur, then he must love challenges, because I believe in कि इसी से हमारी growth होती है. अगर हम smooth way में जाए तो I don't think so कि हम बहुत ही ज़्यादा productive हो जाएंगे. So there are challenges in the market. जिस business को मैं represent कर रहा हूँ as a CEO यहाँ पे, that's an SME. Although alhamdulillah I have stable brands in United Kingdom and United States. Since 15, and those are not SMEs although. So there are multiple challenges. I believe in कि यहाँ पे एक proper way के अंदर हमें educate नहीं किया जाता. अगर आप PhD के अंदर हम study करते हैं, entrepreneurship का subject वो सिर्फ BPA के लिए पढ़ा जाता है. हमारे पास ये नहीं होता, फिर पर काटे जाते हैं. जिस तरह traditional education के अंदर एक parameter है कि if you become a commissioned officer then you are successful. तो एक साइकी बनी है आपके ऊपर. बिजनेस के अंदर थोड़ा सा टफ टाइम आता है तो पीपल स्टार्ट सेइंग कि आपको जॉब कर लेनी चाहिए थी, क्यों स्टार्ट, सो आपको डिस्करेज किया जाता है. बट आई बिलीव इन इफ यू आर एन एंटरप्रेन्योर और आप चाहते हो कुछ करें तो यू विल हैव टू टैकल दीज चैलेंजेस. और मेरे में नहीं और ये चैलेंजेस होंगी, इसके बगैर पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. बट अगर हम कंसिस्टेंटली वर्क कर सके तो आई बिलीव इन के नथिंग विल स्टॉप यू. आप शायद स्लो हो सकते हैं, आप रुके नहीं और ना आप रुकेंगे अगर आप एंटरप्रेन्योर है ट्रूली उसके अंदर. सो आई बिलीव इन नॉट अ बिग डील इफ वी हैव चैलेंजेस.
मैं ये कहूँगा कि जिस तरह अगर इकोनॉमी को साइड पे रखा जाए, पाकिस्तान को मतलब साइड पे किया जाए, बिजनेसेस में डेफिनेटली चैलेंजेस आते हैं. लर्निंग वहीं से ही होती है इंसान की. और जो ग्रोथ है वो आपका मिशन और विजन जो है वो आपका ठीक होना चाहिए. अगर आपको पता है कि यार आपने यू हैव टू रीच दिस गोल, सो देयर आर मल्टीपल स्टेजेस दैट यू हैव टू यू हैव टू पास दोस. और आपके साथ टीम अच्छी होनी चाहिए, आपके साथ वो इंटेंशंस और हम कहते हैं नीयत एक काम की अच्छी होनी चाहिए. यहाँ पे दूसरे चैलेंजेस हमें यही आते हैं कि अच्छा एसेट जो हम लोगों में देखते हैं नॉलेज का या चीज़ों का, वो हमें अच्छी तरह मिलता नहीं. तो डेफिनेटली ये हमारा ही काम है एज अ फाउंडर भी या CEO हम कहें, अगर ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं तो डेफिनेटली हमें खुद चाहिए कि हमें उनको गाइड करना है या हमें उनको नॉलेज प्रोवाइड करना है. तो डेफिनेटली ये चैलेंजेस आपको हर बिजनेस में आते हैं और ये पाकिस्तान है तो डेफिनेटली इधर थोड़े ज़्यादा आते हैं. तो मैं ऐसे भी कहता हूँ कि जो आप साथ काम करे डेफिनेटली उसको आप अलीफ से लेके एंड तक उसको आप मतलब गाइड भी करें, समझाएं भी, नॉलेज भी दें. और they and those people when after some time when they understand the business then they will act like the way you want it. So these are the challenges actually what we see.
You translate the vision to your employees and management also.
Yes, definitely.
जी sir.
जी मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जिस बिजनेस में चैलेंज नहीं है वो एक्चुअली बिजनेस ही नहीं है. और अगर हम रिलेट करें पाकिस्तान में रहते हुए, मैं अगर अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूं तो नो डाउट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजेस हैं. एक छोटे बिजनेसमैन से लेके टॉप नॉच पाकिस्तान के बिजनेसमैन के लिए, एंड इट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट. एक्चुअल होना ये चाहिए कि बिजनेसमैन के लिए ईज़ होनी चाहिए, कि आपको आसानियाँ देनी चाहिए कि आप कैसे बिजनेस को और एक्सप्लोर करें, कैसे आप बढ़ाएं और कैसे इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स को मीट करें. लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली जैसे मैंने कहा कि पाकिस्तान में चैलेंज ज़्यादा हैं. उस चीज़ को कूप अप करने के लिए हमें बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स, बहुत सारे स्टेजेस, बहुत सारे इश्यूज फेस करने पड़ते हैं, जो कि ऑब्वियसली एक चैलेंजिंग टास्क होता है. मैं हमेशा एक बात करता हूं कि जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है या एक स्टार्टअप है वो एक पैशन होता है. किसी भी इंसान का, किसी भी यूथ का, किसी भी बच्चे का वो एक पैशन होता है तो वो एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बनता है. और वो अपने फिर उस आइडिया को इम्प्लीमेंट करता है, वो मार्केट में आता है, बाज़ार में आता है और फिर अपने पैशन की वजह से उसको एक सक्सेस लेवल तक लेके जाता है. तो जब तक आपके अंदर वो पैशन ना हो तो मैं समझता हूँ कि आप एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं बन सकते. स्टार्टअप्स बहुत सारे आते हैं, बहुत सारे फेल हो जाते हैं, लेकिन एक एंटरप्रेन्योर जिसको हम एक वर्ड आजकल जो हमारी ट्रेंड चलता है, कॉमनली यूज होता है, वो तब तक नहीं आप बन सकते जब तक आप एक पैशनेटली उस काम को ना करें जिसका आपको शौक हो. सो दिस इज इट. मैं समझता हूँ कि चैलेंजेस हर काम में ज़िंदगी के, बच्चा जब इस दुनिया में पैदा हो जाता है तो समझ लें चैलेंजेस दुनिया के शुरू हो गए. तो वहाँ से लेके कब्र तक चैलेंजेस चलने हैं, इसी का नाम ज़िंदगी है. और बिज़नेस में मैं यही खुद भी अपने आप को समझाता हूँ और उस पर इम्प्लीमेंट करता हूँ, और सबको यही कहता हूँ कि जो मिलते हैं दोस्त, कि भाई जब तक आप चैलेंजेस को फेस नहीं करेंगे तो यू कैन नॉट ग्रो. तो आप चैलेंजेस फेस करें, तो फेस और उससे लड़के आप आगे जाएं इंशाल्लाह. That's it.
I've learned Persian in COVID. So अल्लामा इकबाल ने कहा कि तुशबा फरीदी चिरागा फ्रीडम. तर्जुमा में कर देते हैं, डोंट वरी. अल्लाह ने रात बनाई और हमने चिराग बनाया. तो इसी तरह हमारे पाकिस्तान में जो भी प्रॉब्लम बिजनेस रिलेटेड आते रहते हैं, वी काइंड ऑफ ट्राई टू फेस देम और ट्राई टू कवर अप विद देम एंड ट्राई टू ग्रो इन आवर ओन लिटिल कैपेसिटी. लेकिन बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं जो कुछ फैक्टर्स ऐसे होते हैं जब हम वो इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते विच इज़ रिक्वायर्ड फॉर अ बिजनेस टू ग्रो. एक्चुअली उसमें बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं. अमजद साहब वोंट एग्री, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर भी उसमें इन्वॉल्व है, उसमें हमारा प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी है, उसमें हमारा फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर भी है. बहुत सारे सेक्टर हैं जो उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. As Amjad sir mentioned a study in the morning के हार्वर्ड की एक स्टडी है जिसमें 49% बोर्ड मेंबर्स, if I'm not wrong, are not aligned with the vision of the company. So how is it in your case कि आपके जो board members हैं अभी, are they aligned with the vision of the company? As you mentioned, that is the problem and that's how you cope up.
Actually, if it's a survey result, तो no doubt बिल्कुल ठीक है. But I believe in the most perfect person in my sight was Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he had a proper board. Although that was for our education purpose, that he was educating us to keep boards of anything, board of advisory, board of legal, anything like. So इसके अंदर होता है, और I believe in अगर हम locally SMEs के अंदर देखें या local businesses के अंदर देखें, the reason behind that is sometimes we keep board just for formality completion, nothing more than that. Like let's suppose I'm an new SME, I keep a government officer, a retired high profile person के इनकी वजह से मुझे कुछ शायद edge मिले, तो no doubt उनका फिर align होना, उनका interest आपके business के अंदर होना, that's not possible. I believe in if let's suppose I'm founder of my business and I'm going to select a board, तो दिस इज़ माई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि मैं उन लोगों को ऑन बोर्ड लूँ जो लाइक माइंडेड है, जिनका इंटरेस्ट है इस फील्ड के अंदर. तो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि फिर कुछ होगा, लेकिन नो डाउट इट हैपेंड. और एज आई टोल्ड अर्लियर कि आई एम वेरी मच अडॉप्टेड टू चेंज. सो मेरे बोर्ड में काफ़ी लोग ऐसा आया कि जिनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं था. अर्लियर आई वॉज रॉन्ग इन सेलेक्टिंग देम, देन आई चेंज. सो बिजनेस के अंदर अगर आप ये बिहेवियर रखते हो तो आई थिंक चेंज तो आएगी. आपको टाइमली सफ़र करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन आप रुकेंगे नहीं हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम ग्रोइंग वेरी फास्टली इन लोकल बिजनेस. और इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस की बात मैं करूँ तो आई स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम 40,000 रुपीज़ एंड अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई हैव ब्रांड्स इन 3 countries नाउ. सो अगर आप प्रॉपरली डिसीजंस, अगर अपने बिजनेस को टाइम दे और उसको प्रॉपर लाइक स्टेट्स के साथ डिसीजंस ले, आप एवेल्यूएशन के बाद डिसाइड करें, तो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि इस तरह की कुछ ज़्यादा चांसेस होंगे.
मेरा ये कहना है कि जो आपकी SMEs हैं वो डेफिनेटली ये इशू है इधर कि 49% जो लोग हैं उनका मतलब वो विजन नहीं होता और ना वो मतलब इस तरह सोच सकते हैं, कर सकते हैं. बिकॉज जब मैंने कोई बिजनेस शुरू किया या आई स्टार्टेड एनी स्टार्टअप, तो देयर इज़ अटैचमेंट विद मी, राइट. तो यहाँ आगे मेरे जो आगे जो आएंगे बच्चे आएंगे या उनसे आगे जो आएंगे, तो डेफिनेटली उनका इंटरेस्ट वो नहीं रहेगा जो मेरा इंटरेस्ट है. तो दिस गोज लाइक दिस. एंड जिस तरह से बिजनेस बढ़ते जाते हैं और फैमिलीज बढ़ती जाती हैं, तो डेफिनेटली इंटरेस्ट लोगों का डाइवर्ट भी होता जाता है, चेंज भी होता जाता है. और वो फिर जो कंपनी जो पहले से चली आ रही है, डेफिनेटली उसको मूव ऑन भी करना है. तो उसके लिए भी कुछ इंटरेस्ट रहना है. तो वो कुछ डायरेक्टर्स इंटरेस्ट उसका रखते हैं और कुछ डायरेक्टर्स होता है कि यार वी शुड मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट थिंग, और वो चीज़ चलती रहे. तो डेफिनेटली दिस देयर इज़ इशू कि जो विजन है लोगों का, वो जो 49% लोग हैं इस तरह के मतलब कंपनीज में, कि वो अपने शेयर्स मतलब डेफिनेटली वो अपना विजन नहीं रखते उस चीज़ का, और वो ट्राई टू जंप इनटू न्यू थिंग. तो डेफिनेटली हम भी मतलब ऑलरेडी कंपनीज को चला तो रहे हैं. अब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता मतलब जो मेरा इंटरेस्ट था वो ज़्यादा आईटी में है, और इन कोविड मतलब मैंने अपना जो सिनेरियो आया, जैसे कोविड आया, लोग बड़ा कुछ सीखते हैं डिफरेंट चीज़ों से. तो मैंने कोविड में भी ये सीखा कि व्हाई शुड आई स्टार्ट दिस आईटी कंपनी जो मुझे हेल्प आउट करे या मेरे इश्यूज रिजॉल्व करे. तो डेफिनेटली जो दूसरी कंपनीज हैं वो जैसे चल रही हैं, तो मैं मतलब अपना फ्रॉम वन कंपनी जब वो स्टेबल हो जाए तो डेफिनेटली मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन. तो इसी तरह ये सिस्टम चलता है और निज़ाम भी चल रहा है. जी थैंक यू.
जी थैंक यू. जी मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो बोर्ड मेंबर हैं आपके, वो किसी भी कंपनी का एक बैकबोन होते हैं, वो एक थिंक टैंक होते हैं उस कंपनी के लिए. और ऑब्वियसली जैसे अमजद साहब की आपने बताया, रिलेट किया, तो वो अगर अप्रोप्रिएट ना हो तो कंपनी की ग्रोथ में ऑब्वियसली हर्डल्स भी आ सकती हैं या डिलेज भी हो सकते हैं. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि जो बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैं, दे आर द एक्चुअल द थिंक टैंक्स. तो उनको उस रिलेट करना चाहिए उस बिजनेस से, या कंपनी को चाहिए कि उन बोर्ड मेंबर्स को वो अपने ऑन बोर्ड करें जो उस बिजनेस से या उस फील्ड से हैं, उन एक्सपीरियंस इतना हो चुका है में कि वो कैपेबल है उस बोर्ड को आने के लिए और कंपनी की ग्रोथ में. तो दैट्स माय पॉइंट ऑन इट.
So for the last question, I would like to ask you, okay, what one-liner lesson you would like to give the, any entrepreneurs or business who is sitting here? Any one-liner lesson, what would you suggest according to your experience?
I would suggest love challenges and keep growing, because consistency is very much important in the field of entrepreneurship. If you are inconsistent, then you can't do this. Be consistent, koi bhi circumstance ho. Don't leave, don't quit, just doing. Inshallah, you will get success.
मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि इंसान की नीयत एक तो साफ होनी चाहिए काम के लिए, और आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि आपने अचीव क्या करना है. तो मिशन इज़ आपका एक तो विजन कि आपने जो करना है या कैसे करना है, उन चीज़ों से डरना नहीं चाहिए जो आपको हर्डल्स आए या चीज़ें हैं. बट आपकी अगर नीयत साफ है और अल्लाह पे यकीन है, तो फिर समझे आपका रास्ता बहुत आसान है. वरना आप हर वक्त चैलेंजेस में फंसे रहेंगे, और चैलेंजेस से बाकी डरना नहीं चाहिए. आप सब सही कह रहे हैं, और मेरा सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि आप नेकनियती और ईमानदारी से काम करें, और अपना मिशन एक रख के और उसको अचीव करें.
जी मैं ये मैसेज दूंगा वन लाइनर के, आप ज़िंदगी में जो करें वो अपना पैशन देख के करें. जो आपका दिल कहे, जो आपका दिमाग कहे, जो आपका पैशन है ज़िंदगी में, उसको अचीव करने की कोशिश करें. मैं आपको अपनी मिसाल देता हूँ कि मेरी फैमिली की तरफ से मुझे इनहेरिट हुआ पेंट्स बिजनेस. मैंने 10 साल उस पर लगाए. आफ्टर 10 years मुझे ऐसा लगा, मैं आपको अपना एक पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस शो कर रहा हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि ग्रो भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, लेकिन मुझे खुद से क्या, मुझे मेरा पैशन क्या है, मुझे खुद से क्या करना है. तो मैं फिर अपना पैरेलल साथ अपनी फैमिली का बिजनेस आज भी मैं देख रहा हूँ, सब कुछ कर रहा हूँ. तो साथ ही मैंने अपना रियल एस्टेट एंड कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम किया. उसके बाद मुझे रिसेंटली पैशन हुआ आईटी इंडस्ट्री का, तो मैं उसमें भी आ गया. तो ऑलवेज फॉलो योर पैशन. और एक बात आखिरी कि मेहनत रंग लाती है. ये अल्फाज तो छोटे से हैं, लेकिन अपनी स्ट्रगल को कभी भी ना खोएं. ज़िंदगी में ऊंच नीच आती है, परेशानियां भी आती हैं, हालात भी आते हैं, वाक़यात भी होते हैं, और बहुत कुछ होता है. तो रिमेंबर वन थिंग कि अल्लाह की मदद आपके साथ है. आप पैशनेट हैं तो आपकी ऑब्वियसली नीयत साफ़ है. जब नीयत साफ़ है तो अल्लाह की मदद भी आपके साथ है, और मेहनत हमेशा रंग लाती है. दैट्स इट. थैंक यू जी.
थैंक यू. फवाद प्लीज वो टेस्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दे जो इस पैनल डिस्कशन के बाद होना था.
एंड गुलज़ेबा थैंक यू सो मच, और खुरम साहब का भी फॉर इन्वाइटिंग अस हियर, एंड इंशाल्लाह आगे भी चलेंगे.
जी
हाँ जी
जी सॉरी,
मैं कह रहा हूँ थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इन्वाइटिंग अस हियर, और इस पैनल पे बुलाने का शुक्रिया।
जी जी, thank you ever so much for being the wonderful panelist and sharing all of your valuable suggestions and contribution to this discussion. I would like to add on another share by Allama Iqbal, which is कि जाने न बख्शन दीगर नगीरत आदम बे मीरत अज़ बे यकीनी। कि इंसान को जो अल्लाह जान देता है वो वापस लेने के लिए नहीं देता है, इंसान अपनी बेयकीनी की वजह से मर जाता है। एंड दिस गोज, अल्लामा इकबाल ने तो शायद बिजनेस के लिए नहीं कहा था, लेकिन आई बिलीव कि दिस गोज राइट विद द बिजनेसेस आल्सो। कि इंसान अपनी बेयकीनी से मर जाता है और इसी तरह बिजनेसेस भी अपनी बेयकीनी की वजह से मर जाते हैं। तो वंस यू हैव दैट पैशन, यू हैव दैट एनर्जी, यू हैव दैट continuity, so you can actually run any business and grow it 10x and 20x as much as you want.
Exactly.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next panel is very interesting, and it's gonna be moderated by Fahad Khan. The topic is very interesting: branding, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. With your big round of applause, Fahad Khan.
Assalamu alaikum. We are coming to the end finally, but it's been a good long day. A lot of energy, a lot of good knowledge. I've been making notes and met some amazing people. And for me, I believe the most important topic is marketing, branding, positioning, segmentation. And I have a privilege of bringing 3 of the guests, actually 4 guests here. So first one is Huzafa Ali. Huzafa, brother, there you go. With a round of applause. We're gonna do something fun. I got the permission from Khurram Bhai already. Khurram Bhai? ठीक है ना? आ जाए. The next guest we have is Faz Javed. Clapping. And then we have Zishan. तालियां नहीं रुकनी चाहिए. And last one, but not the least, we have Abdul Qadir Bhai. Have a seat, guys. Before you have a seat, let's do one quick thing. Before we are doing the final segment, we need a little bit energy from our people. That's good. So एक काम करते हैं. I'm just gonna say. I'll just say one word. Lift. You know what to say after. I need one thing from you guys. We'll do this a couple times right now, and at the end, I'll just say lift, and all of you guys gonna say Pakistan. Then I say Pakistan, and you know what to say. Are you ready? Are you ready? Lift! Lift! DJ wale babu. Okay, let's do it without the music. Bhai music nahi chalana. Lift! Lift! Pakistan! Let's start this. All right, everybody. A quick introduction for all of you guys. I'll let you guys introduce yourself first, and this way then I'll introduce myself. We'll give it like small introductions, keep it short. It's been a long day, and let's give a full value to everybody. Go ahead, brother.
Assalamu alaikum ji, Muhammad Zishan Akhtar. Assalamu alaikum. It's Muhammad Zishan Akhtar back from Next Gen Lahore. ये छोटा सा एक इंट्रोडक्शन है। नेक्स्ट जेन को अगर आप एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं तो गूगल कर लें। हमारे अम्ब्रेला के नीचे 7 डिफरेंट कंपनीज काम करती हैं। और उर्दू में बात करूँगा इसलिए कि मैंने नफाज उर्दू की मेंबरशिप ली हुई है, मैं इंग्लिश में बात नहीं कर सकता, उसके लिए सॉरी।
चलो, थैंक यू सो मच।
Assalamu alaikum. This is Huzaifa Ali. I'm the founder of e-commerce Success Pakistan Private Limited. We help people build businesses online. I encourage people to build more and more businesses instead of choosing the job culture, the 9-to-5 corporate job culture especially. So this is what we do, and we specialize building businesses online, especially the Amazon marketplace, Etsy, where we sell Pakistani handicrafts. On the other hand, we also promote local brand building, where we sell local products, or either handmade or manufactured. Thank you.
Thank you, Faz bhai.
Faiz Javed here. I actually work in multiple companies. The first one is MediaMark, which is a PR. The first one is MediaMark, which is a PR firm. It's been operating for the past 20 years here in Pakistan. We've had the honor to work with some telcos and some real estate businesses. Other than that, I'm a digital consultant to various companies. Been a digital consultant for Express Media Group, for the Punjab government as well. Other than that, now what we've started is we're actually training and helping people build their businesses, helping them scale them. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Abdul Qadir, or AQ. I am the managing director of eBuild Pakistan, which is an e-commerce powerhouse. We are looking at digitizing different industries, and we have started with the construction and furnishing industry. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the first time all the marketing people have given this briefing. Normally, you ask for the intro, it's a 3-minute story. I said I'm going to say 30 seconds, it's going to go 3 minutes.
But we are marketing people. We understand the audience.
Good. Thank you. Target audience. We'll talk about that right now. So, quick introduction for me. I'm Fahad. I'm based in Canada. I have a marketing agency for the last 12 years. Alhamdulillah, fastest growing company for 3 years in a row, and also speaker and also business coach. So it's been a very much blessing to be here with Jumpstart Pakistan, Lift Pakistan here, and working in different segments. So thank you all of you for taking such an important time. आप लोग यहाँ पे आए, उर्दू में रखते हैं ताकि सबको समझ भी आए, और मुझे भी असल में उर्दू की प्रैक्टिस ज़्यादा करनी है तो बेहतर रहता है. तो एक चीज़ यार मैं डिस्कस करना चाहता हूँ मार्केटिंग में. देखिए, वी टॉक अबाउट ब्रांडिंग. यहाँ पे ब्रांडिंग में मिसकंसेप्शंस बहुत हैं. तो आपके हिसाब से, दिस इज फॉर एवरीबॉडी, विल गो वन बाय वन, कि ब्रांडिंग की इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है और मिसकंसेप्शन पाकिस्तान में क्या है ब्रांडिंग के हवाले से.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो हम जब बात करते हैं ब्रांडिंग की, तो पाकिस्तान में सेट सिस्टम है. लोगों को इस चीज़ की सेंस नहीं है कि लोगोस की इम्पोर्टेंस क्या होती है, आपकी वेबसाइट्स की इम्पोर्टेंस क्या है. जो आपने ब्रांड लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं, उसकी मार्केटिंग के लिए आपको स्पेस कैसे क्रिएट करनी है. सोशल मीडिया का दौर है, तो आपने सोशल मीडिया पे अपनी प्रेजेंस कैसे ले आनी है. तो इवन लोग बॉदर ही नहीं करते कि हमने किस तरह से इन चीज़ों को प्लान करना है. तो ये मिसकंसेप्शंस हैं. लोगों को लगता है कि एक बड़ा सा ब्रांड, जैसे एग्जांपल ले लें खाड़ी की, तो अगर आप इस तरह का अगर कुछ लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं तो आपको एक बड़ा सा स्टोर बनाना है और उसके बाद फिर ढेर सारे पैसे डाल देंगे तो बस ये आपका ब्रांड चल जाएगा. तो ये एक मिसकंसेप्शन है. आपको प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर वर्क करना है, यानी आप बेचने क्या जा रहे हैं, डिमांड क्या है लोगों की. आपने लोगों की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो लोगों की नीड है, उसको अगर अपना ब्रांड बना लिया है तो बाकी सारी चीज़ें सेकेंडरी हो जाएंगी और आपकी प्रोडक्ट ऊपर चली जाए. बाकी फिर हमारे दूसरे लोग हैं इसके ऊपर.
चलिए, थैंक यू. ज़फ़र भाई, आपकी इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ ब्रांडिंग एंड द मिसकंसेप्शन इन पाकिस्तान.
अच्छा, मैं समझता हूँ कि ब्रांडिंग इसलिए आपको ज़रूरी है कि अगर आप ये समझते हैं कि जी मुझे एक लॉन्ग टर्म बिजनेस ऐसा बिल्ड करना है, जो वो कहते हैं ना, जब जैसे जद्दी पुश्ती बिजनेसेस चलते हैं पाकिस्तान में, तो ना जो सालों साल से चल रहा है, बाबा जी कर रहे थे, दादाजी कर रहे हैं, बच्चे भी कर रहे हैं, वो उनके दौर से चीज़ें चली आ रही हैं. बट बिकॉज इट्स मोर ऑन अ टेक्नोलॉजी साइड, ऑनलाइन एरा है, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमें मल्टीपल ब्रांड्स के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए. बेशक उसे वी स्टार्ट स्मॉल एंड ग्रो बिग, میں کبھی بھی فیور میں پرسنلی میرا ایک وہ ہے کہہ لیں مائنڈ سیٹ کہ میں ریکمینڈ نہیں کرتا کہ اف یو ڈونٹ نو اے بزنس اور یو ڈونٹ ہیو دا ایکسپیرئنس نیور انویسٹ ان ٹو اٹ. انویسٹ اونلی ان سم تھنگ دیٹ یو نو. اچھا اگر آپ کو نہیں پتا تو یو کین لرن, اسپینڈ سم ٹائم اینڈ یو وڈ لرن اٹ. تو آپ کو پروس اینڈ کونس انز اینڈ آؤٹس سارے پتہ چل جاتے ہیں, دین اونلی یو وڈ گو فار اٹ. مسکنسیپشنس کی جہاں تک بات ہے تو مسکنسیپشنس I would say not specific to branding but more towards business. میں نے دیکھا ہے اپنے قریب میں بھی ایسے لوگوں کو کہتے ہیں جی مجھے لگی بندی جاب سے مل رہی ہے 40-50 ہزار روپے, آئی ایم ہیپی ود اٹ. یار میں نے برانڈ بلڈ کر لیا, مجھے کوئی کام, میں نے آن لائن کوئی بزنس شروع کر لیا, مجھے کام نہیں ملا, پیسے نہیں ملے, تو میں بچوں کو کھلاؤں گا کہاں, اسکول کی فیس کیسے ادا کروں گا. That's one of the serious fear that I see in the people in Pakistan before they would consider going into any business.
Thank you so much. And Faiz bhai, you have worked with so many different companies too, from real estate to a lot of big brands. So maybe I think you can give a perspective from the other companies. जब आप उनके साथ काम कर रहे होते हैं, what kind of challenges they bump into for branding? And
starting with the misconceptions actually. सबसे बड़ा misconception जो कि पाकिस्तान में है branding का, वो ये है कि we actually mix branding with marketing. Those are two different things. اور برانڈنگ کی جب بات کرتے ہیں تو ہم بات کرتے ہیں لوگو کی یا ٹیگ لائن کی, یا پھر آپ کی ایڈورٹیزمنٹ کہاں رن ہو رہی ہیں, کیسے رن ہو رہی ہیں. دوز آر جسٹ دا کمپوننٹس آف برانڈنگ. برانڈ ایکچولی جو ہے برانڈنگ وہ ایک پرسیپشن ہے کہ آپ کے کسٹمر کے ذہن میں آپ کی کمپنی کے بارے میں کیا پرسیپشن ہے. دیٹس واٹ برانڈنگ از ایکچولی. بات کریں اگر انٹرنیشنل برانڈس کی, نائکی اور یہ سارے جتنے بھی ہیں, دے نیور ٹرائی ٹو سیل یو سم تھنگ, دے آر جسٹ لائک دے جسٹ پروموٹنگ. لائک نائکی کی اگر بات کریں ایڈیڈاس کی, تو وہ ایتھلیٹس کو پروموٹ کر رہے ہیں, یا پھر وہ اسپورٹس کو یا فٹنس کو پروموٹ کر رہے ہیں. دے نیور ٹرائی ٹو سیل یو سم تھنگ. یہ کچھ چیزیں ہیں جو کہ برانڈنگ سے ہوتی ہیں. دوسرا ایشو جو پاکستان میں سب سے زیادہ آتا ہے بڑا برانڈنگ سے, وہ یہ ہے کہ آپ کی مارکیٹنگ اسٹریٹجیز اور باقی ساری چیزیں ان لائن نہیں ہو رہی. آپ کی پی آر اسٹریٹجی کسی اور طرف جا رہی ہوگی, آپ کی مارکیٹنگ کی اسٹریٹجی کسی اور طرف جا رہی ہوگی, آپ کی ایڈورٹیزمنٹ کسی اور طرف جا رہی ہوگی. ہم یہاں تک کہ کبھی برانڈ کٹس ہم لوگوں نے دیکھی نہیں ہوتی. زیادہ کمپنیز کے ساتھ یہی ایشو ہوتا ہے کہ انہیں انڈرسٹینڈنگ نہیں ہوگی کہ اگر ایک لوگو بنا ہوا ہے تو لوگو کے کمپوننٹس کیا ہیں, اس لوگو میں وہ کلرز کیوں یوز ہوئے ہیں. بہت ساری ایسی چیزیں ہیں جسے ہمیں کنسیڈر کرنا ہوتا ہے کبھی بھی مارکیٹ میں انٹر ہونے سے پہلے. ایک کمپنی کیونکہ وہ ڈفرینٹ جگہوں پر ریپرزینٹ کر رہی ہے آپ کی کمپنی کو. اب بہت کم کمپنیز پاکستان میں دیکھیں گے جن کے ایکچولی ساری اسٹریٹجیز ان لائن ہیں, جنہیں پتا ہے کہ انہوں نے فونٹس کون سے یوز کرنے ہیں, ان کی برانڈ کٹ کے اندر کلرز کون سے ہیں جو کہ انہوں نے ہر جگہ یوز کرنے ہیں. وہ کبھی بھی اس سے شفٹ نہیں ہوں گے, کیونکہ ایکچولی جب آپ کے برانڈ کی ہر طرف سیم کمیونیکیشن اسٹریٹجی ہو تب ہی برانڈ ریکال انکریز ہو سکتی ہے. اور برانڈنگ کا سب سے بڑا مقصد ہی یہ ہے کہ آپ برانڈ ریکال کریٹ کر سکتے ہیں. اگر آپ کا برانڈ ایک دفعہ ایڈورٹیزمنٹس کے بند ہونے کے بعد لوگوں کے ذہن سے نکل جاتا ہے تو وہ پراپرلی کہیں پلیس نہیں ہوا, ان کے مائنڈ سیٹ میں پلیس نہیں ہے. اور جو کہ برانڈنگ یا مارکیٹنگ کا پورا مقصد ایکچولی یہ ہوتا ہے. باقی ہم لوگ کیونکہ مکس کر دیتے ہیں برانڈنگ کو, مارکیٹنگ کو اور سیلس کو. ہم نے بہت ضروری ہے کہ کمپنیز کے لیے کہ ان تینوں چیزوں کو بالکل ڈفرینٹ رکھا جائے اور ڈفرینٹ ٹریٹ کیا جائے.
تھینک یو سو مچ. اس کے اوپر کافی چیزیں ڈسکس ہو سکتی ہیں, لیکن آئی کم بیک ٹو دس ون, کیونکہ اس کے اوپر بہت اچھی آپ نے بات کی. جب فونٹس کی بھی ایک چیز آپ نے بات کی کہ ایک فونٹ بھی پکڑ لیتے ہیں تو وی ڈونٹ چینج دیم, اور کلر کیا رکھنا ہے, کس کلر پہ رہنا ہے, کس کو کنسسٹنٹ میسیجنگ. کیونکہ برانڈ تو وہی ہے, میں I learned one thing, brand is the only thing which will give you margin. کوئی وجہ ہے کہ لوئی وٹن کے لیے کوئی لوگ جا کے $5,000 کا پرس لیتے ہیں, وہی $40 کا بنتا ہے, اور $100 کا بھی پرس وہی مٹیریل ہے, لیکن ایک کو $5,000 دے رہے ہیں اور دوسرے کو صرف 100. So that's just because of the brand, right? The power. عبد القادر بھائی, آپ نے ایبل پاکستان کو بلڈ کر رہے ہیں, اس کے بھی کافی پیچھے برانڈنگ کا کام ہوا ہوا ہے. I'm pretty familiar with the product, so I'll take your take on this.
I think brand کی main importance اس لیے because we all are naturally story tellers, we love stories. ٹھیک ہے نا, جو برانڈس جن کے پیچھے اسٹوری ہوتی ہے, جیسے میں نے بات کی نائکی کی, ان سب برانڈس کی, دے آل ہیو اے اسٹوری بیہائنڈ اٹ. ٹھیک ہے نا, وہ اسٹوری سے ہی پھر ہر چیز آگے جاتی ہے. اینڈ بیکاز ہم بچپن سے کہانیاں سننے کے شوقین ہوتے ہیں, تو جو برانڈس جو ایک اچھی اسٹوری ٹیل کرتی ہیں ان کی ظاہر بات ایک ان کے ایک امپورٹنس مل جاتی ہے مارکیٹ میں, اینڈ دین پھر وہ کنورٹ ہوتی ہے انٹو مارکیٹنگ, انٹو سیلز, ایوری تھنگ ہیز ٹو بی الائنڈ, بٹ اٹ آل اسٹارٹس ود اے اسٹوری. اینڈ آئی تھنک جو سب سے بڑا مسکنسیپشن یا چیز جو پاکستان میں مسنگ ہے وہ یہ اسٹوری ہے. ہم برانڈنگ بھی بلڈ کر لیتے ہیں, سب کچھ کر لیتے ہیں, بٹ اس کے پیچھے اسٹوری نہیں ہوتی. how do people relate to it? How do people, kind of relate to your brand? How do people think about it when they think about your brand? कोई story नहीं होती पीछे. And I think that's the biggest missing part here, कि हम हर चीज़ पे focus कर लेते हैं और story नहीं build करते कभी. ना उस story को sell करते हैं, ना उसको बताते हैं.
तो जब आपने ईबल पाकिस्तान बना रहे थे, इसके पीछे आपको अगर आप स्टोरी शेयर करना चाहें तो हाउ डू यू पोर्ट्रे योर स्टोरी ऑफ योर ब्रांड टू द ऑडियंस?
I think Rebuild Pakistan बहुत evolve हुआ, ठीक है ना. It started with an idea कि हमें construction या जो furnishing की industry है पाकिस्तान की, वो बहुत ही बिल्कुल भी digitized नहीं है, तो उसको digitize करना है. तो the main idea behind it was enabling people, enabling small इंडस्ट्रीज विद इन पाकिस्तान जो बिल्ड कर रही हैं चीज़ें, जिनके पास फर्नीचर है, जिनके पास छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं, उनके पास उनके एरिया की मार्केट है, उनके पास पाकिस्तान क्यों मार्केट नहीं है, ठीक है ना. तो आइडिया वाज, द स्टोरी वाज, वी हैव टू इनेबल पीपल. एंड उसी से फिर जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, अब जो एक ईबीपी की एवोल्यूशन आई कि अब हम दूसरी इंडस्ट्रीज में भी जा रहे हैं, उसी स्टोरी से लिंक हुई कि यार हमें लोगों को इनेबल करना है. वी हैव टू इनेबल पीपल टू सेल टू अ बिगर ऑडियंस, ठीक है ना. तो हम उसी के ऊपर बिल्ड कर रहे हैं अपनी पूरी चीज़ों को.
थैंक यू सो मच. निशान भाई, हम सारे अपनी कंपनी को पोजीशन करते हैं मार्केट में जीतने के लिए, तो आपकी जो बिजनेस, आपका परसेप्शन के आपने जो अपना बिजनेस यहाँ देखा है कि हाउ डू वी, हम अपने आप को पोजीशन बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं जीतने के लिए? We'll go to everybody after same question.
सबसे पहले तो मैं जो अभी भाई ने बात की है जो स्टोरी बिहाइंड द ब्रांड, तो जो हमारा ब्रांड है नेक्स्ट जेन, उसके पीछे स्टोरी भी है. अगर आप हमारी वेबसाइट देखते हैं तो उसके लोगों में जो कलर्स यूज हो रहे हैं सिंस 2015 आज के दिन तक, कुछ खास इवेंट्स के अलावा हमने कभी कलर चेंज नहीं किया, कभी फॉन्ट स्टाइल चेंज नहीं किया. स्टिक टू आवर लोगो एंड विद कलर्स. तो ये सारी चीज़ें करने के साथ साथ अब हम बात कर रहे हैं पोजीशनिंग की, कि आप कहाँ पे स्टैंड करते हैं. तो हमें ये देखना है कि अभी आज के दिन में एक साहिब से उन्होंने बात की थी कि रिमोट एरियाज़ में बड़ा ज़्यादा पोटेंशियल है, तो हमने टारगेट किया है रिमोट एरियाज़ को. बेसिकली मैं एक बड़े शहर से हूँ, लेकिन हमने जो अपने फिजिकल स्टोर्स हैं हमारे नेक्स्ट जेन के बिहाफ पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्ट पे, तो हमारे 14 स्टोर्स हैं रिमोट एरियाज़ में, जिसमें आप ये कह लें मियाँ वाली, कालाबाग, सरगोदा, फैसलाबाद और इस पूरे बेल्ट के ऊपर जो कनेक्टिंग सिटीज़ आ रहे हैं, उनमें हमारे हर शहर में मेन मार्केट्स के अंदर बड़े बड़े स्टोर्स हैं जिसमें इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की प्रोडक्ट्स हम बेचते हैं. ये हमारा एक बिज़नेस है. और हमने उस एरिया को टारगेट किया जहाँ पे लोग लाहौर से आके मेन चीज़ें लेके नहीं जा सकते. जस्ट लाइक किसी को प्रिंटर चाहिए, किसी को फोटोकॉपी मशीन चाहिए, वो लाहौर आएगा लेके जाएगा, उसको उसके डोर स्टेप पे मिल जाती है. तो आपने ये देख लिया कि कौन सी मार्केट है जिसको आप इजीली टारगेट कर सकते हैं, किसको आपके ब्रांड की ज़रूरत कहाँ पे हम पहुँच. ये मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव है इसके हवाले से. और अभी हम यानी बड़े शहरों में तो हर ब्रांड आपको नज़र आएगा, और जो हमारे स्टोर्स हैं, अगर आप यूट्यूब पे नेक्स्ट जेन शॉप का यूट्यूब चैनल देखेंगे, उनकी वीडियोस पड़ी हैं, तो वो आपको किसी भी ब्रांड से कम इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनिंग और जो शॉप्स की एलोकेशन है वो आपको किसी भी ब्रांड से कम नज़र नहीं आएगी. ये हमने इस तरह से रिमोट एरियाज़ में जाके इस लेवल की फैसिलिटीज़ प्रोवाइड की हैं कि हम वहाँ पे जाएं, अपनी प्रोडक्ट्स को वहाँ पे प्रेजेंट करें, और वहाँ पे हमें कोई ज़्यादा कंपटीशन भी नहीं मिलेगा, और जो रिमोट एरियाज़ हैं उनको आप फैसिलिटेट भी कर रहे हैं और अपना बिजनेस भी जनरेट कर रहे हैं.
थैंक यू सो मच. हुज़ैफा भाई, यू हैव स्पेंट सो मच टाइम ऑन ई-कॉमर्स साइड, तो जो ऑनलाइन बिजनेसेस हैं उसमें आपके एक्सपीरियंस से हाउ कैन दे पोजीशन देमसेल्फ टू विन, या आपने कैसे अपने आप को पोजीशन किया जहाँ पे आप जीत रहे हैं?
अच्छा, मैं थोड़ी सी अपनी स्टोरी क्विकली शेयर करता हूँ. ई कॉमर्स सक्सेस पाकिस्तान, मैं जब एलएस से रिटर्न हुआ था तो मेरी भी वही एक दुखती स्टोरी थी कि आई वाज इन द नेगेटिव बैलेंस ऑफ लाइक $40,000 एंड खाने के भी पैसे उस वक्त थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ता था. दिस वाज बैक इन 2016 एंड दिस वाज माय लाइफ थर्ड टाइम आई वाज ब्रोक, थर्ड टाइम. बट अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से एक है कि मैं वापस उठ जाता हूँ. उस वक्त हमने वी स्टार्टेड सेलिंग ऑन अमेजॉन, ईबे एंड अमेजॉन टुगेदर. तो अच्छा, उसमें हुआ क्या कि थोड़ा सा वो जो बैक में चल था, सारा नंबर सारे नेगेटिव थे. वी स्टार्टेड ऑल इट ओवर एंड विद इन 6 to 7 months आई सॉ द पोटेंशियल कि जी अमेजॉन पे सेल्स बहुत अच्छी आ रही हैं. कट शॉर्ट I was selling, I was making profits, and in 2018, I saw some people talking about Amazon in Pakistan. कि जी पाकिस्तान में Amazon से business कैसे किया जाए. And then I saw them only talking about private label, brand building on Amazon. तो मेरे दिमाग में ये चलता था कि I already spent again, मतलब वो पैसा lose करके कमा के फिर lose कर चुका था मैं on private label and brand building on Amazon. Because मैं सोचता हूँ कि जी मैं जेफ बेजोस साहब के जेब में पैसा क्यों भेजूँ? Just to launch a brand on Amazon, I have to spend like $20,000 to $30,000 just for the marketing, and that marketing just to bring my product on the page one on Amazon. तो मुझे नहीं समझ में आता था. तो I was doing this brand reselling and wholesale FBA. And in Pakistan, I brought this idea कि जी Amazon पे अगर काम करना है तो wholesale FBA पे करें, इस model पे करें, because it is one of the safest business models, low risk, low capital intensive. तो पोजीशन करने के लिए हमने यही किया था कि जब 2018 से हमने शुरू किया तो आई वॉज द ओनली पर्सन हु वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस बिजनेस. जी करना है तो होलसेल एफबी करना है अमेजोन पे, प्राइवेट लेबल नहीं, ड्रॉप शिपिंग नहीं, नो, और से नो टू ऑल दीज बिजनेसेस. तो वो एक बहुत सिंपल, और इससे आज ये हालात हैं कि अब अमेजोन होलसेल एफबी का बिजनेस पाकिस्तान के हर छोटे शहर की गली के कॉर्नर के ऊपर भी ट्रेनिंग बेची जा रही है. दैट्स द डिफरेंस. और मेजॉरिटी आपको मिलेंगे वो कहेगा, मतलब वो ट्रेनर से पूछेंगे ना कहां से सीखा, तो वो क्योंकि ही वांट्स टू टेक द क्रेडिबल नेम, ही विल से हुज़ैफा अली या ईएसपी, ई-कॉम सक्सेस पाकिस्तान. That's how it works.
So you've been one of the pioneers too. तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाकिस्तान में तरक्की हो रही है, and hopefully we can start doing more export ताकि इकोनॉमी भी थोड़ी बेहतर हो. हमारी रेमिटेंस ज्यादा है और एक्सपोर्ट कम है, फिलहाल ये हालत है. तो
Exactly, and we are actually working on this business. Actually, we had this meeting on the government level. We had some meeting on this government level to bring more awareness, streamline some processes of exports. पैसा भेजना अभी भी प्रॉब्लम है, एक्सपोर्ट करना छोटे लोगों के लिए अभी भी प्रॉब्लम है. तो वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग विद द गवर्नमेंट लेवल एंड ऑल दिस स्टफ. तो उम्मीद है कि नेक्स्ट ईयर फर्स्ट क्वार्टर के अंदर चीजें थोड़ी सी स्मूथ आउट हो जाएंगी.
थैंक यू ज़फ़र भाई. बस आप काम कर रहे हैं यार in marketing a lot. I'll make a little bit a harder question for you. काफी startups and new businesses हैं. How can you give them couple tips? Give them how can they position themselves so they can win faster? क्योंकि you spend time with other companies, right? तो वो क्या ऐसी चीज़ कोई अगर so they can position themselves?
एक्चुअली जब भी हमने किसी कंपनी को या किसी स्टार्टअप को पोजीशन करना है, उससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी चीज़ ये है कि आपने सबसे पहले अपना यूज़र बेस देखना है. हर कंपनी की पोजीशनिंग हमेशा डिफरेंट होगी, और वो ये देखेगा कि उसका यूज़र बेस एक्चुअली कहाँ है, कौन से प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे वो स्टैंड कर रहा है. हम लोग जब मल्टीपल कंपनीज के साथ काम कर रहे होते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल रियल एस्टेट के साथ जब काम कर रहे होते हैं, तो हम लोग मार्केटिंग हमेशा रोड साइड बैनर्स पे या बिल बोर्ड्स पे जा रहे होते हैं, क्योंकि उनका ऑडियंस वहाँ पे है. उसी के हिसाब से उनकी प्रोडक्ट जो है वो है ही वैसी कि वहाँ ड्राइव होगा. बहुत सारी रियल एस्टेट कंपनीज एक्चुअली जो एक बहुत बड़ी गलती भी करती हैं वो ये है कि फेसबुक एड्स रन कर रहे हैं. रियल के लिए अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं है. वो इस वजह से है कि आप उन सारे लोगों को वो ऐड दिखा रहे हैं जिनकी बाइंग पावर ही नहीं है. उसके अलावा आप अगर गूगल पे जा रहे हैं, एडवर्ड पे जा रहे हैं, तो वहाँ वो लोग हैं जो कि इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए ड्राइव होकर आ रहे हैं आपके पास. हमेशा आपका क्लोजिंग रेशियो वहाँ पे ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा. फेसबुक का आपका क्लोजिंग रेशियो हमेशा आपको 3% मिलेगा रियल एस्टेट मार्केट के लिए, उससे ज़्यादा आपको रेशियो मिल ही नहीं सकता ऑल ओवर पाकिस्तान. इसी तरह से है कि हर स्टार्टअप या फिर हर छोटा बिजनेस जब भी अपने आप को पोजीशन करना चाहे तो उसने अपने ऑडियंस को देखना है, उनके प्लेटफॉर्म्स को देखना है. हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान में एक बहुत बड़ी बहस थी कि टिकटॉक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है या बुरा प्लेटफॉर्म है. ऑडियंस वहाँ पे है तो वो प्लेटफॉर्म हमेशा अच्छा है. हम लोग ने जब इसी तरह से ट्रेनिंग्स का अपना स्टार्ट किया तो वी यूज्ड यूट्यूब उसके लिए, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान में एवरेज पाकिस्तानी 56 मिनट्स इन अ डे दे स्पेंडिंग इट ऑन यूट्यूब. तो वो आपका एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ आपका सारा ऑडियंस आ रहा है. हम लोगों का वैसे ही ट्रेनिंग्स के उसके लिए हम लोग के अर्बन सिटीज़ टारगेट ऑडियंस नहीं थे. हम रूरल में या इंटीरियर पंजाब में और वहाँ के लोगों को एक्चुअली उठा रहे थे जो कि यूट्यूब पे ज़्यादा हैं या टिकटॉक पे ज़्यादा हैं, वो लिंक्डइन पे नहीं है. इसी तरह से आपकी अगर कंपनी कॉर्पोरेशंस में या कॉर्पोरेट्स के साथ काम कर रही है तो लिंक्डइन आपके लिए प्लेटफॉर्म है. हर कंपनी को पोजीशन करने के लिए आपको ऑडियंस देखना पड़ेगा, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली उसे प्राइसिंग करनी पड़ेगी, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आपने एडवर्टीजमेंट का स्पेंड. पाकिस्तान में एक बहुत बड़ा इशू ये है कि हम लोग मार्केटिंग की या फिर बिजनेस प्लान जब भी बना रहे होते हैं तो मार्केटिंग बजट्स हमारे एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहे होते. उसमें हमारे PR बजट्स एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करते. ग्लोबली इट्स 30%. You have to spend 30% on marketing, क्योंकि वहीं से एक्चुअली आप अपने ब्रांड को पुश कर रहे हैं. पाकिस्तान में हम लोग करते ही हैं कि हम कहते हैं कि हमने दुकान खोल के बैठ गए हैं, अब ग्राहक खुद आ जाएगा. ऐसा नहीं होता. कंपेटिटिव मार्केट में आप जब भी जंप इन करते हैं तो यू हैव टू पुश योर प्रोडक्ट टू द पीपल. जब तक उन्हें दिखाएंगे नहीं तब तक उन्हें नहीं पता चलेगा. प्रोडक्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग बिल्ड करनी है अपने ऑडियंस के अंदर, जो कि बहुत
क्या
जरूरी
रियल
चीज़ है.
एस्टेट मार्केट, आवाज सही है इसकी, कम है क्या रियल एस्टेट? मैंने कहा I wanted to ask you, no, if you're spending that much in marketing, probably they said how the people look is कि यार मेरा return on investment कितना आ रहा है, right? वो पहली चीज तो वो किताब खुल जाएगी, अजी 100 रुपया लगाया तो भाई 200 नहीं आया तो फिर वो क्लास लग जाती है. No, one thing you said very good is यार मेरे लिए खुद ये बहुत बड़ी information थी, because Facebook ads for real estate 3%. अगर if you're good, if you're good on top 3%. So most people are failing under 1%, I would say. No, that's a good information. So for you, what do you think, Abdul Bhai? Like, what's your take on position? How do you position yourself, or the other people you have seen they should be positioning?
I think positioning का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कंपनीज डोंट नो देमसेल्व्स कि उनको करना क्या है या उनकी ऑडियंस क्या है. ठीक है ना, आप कंपनीज के पास जाएं, उनको नहीं पता होता कि यार हम वो सबको टारगेट करना चाहते हैं. वो कहते हैं एवरीवन, ठीक है ना, हम सबको बेचेंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे. ठीक है ना, यू कैन नॉट डू दैट. फर्स्ट यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड योर ओन पोजीशन कि हम किस चीज़ पे हैं, हम करना क्या चाहते हैं. ठीक है ना, जब तक आप ये नहीं एग्री करेंगे, जैसे आज काफ़ी बात हुई है विजन के ऊपर कि हमारा विजन क्या हो, कंपनी का विजन क्या है, लोगों को पता नहीं होता. ठीक है, सारी चीज़ें उसी चीज़ से लिंक्ड होती हैं कि ब्रांड की स्टोरीज नहीं है, ब्रांड का नहीं पता आपको, आपका विजन नहीं पता, आपको ये एग्जैक्टली नहीं पता कि आपकी ऑडियंस क्या है. ठीक है ना, कि आप किसी से पूछेंगे, मेजॉरिटी कंपनीज ये डोंट हैव पर्सोनास, उनके कस्टमर्स के पर्सोनास नहीं होते. तो आई थिंक पोजिशनिंग करने से पहले आई थिंक व्हाट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट इज फॉर द कंपनी टू रिफ्लेक्ट यार हम करना क्या चाहते हैं, व्हाट डू वी वांट टू डू. से ये ना हम मार्केट में किस चीज़ के साथ लिंक्ड होना चाहते हैं. ठीक है ना, बिकॉज नाउ इट इज इन सोशल मीडिया इन चीज़ों में इतनी चीज़ें आ रही होती हैं, एंड वी सी कंपनीज कॉन्ट्रोवर्सीज में आ जाती हैं बिकॉज दे डोंट नो कि वेयर डू वी स्टैंड, किन इश्यूज पे हमने स्टैंड लेना है, किन इश्यूज. बिकॉज आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट पोजिशनिंग इवेंचुअली बिकम्स कि पीपल रिलेट कि ओके दिस कंपनी इज दिस टाइप ऑफ अ ब्रांड, दे पोजिशन देमसेल्फ विद दीज इश्यूज, दीज पीपल, इन सब चीज़ों के साथ.
वो ये कहते हैं ना, we need to know who is our ideal customer. आपने जिस तरह कहा, you ask people who's your customer, सब
है.
वो जो मार्केटिंग वाले लोग होते हैं, दिल चाहता है यार पता नहीं किसको पकड़े, नहीं सारे. फिर then you ask them more, क्लोथिंग का ब्रांड हो, कौन खरीदेगा आपके कपड़े? लड़कियां. भाई किस तरह, लंबी छोटी एज ग्रुप, कहाँ पे है, किधर पाए जाते हैं, अमीर गरीब को कौन सी टारगेट करनी, कुछ नहीं पता, लेकिन वो बस हवा में तीर चलाया हुआ है. So that's very good information, so thank you for that. चला कसान, अब जरा मजे की साइड पे आते हैं, because we're gonna after this एक सवाल और उसके बाद एक रिकैप कर वो एंड करेंगे. आपके हिसाब से सबके बेस्ट ब्रांड अपनी कंपनी के अलावा कौन सा है? अपनी कंपनी को प्रमोट नहीं करना यहाँ पे, ठीक है, और रुक जाते हैं. تو بات کر رہے تھے ہم برانڈنگ کے اوپر، بیسٹ برانڈ کے اوپر. تو آپ کے حساب سے مارکیٹ میں پاکستان کا برانڈ رکھتے ہیں سب سے بہتر کون سا ہے اور کیوں ہے آپ کے حساب سے؟
اچھا، اگر ہم پاکستان میں برانڈ کی بات کریں تو میرے خیال میں جے ڈاٹ مجھے سب سے اچھا لگتا ہے. اس کی وجہ یہ ہے کہ صرف ایک وجہ بتاؤں گا، ان کی جو کسٹمر کیئر ہے، جو کسٹمر سپورٹ ہے، ریپلیس پالیسی، آلٹریشن وغیرہ، وہ مجھے بڑی بیسٹ لگتی ہے.
تو بیکاز آف دا کسٹمر سروس آپ کو لگتا ہے کہ وہ بیسٹ برانڈ ہے. چلیں تھینک یو. ظفر بھائی.
میں پاکستانی برانڈ تو اتنے زیادہ نہیں جانتا، لیکن ایک فورن ہے برانڈ میکڈونلڈس. برگر بالکل اچھے نہیں ہوتے لیکن سب سے زیادہ کھائے جاتے ہیں، بیکاز دا بزنس از فلی بیسڈ آن ریئل اسٹیٹ. تو وہ بزنس ایسا ہے کہ کہیں پہ بھی فرنچائز لے لی جائے اور اس کو ایکسپینڈ کیا جا سکتا ہے. پلس جو پروڈکٹ کی کاسٹ ہے ویری اکنامیکل، بہت سستے، اینی بڈی کین ایٹ اٹ. مطلب ان کی ٹارگیٹ آڈینس پھر وہی بات آ جاتی ہے جو سیگمنٹ کرتے ہیں، تو وہ ٹارگیٹ آڈینس ہر کوئی ہے. مطلب جہاں بھی جس ایریا میں اوپن ہو جائے نام چلتا ہے اب. تو دیٹس اے برانڈ، پلس کوالٹی بھی مینٹین ہو رہی ہے. ایون دو کہ میں کہوں مجھے نہیں پسند، لیکن آئی ایم شیور دیر آر سیورل thousands آف پیپل وڈ اسٹل لائک اٹ. اور کچھ لوگ تو خواب بھی دیکھتے ہیں کہ جی کہیں مطلب ریموٹ ایریاز کے ایسے بھی ہیں کہ جی کہیں جائیں گے تو میکڈونلڈس کھائیں گے. So that's what I see. ایکسپینشن بڑی آسان ہے اس میں.
Like brand is great the way they have built it. میں کہوں گا لیکن personally میں نے تو بین لگایا ہوا کھانے میں. تو but the thing is وہی بات ہوگی نا، برانڈ ایسا ہے کہ سب کو پتا ہے کہ ہارٹ اٹیک بھی ہو جائے گا مجھے، لیکن کھانا تب بھی because they just go for it, right? تو پوری دنیا میں that's the whole key. Apple is the example. It's a whole another conversation agar we go into it. Faz bhai, what's the best brand in your perception?
پاکستان کی بات کریں گے، اس کے علاوہ ویسے بھی انٹرنیشنلی ایک گلوبل برانڈ بھی ہے. تو پاکستان میں میرے خیال سے جس نے بہت اچھا اپنے آپ کو پوزیشن کیا ہے یا پھر اسپیڈلی گرو کیا ہے، دیٹ وڈ بی گرانا زمین کی جگہ، جو کہ بہت تیزی سے انہوں نے مارکیٹ شیئر بھی آکوپائی کیا ہے. سب سے اچھی چیز ان کے بارے میں جو لگتی ہے، اگر آپ ہائی وے پہ گزر رہے ہوں گے یا کچھ بھی، ایک تو انہوں نے کلر اپنے وہ یوز کیے ہوئے. آئی لو اسلام آباد کا تھا گلبرگ گرینز کے سامنے جو ہے، دے ریپلیس دا ہارٹ وتھ دیئر لوگو. یہ ہے کہ وہ سائیکالوجی کے ساتھ کس طرح سے پلے کر رہے ہیں برانڈنگ میں. سائیکالوجی اینڈ برانڈنگ اور مارکیٹنگ دے آلویز گو ہینڈ ان ہینڈ. دیٹس دا موسٹ امپورٹنٹ ایسپیکٹ ان اٹ. تو ایک انہوں نے بہت اچھا پوزیشن کیا، مارکیٹ شیئر ایکوائر کرنا شروع کر دیا. اس کے علاوہ اگر ہم بات کریں باقی برانڈس کی جو پاکستان میں جنہوں نے اچھا کیا ہوا ہے یا پوزیشن کیا ہوا ہے، تو ٹیلکوز میں دیٹ وڈ بی جاز. ہم لوگوں کا جب پی آر کر رہے تھے اور زونگ کے ساتھ ایسوسیٹڈ تھے، تو ہم لوگوں کا ٹاسک یہ تھا کہ وی ہیو ٹو چینج دا پرسیپشن. زونگ جب پاکستانی مارکیٹ میں انٹر ہوا تھا تو اٹ واز کنسیڈرڈ اے چائنیز نیٹ ورک، اے چیپ نیٹ ورک. تب ان کی ٹیگ لائن بھی تھی سب کہہ دو، یا اس طرح کے جو بھی کہ آپ چیپ ریٹس پہ آپ بات کر سکتے ہیں. لیکن اب جب ہے انہوں نے پرسیپشن شفٹ کر کے 4G کی طرف کر دیا، فاسٹسٹ 4G کی طرف جا رہے ہیں. سملرلی ود جاز، پہلے نام موبلنگ تھا، کارپوریٹ صرف آئیڈینٹی تھی، صرف کارپوریٹس کو ٹارگیٹ کر رہا تھا. جاز انہوں نے لائے اس لیے جب انہوں نے دیکھا، مارکیٹ اسٹڈی ہوئی کہ زیادہ تر پاپولیشن جو پاکستان کے اندر ہے that's under the age of 30. اب اسے جب ٹارگیٹ کرنا، they change their colors, they change their entire branding, they change their marketing strategies. اسی طرح سے ایک گلوبل برانڈ جو کہ بہت اچھی طرح سے ہر مارکیٹ میں وہ انٹر کر رہا ہے، that would be کوکا کولا. کوک اسٹوڈیو ویسے دیکھنے میں ایک صرف پروڈکٹ نظر آتی ہے کہ صرف میوزک ہے یا کچھ بھی ہے، لیکن وہ یہ ہے کہ وہ کس طرح سے جنریشنز کے اندر اپنے آپ کو انٹیگریٹ کر رہے ہیں. کوک اسٹوڈیو ابھی صرف وہ گانے ہیں، لیکن فار دا نیکسٹ جنریشن دیٹ وڈ بی دا گولڈن ایرا آف میوزک. اور جب بھی وہ اس کی بات کریں گے تو the first thing that would come to their mind is Coke Studio. It's the brand first, the product is second. تو یہ کچھ چیزیں ہیں جو کہ آپ سائیکالوجی کے ساتھ اور کس طرح جنریشنز میں انٹیگریٹ کر رہے ہیں. پاکستان میں ہم مارکیٹنگ یا برانڈنگ کی طرف جب بھی جاتے ہیں تو ہم لوگوں کا پلان مارکیٹنگ کا 5 سال یا 10 سال کا ہوتا ہے. جب ایکچوئل بڑی کمپنیز جب بھی مارکیٹنگ کی یا برانڈنگ کی بات کرتے ہیں تو دے تھنکنگ اباؤٹ دا نیکسٹ 100 years اور دا نیکسٹ 200 years کہ انہوں نے کس طرح سے آگے تک اپنے آپ کو سسٹین کرنا ہے. تو آئی تھنک دیز 3 برانڈس میرے لیے تو یہ بہتر ہیں.
تھینک یو سو مچ. کافی ڈیپتھ میں بات کی. میں ایک چیز کو تو کہوں گا، کوک کا اوور آل اب دنیا میں کیا کہہ رہے ہیں، وہ ہیپینس. سب کو پتا زہر ہے، لیکن وہ ہیپینس تو دکھا کے زہر پیے جا رہے ہیں ہم سارے، رائٹ؟ وہی میکڈونلڈس کی طرح کیا. تو بٹ دیر از اے پاور. آپ نے جو کوک اسٹوڈیو کی بات کی، ویسے اگر دیکھا جائے جیسے ہم پرانے زمانے کے گانے سنتے ہیں، اگلی جنریشن کہے گی کوئی تو ہوں گے یار وہ پرانے، وہ جو انہوں نے اس کوک اسٹوڈیو میں گایا تھا بڑا آلہ تھا، اور ان کا برانڈ تب بھی زندہ رہا. دیٹس گڈ. تھینک یو عبدالقادر بھائی.
I think ایک چیز میں صرف کہوں گا کہ یہاں پہ ہمارا جو برانڈس کا کنسیپٹ ہے، کافی انہوں نے برانڈس کی بات کی، بڑی بڑی برانڈس کی. ہمیں لگتا ہے کہ ایک برانڈ کا اچھا ہونے کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ وہ بہت بڑا ہوگا. اٹ ڈزنٹ نیڈ ٹو بی بگ. آپ کی اگر آڈینس چھوٹی ہے تو آپ کا برانڈ اس اگر آپ کی آڈینس میں اچھا ہے تو اٹس اے سکسیزفل برانڈ. تو جسٹ آن دیٹ نوٹ، ایک کمپنی ہے US میں، گریوٹی پیمنٹس، ٹھیک ہے نا. اٹس اے پیمنٹ پروسیسر. اٹس اے ہیوج، اٹس اے ویری کٹ تھروٹ مارکیٹ. بٹ ان کا جو فاؤنڈر ہے، ہی ہیز اے ویری اسٹرانگ اسٹوری اینڈ ہی از لائک آلویز سیلنگ ہز اسٹوری. انہوں نے لے کے آئے اس پوزیشن کو مارکیٹ میں کہ ہمارے کسٹمرس ہمارے نمبر 1 اسٹیک ہولڈرز نہیں ہیں، ہمارے امپلائیز ہیں، ہماری ٹیم ہے. اور پوری چیز کو وہ ہر وقت سیل کرتے ہیں کہ یار ہم یہ چیز کر رہے ہیں، ہم نے اپنی منیمم ویج بڑھا دی ہے. اس اسٹوری کو وہ سیل کرتے رہتے ہیں. نا واٹ ہیپن، ابھی کچھ دن پہلے اس نے پوسٹ کیا تھا لنکڈ ان پہ کہ فار دا ان 2021 talent is very short, ٹھیک ہے نا. IT کے اسپیشلی there's a big shortage of talent. But he posted for 70 posted jobs, they received over 30,000 applications. ٹھیک ہے نا. Now that is a brand that's successful. ہم شاید اس کو نہیں کہیں یار، شاید کوئی بھی نہیں جانتا ہے اس روم میں اس کو، بٹ جس کو جاننا چاہیے وہ جانتا ہے. And I think that's what a successful brand is.
میں تو یہ سوچ رہا ہوں 30,000 کو فلٹر کیسے کریں گے، وہ ایک علیحدہ چیلنج ہے. تو دیٹس اے ویری گڈ ون. میرے حساب سے میں 2 برانڈ یوز کروں گا، جو ایک پاکستانی، تو ان کا ایک برانڈ بڑا ہے، لیکن جس آپ نے اسٹوری ٹیلنگ کی بات کی، کچھ داغ تو اچھے ہوتے ہیں جو ہر سال ان کی اسٹوری چلتی. سرف ایکسل کی، آئی تھنک دے ہیو ڈن کنسسٹنٹ. میں سے ہر عید پہ آپ اگر ہم کینیڈا میں ہوتے تھے، ادھر انڈین ایڈز بھی چل رہے ہوتے ہیں، تو ادھر دیوالی پہ بھی چلا رہے ہیں، دین کوئی اور ایونٹ آئے گا اس پہ بھی چل رہے ہیں، لیکن ان کی جو کنسسٹنٹ میسیجنگ ہے، کچھ داغ تو اچھے ہوتے ہیں. آئی تھنک دے ہیو ڈن اے پریٹی گڈ جاب ایٹ اسٹوری ٹیلنگ ہر سال. اور میں ویری انٹرسٹنگ بتاؤں گا، کینیڈا کی کمپنی ہے ایئر لائنس کی ویسٹ جیٹ. ان کا ہمیشہ سے اونرز کیئر، کہ ہم مالک کے سارے ہم کیئر کرتے ہیں. آئی تھنک 2017 کرسمس کیمپین دے رین، 2 فلائٹیں اڑی تھیں ان کی 2 ڈفرنٹ سٹیز سے، اینڈ دے بوتھ ور لینڈنگ ان کیلگری. تو ایک ٹورانٹو سے تھی، ایک ہیملٹن سے. تو جہاز پہ چڑھنے سے پہلے انہوں نے ایک بوتھ سا بنایا ہوا تھا، تو سینٹا بیٹھا ہوا ادھر، تو جو بھی لوگ آ رہے ہیں مشین کے سامنے ان کو زبردستی کھڑا کیا کہ یار بورڈنگ پاس اسکین کرو. ان کا نام بولا کہ سینٹا آ گیا، ہو کیسے ہو، اس کا نام لیا پورا. پریشانی تو لائیو ہو رہی انٹریکشن. ہر پیسنجر سے پوچھا کہ وٹ یو وانٹ فار کرسمس. کسی نے کہا ٹی وی چاہیے، کسی نے کہا ساکس چاہیے، کسی نے کہا مجھے یہ چاہیے، جو چیزیں کہا. اب 4 گھنٹے کی فلائٹ تھی. دوسری ٹیم جو لینڈنگ ایئرپورٹ پہ تھے، they had a partnership with Best Buy and other. وہ 50 لوگ بھاگے ہیں، ہر چیز شاپنگ لسٹ لی ہے، ریپ کی ہے. جب لینڈ ہوا ہے جہاز، سامان لینے آئے ہیں، تو سارا کرسمس کا انہوں نے ڈیکوریٹ کیا ہوا. اینڈ دین کا کرسمس کا میوزک چلتا ہے، سارے پیکیجز نکلنے شروع ہو رہے ہیں. کسی نے کہا مجھے ٹرپ چاہیے ہوائی کی، ان کو ٹرپ بھی مل گئی، ٹی وی بھی مل گیا، جرابیں بھی ملی. اور وہ جو نظارہ تھا نا، وہ دیکھنے والا. ویڈیو ان کی کافی اچھی. میریکل، آئی تھنک اٹس اے ویسٹ جیٹ میریکل کیمپین. اگر آپ بھی مارکیٹنگ میں آتے ہیں، اٹس اے ویری گڈ فار اس ٹو سی اٹ کہ کس طرح انہوں نے ایکسپیرینس کریٹ کیا. تو یہ ایک چیز میں اب ہمارے کچھ آگے ایونٹس وغیرہ پلان کر رہے ہیں، تو ٹیم سے ہمیشہ یہی بات کرتے ہیں، میسج یہی ہے یار، جب آپ کے ساتھ کسٹمر کی ہر جگہ انٹریکشن ہو رہی ہے، دیر از اے ٹچ پوائنٹ. ہاؤ کین دیٹ ٹچ پوائنٹ کوڈ بی ایکسپیرینشیل. کہ ابھی وہ پہلا اس نے فون اٹھایا، اس نے آپ کا ایڈ دیکھا، فون اٹھایا، فون کا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، آپ کے آفس آیا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، ٹکٹ خریدا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، ایونٹ پہ آیا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، ایونٹ کے اندر بیٹھا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، جانے لگا ایکسپیرینس کیسا ہے، گھر جا کے پھر دوستوں کو جب بتایا وہ ایکسپیرینس اس کا کیسا ہے. ہر ٹچ پوائنٹ کو ہم ایکسپیرینشیل کیسے بنا سکتے ہیں. آئی تھنک دیر سم کمپنیز، لمبی ہو جائے گا کہ US کے میرے کچھ دوست ہیں، دے ڈیڈ ان پروفیشنل اسپورٹس، لیکن کافی وہ ایک ایکسپیرینشیل انہوں نے کریٹ کیا. تو بس لیٹس ریپ اٹ اپ. فائنل 30 سیکنڈز، کوئی میسج ریگارڈنگ مارکیٹنگ، برانڈنگ، سیگمنٹیشن آپ کے حساب سے.
برانڈنگ کے حوالے سے جو اسٹارٹ اپس میں ایک میرا جونیئر بھی آیا بیٹھا ہے، ابھی میری بات بھی نہیں سن رہا. میں اس کو یہی کہنا چاہوں گا کہ ابھی مجھے اس نے کہا تھا کہ ذیشان بھائی ہم کوئی ڈیسیژن لینے سے پہلے ڈر جاتے ہیں. تو میں سب لوگوں کو یہی مشورہ دوں گا کہ اگر میں یہاں پہ بیٹھا ہوں تو یہ ہمارا سنگل بزنس نہیں ہے جو سکسیزفل ہے، اس کے پیچھے کئی ایسی بھی فیل سٹوریز ہیں. تو آپ لوگ بھی محنت کریں اور انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ اگلے سال آپ یہاں پہ بیٹھے ہوں.
تھینک یو. ظفر بھائی.
میں نے تھوڑی دیر پہلے بھی ایک بات کی تھی، دا فیئر آف لوزنگ اے جاب اور بزنس کی طرف آنے کے لیے. تو پھر وہی دوبارہ ریپیٹ کروں گا کہ وہ فیئر کو نکالنا پڑے گا. روزی اللہ تعالیٰ نے پہلے سے باندھ رکھی ہے ہماری سب کی. تو وی آر گوئنگ ٹو گیٹ واٹس دا ڈیسٹنی. تو وہ ملنا ہی لازمی ہے. بس وہ فیئر نکالنا ہے, وہ فیئر نکالتے ہیں تو اس سے باہر آتے ہیں لوگ. یہ ایک میسج جرنل ہے, آئی تھنک ناٹ ریئلی فار دا کرنٹ آڈینس, بٹ ایک جرنل میسج ہے کہ وہ فیئر نکالنا ضروری ہے. آگے اس کو ضرور فارورڈ کریں. کارپوریٹ یا ویسے بھی جاب کے اندر لوگ ابھی تک پھنسے ہوئے ہیں اس کے اندر.
اگر ڈر زیادہ تو مجھے بلا لیں, میں گرم کوئلوں پہ بھی چلا دیتا ہوں لوگوں کو. یہاں پہ کچھ فائر واکرز بھی ہمارے پاس. فیض بھائی.
میسج اس میں اگر برانڈنگ ہے اس سے اسپیسیفک ہو تو وہ ایک ہی ہے کہ خدا را سب سے پہلے تو جیسے انہوں نے بھی فرمایا کہ کسٹمر پرسوناز بنانا شروع کریں. آپ دیکھیں کہ آپ کا کسٹمر کہاں ہے. اس پہ ایکچولی یہ ہے کہ آپ کا کسٹمر ہے کون, کرتا کیا ہے, ایج گروپ کیا ہے, اچھا اس کی پرچیزنگ پاور کتنی ہے. اٹ کوڈ بی اے ہیوج لسٹ آف کوشچنس. آپ نے ایکچولی ڈیفائن کرنا ہے کہ ایک آپ کا جو ایک پرفیکٹ کسٹمر ہے وہ کون ہے, کیسا ہے, کہاں رہتا ہے, کیا کرتا ہے, کیا کھاتا پیتا ہے. تبھی آپ اپنے برانڈ کو اس کی لائف کے ساتھ انٹیگریٹ یا پھر اس کے ساتھ الائن کر سکیں گے. سب سے ضروری جو ایک میسج میں ہوگا وہ یہ کہ کسٹمر پرسوناز بنانا شروع کریں. دوسرا یہ کہ برانڈنگ کٹ آپ نے اپنی نہیں بنائی تو کم سے کم کسی اور کمپنی کی دیکھیں, اس سے سیکھیں اور وہ امپلیمنٹ کرنے کی کوشش کریں. اینڈ دین اسٹک ٹو اٹ. یہ نہ ہو کہ آپ ہر ملٹیپل چینل پہ ڈفرینٹ کر رہے ہیں. بے شک کانٹینٹ ڈفرینٹ ہوتا ہے لیکن اس کا یہ مطلب نہیں ہے کہ آپ کی برانڈنگ چینج ہو جاتی ہے. ورنہ بہت سارے لوگ ایکچولی آرگیو کرتے ہیں کہ ہر پلیٹ فارم وائز کانٹینٹ ڈفرینٹ ہونا چاہیے. دیٹس کانٹینٹ. برانڈنگ از انٹائرلی اندر تھنگ. تو یہ دو چیزیں ہوں گی, ایک کسٹمر پرسوناز, the other one is branding kits.
عبدل بھائی.
آئی تھنک میں آپ کی سرف ایکسل والے ہی بات کو کروں گا کہ جیسا آپ نے کہا نا کہ داغ تو اچھے ہیں, یہ ایک سٹوری ہے. اب آپ ان کی جتنی ٹی وی سیریز دیکھتے ہیں, جتنی میڈیا, جتنا کچھ بھی دیکھتے ہیں, اس میں کیا دکھاتے ہیں یہ کہ بچے کھیل رہے ہیں, کھیلتے ہوئے داغ لگ رہے ہیں. رمضان آئی ہے تو وہ دکھا رہے ہیں کہ پڑوسیوں کو افطاری دینے جا رہے ہیں, اس میں لگ رہی ہے. دے آر سیلنگ اے اسٹوری. اس اسٹوری سے وہ پاکستان کی نمبر 1 برانڈ ہے, دنیا میں بھی کافی دے آر لیڈنگ برانڈ. بٹ جتنے اور کمپیٹیٹرز ہیں ان کے پاکستان میں اگر دیکھیں ایریا بونر سے جتنے ہیں, ان کی ایڈس کیا ہوتی ہیں کہ کسی سیلیبریٹی کو لاتے ہیں, وہ کہتے ہیں دیکھیں ہم یہاں پہ بھی داغ لگاتے ہیں, یہاں پہ بھی لگاتے ہیں, ہم بہتر ہیں. دس شوز ان دیئر مائنڈ کہ وہ کانفیڈنٹ نہیں ہے کہ ہماری اسٹوری نہیں سیل ہوگی, ہم صرف یہ سیل کر سکتے ہیں کہ ہم ان سے بہتر ہیں. بٹ سرف ایکسل از لائک وی ڈونٹ کیئر, ٹھیک ہے نا, ہم اپنی اسٹوری ہی ہر ایڈ پہ اپنی اسٹوری سیل کریں گے ہم, ٹھیک ہے نا. اینڈ وہ سارے کہتے ہیں ہم دیکھیں ہم بہتر ہیں, ہم کپڑے کو کاٹتے ہیں ایک ہی داغ جو جگہ پہ لگاتے ہیں. تو دے ناٹ کانفیڈنٹ آن اے اسٹوری بیکاز دے ڈونٹ ہیو اے اسٹوری. ان کی اسٹوری یہ ہے کہ ہم ان سے بہتر ہیں. اینڈ دیٹس اے بگ پرابلم. اینڈ آئی تھنک دیٹس واٹ وی ہیو ٹو ڈو کہ آپ کی برانڈ یو ہیو ٹو بی confident on your own story, کہ you have to stand on your own story کہ ہم competitors okay they are there but we don't care, we'll sell our story.
مجھے پرسنلی یہ تو نہیں پتا کہ سرف ایکسل کا شیئر بڑھا کہ ان کے کمپیٹیٹر کا, لیکن پرسنلی جو دوسرا ایڈ آتا ہے جہاں پہ وسیم بھائی لگے ہوتے کہ ہمارا داغ اچھا, برانڈ کا نام نہیں لیں گے لیکن کمپیریٹیولی ایبسولوٹلی زیرو میں کہوں گا مارکیٹنگ کے پرسپیکٹو سے, بٹ وسیم بھائی کے نام سے بک رہا ہے مے بی. تو لیٹس ریپ اٹ اپ. میرے خیال سے یار مائی میسج از ویری ایزی. سب نے اس پہ بات کی ہے. آئی تھنک کنسسٹنسی, برانڈنگ میں ساری کنسسٹنسی از دا موسٹ امپورٹنٹ تھنگ. اینڈ لیٹس جسٹ کیپ اٹ سمپل, لیٹس ناٹ کمپلیکس, سمپل میسجنگ کنسسٹنٹ کرتے رہیں گے. آئی تھنک پیپل کین اسٹارٹ بلڈنگ دیٹ. تھینک یو آل آف یو فار بینگ ہیئر, گیونگ یور انسائٹ. اٹس بین امیزنگ. تھینک یو. بھائی جان میوزک ہو جائے, میں اب گانا گانا ہے. نہیں مجھے انہوں نے کہا کہ یار میوزک تھوڑا سا لگا لیں. ویل ریپ اٹ اپ. چلو میوزک نہیں آئے گا. ویل جسٹ ریپ اٹ اپ فار میرا لاسٹ سیگمنٹ تھا. تھینک یو ایوری ون فار بینگ ہیئر, اینڈ فار می اٹ واز ویری لرننگ. ٹائمنگ کیا چیز, سارے اسٹیج پہ آ جائیں, جو بچ گئے آ جاؤ. ایوری بڈی नो सोल्जर लेफ्ट बिहाइंड, सारे ऊपर आ जाओ, ठंड हो रही है, ऊपर आ जाओ सारे, शाबाश शाबाश शाबाश, जल्दी जल्दी, एवरीबॉडी मूव, लेट्स गो, आगे जाओ, जल्दी जल्दी, यल्ला यल्ला यल्ला, हाजी हजरत, आ जाए सारे, फास्ट, सब आ जाओ, सबको तस्वीरें मिलेंगी, कैमरामैन है यार, आगे वाले बैठ जाओ, आगे जगह दो, कुर्सी नहीं छोड़नी, यार पीछे यार कुछ आगे बैठ जाए लड़के, हम लोग आगे बैठ जाए, जो यंग लोग हैं सारे आगे आ जाए, हमें यंग होने का मौका मिल गया। आगे आगे हो जाओ। रेडी हो सारे? लेफ्ट, इसके बाद पाकिस्तान। यार कोई सॉन्ग लगा दो, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान। यार ये क्या लगा हुआ है यार? कोई साउंड 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 डाउन। डीजे वाले बाबू, रेडी हो सारे? Are you ready? Left, louder, left, left, left. Pakistan, 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 Pakistan.
अपना जज्बा वतन, मन की सच्ची लगन, सीधा रास्ता वतन, दिल की हिम्मत वतन, अपना जज्बा वतन, मन की सच्ची लगन, सीधा रास्ता वतन। आई है ये कसम, आई है बाखुदा, सुन ले दुश्मन सभी के वतन है सदा। हर दिल की आवाज, दिल दिल की आवाज, No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism?